ça. Ok. Alors, le problème de là-bas pour l'instant, c'est que comme on a détruit celui qui était là-bas, il faut qu'on le reconstruise là-bas. Donc, il faut nous laisser 2 secondes et on s'en occupe. Tu débranches.
Check. Check. The show will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Good morning. I'm Anthony Berkeley, Director of ACT, the investment team at the FII Institute. Your Excellency, Royal Highness, and esteemed delegates, please let's welcome Youssef Gamel Eldin, anchor for Bloomberg TV and moderator for our first session.
Thank you very much. صباح الخير أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. Ladies and gentlemen, it's fantastic to be here on stage back in Riyadh. It's been way, way too long. We've got a very important conversation to be had. Spend a lot of time with the data, with the charts. Look at CO2 emissions globally in 2020, 31.5 gigatons. That's down what? That's roughly 5.4% lower than in the previous year. It's an encouraging step. But what the kingdom has done in terms of pushing CCE, the circular carbon economy, in terms of getting a G20 consensus, and for us to engage with stakeholders and see how we can take this, flesh it out, and push it forward. That's what we are here to do today. Let me introduce you to our panel this morning. We're joined by His Royal Highness, the Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman bin Al Saudi, Minister of Energy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Allow me to introduce you to the remainder of our panel. We're joined by Matthew Harris, the founding partner at Global Infrastructure Partners. Jennifer Holmgren, CEO at LanzaTech. Lorenzo Simonelli, Chairman and CEO at Baker Hughes. William Winters, Group CEO at Standard Chartered Bank. Oh, well, will you look at that? Apologies. And of course, we're joined by Henrik Anderson from Vestas. He's the Group CEO and President, Vestas Wind Systems. Thank you very much. See, that's the issue when you have a packed panel. Things kind of, get mixed up a little bit. Minister, I'd like to start with you with some opening remarks that you've prepared.
Just commenting on the packed panel. It's quality, not quantity, that counts. Go ahead.
Exactly.
What was your question?
My understanding is, what I've been told, is that you jotted down some ideas that you wanted to share at the very beginning before we get into the actual panel discussion. If there's been a change of plan, we can go straight into the discussion.
No, go into this discussion. I have a very wonderful chart, just one chart to showcase how much work we've been doing, how honest we've been, and continue to be in pursuing what we have put together, announced by the Crown Prince Mohammed, be it on the Green Initiative or the Middle East Initiative. But I will present it as we move on.
Okay. So let's get into that then. And since the kingdom played such an important role in 2020 in terms of crafting the circular carbon economy agenda, just run me through what the top policy priority is for you now as you begin this new chapter.
Well, we've been always and consistently saying there are three main pillars. I think any person who has been involved in energy would recognize them. First, energy security, and energy security. I think it's the most fundamental pillar when talking about energy per se. The fundamental, or other pillar is economic prosperity, economic growth, and the well-being of people at all levels. And now the most daunting challenge that we are all faced with is climate change. And we honestly believe that these two pillars have to be attended to without in any way whatsoever compromising any of the three. None of them should come at the cost or the compromise of these two other pillars. So the most challenging thing for us, and I must say the whole world, is how can we attend to these three pillars without circumventing any of those three pillars. In doing so, we came up in this room, November 2019. I was at that part of the stage announcing our initiation of working on the circular carbon economy. With COVID and with all the atrocity that we all went through, we kept online, and now we are up, running, executing what we believe in. More important, I think we were successful in ensuring that the whole world, in the embodiment of the G20, to approve the CCE as a way forward for having to achieve these three pillars. So I'll leave it there. And
Matt, let's get to you. You run a firm that has about $54 billion in assets. So it'd be interesting for our global audience this morning to kind of get a private investor perspective on advancing some policies towards CCE.
And so, you know, we run funds that invest across all parts of the infrastructure value chain, all of which are critical to, you know, the enabling of this circular carbon economy and the transition into a new age of energy. It is going to take a collective effort between government, corporates, and private capital to pull this off. If we look at the advancement of renewable energy over the last 25 or 30 years, you'll see a good example of how the three constituents can work together to make all of this a reality. It's not going to be a straight line. It's going to have bumps, as we've seen recently in Europe, but it can happen. In renewable energy, we had early investment. We had policies put in place to support through feed-in tariffs, through ITCs and PTCs. Over time, the industry innovated, it grew to scale. I think when you think about a lot of these markets, people need to understand that while hydrogen is great potential, it's not a market today. And the investment that is required to create markets takes many, many years. We saw that happen in renewable energy. It can happen in other markets with the right support. We need support, we need transparency. Ideally, what I'd like to see is a global price on carbon so that we can easily cost in the price of decarbonization. The markets are going to do that anyway. And to the extent we can bring that to bear, that transparency, it'll make the transition even easier.
Yeah. Jennifer, let me get you to weigh in on this as well. You've been at the forefront in terms of tech, and we'll talk a bit more about the tech in a bit. But just run me through how you approach the ambition of CCE.
Yeah. So fundamentally, we approach it at the very fundamental carbon level. We think about recycling carbon itself, and whether it be carbon emissions or whether it be solid carbon. We imagine a future where we're refining CO2 to make the products we need in our daily lives.
Okay, yeah, and we'll get back in a minute around because I want to flesh out some of the tech. But before we get to that, I want to get to just the broader policy point on circular carbon economy. Lorenzo, in terms of what you've seen, what exactly are the series of steps that need to be done to kind of build on what the minister just laid out in terms of the framework?
Well, first of all, it's great to be back in Riyadh, and my compliments to the organizers, and also great to be with the minister again. I think what we're seeing here with the Green Initiative is really the pillars that are required for CC to be successful. It starts with a regulatory framework. It starts with a common understanding of how we're going to adopt policy, and then also it comes into promoting the right financing, the right stimulus for the recycling of carbon and the carbon economy to be circular. And you then need the collaboration. And that collaboration needs to be both from a private-public perspective. If you start to put these three elements in place, then you're going to actually create the demand and it be successful. So we really look at it from those three pillars of foundation to drive forward.
Henrik, can I get you to weigh in as well on some of the initiatives and what you're seeing from a Vestas point of view?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Your Royal Highness and your Minister. It's a pleasure. There wouldn't be a place I would rather be than here today. And why is that? In many ways, we have now seen technology helping us along. And picking up on Matt's point, when we look for the climate, we look for the next generation and how we pass on this. Wind is a good example. Wind was 12 gigawatt in 2000. It was 185 gigawatt in 2010, and it was 770 gigawatt in 2020. In just a few months from now, we will inaugurate one of the largest wind parks in the kingdom. And we are very proud of that, been working closely with the kingdom. But that started in 2013. And as a reflection of that, as we are saying, you have to move both the competence, the people, and the technology where we can also make the biggest step. So we are moving our regional office to the kingdom. We are also here to see that the technology will help us along. And today, that technology is very important that it can scale hand in hand in this energy transition. What we see in the world, which I have to say I'm scared personally of right now, is that we see a lot of stop and go every second year. And it's the stop and go that probably prevents the society, both from a public, the private world, to really stick together. So it's the ongoing effort. To give you that, we are the world's largest wind turbine maker. We have now put more than 70,000 turbines up globally. Mm-hmm. But that park of turbines globally replaces 220 million tons of CO2 every year.
Yeah.
And that has to be a priority when we look ahead. Because hydrogen, absolutely, it will require more green, renewable energy. So that's the vision. Yeah. And as you can probably hear, it's also the passion of Vestas.
Bill, in terms of the role of big lenders like Standard Chartered, they've got a big role to play, to say the least. And net zero is not just about setting lofty goals, it's about creating new product lines and really innovating. Run me through how you see the role of Standard Chartered kind of in this journey.
Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and I've enjoyed the comments of the panel already. I think it's made clear some of the challenges that we have. All of these transitions cost money. We've all heard the numbers, so we've heard them just in the last day. Again, $3.5, $4.5 trillion per annum of funding required to affect this transition to net zero. And we also know that funding needs to be very front-loaded if we're going to hit the 2030 objectives on the pathway to 2050 net zero. So that when we look at that $3.5, $4.5, some will say $5 trillion per annum, we can look in the developed countries and see we've got a pretty good idea where 60 or 70% of that finance is likely to come from. When we look in the developing countries, which is a material contributor to the emissions of the world, we can only see something like 20 to 30% of the financing available. And if you go to something like sub-Saharan Africa, it's less than 10% of the financing is available. And that's a huge gap to close. Now, at the same time, we know that Matt and others have set up funds that are dedicated to this sort of activity. But the connection point between the funding that exists, ESG funding, trillions of dollars dedicated, and the ability to get that into the hands of people that can actually affect these projects, big disconnect. And I think for finance broadly, banks specifically, and Standard Chartered Bank very specifically, given our very substantial operations in the Middle East, Africa, and then through Asia, connecting the finance to the underlying technology is our key role. And that will require a focus on technical skills, understanding that the project-related risk in these cases, a focus on sources of capital. So we know that a lot of this capital is going to have to come through private-public partnerships. So World Bank and IFC and AIIB and others working together with pure private sector.
Priorities, and you talked a little bit about that. I'm wondering, we're counting down to COP26, and there are a lot of questions about partnerships and global cooperation. And we had a series of meetings this week, of course, at least the Kingdom has had with some of its peers in the region. How would you like to push that forward? And where do you see that going in terms of consensus?
Well, we honestly don't mind being we were the first to talk about it. And we don't mind being the first to execute it. In fact, if I could have that chart that I've been promising you to show you, here you go. This is what we call it our energy house or castle, dependent on how modest you are. But this is where we have. This is our ecosystem. This is our energy strategy. We are even talking about carbon, hydrogen. We're doing all of the above. We're going to make sure our friends from Standard Chartered, we're talking about financing. This is the whole ecosystem. This is the enablers. Not, of course, lined up on order, but this is it. And we got knife. And we have, we'll be issuing our own energy strategy very soon, which is an embodiment of this. And the Green Initiative and the Middle East Initiative, if you look at all of these initiatives that were, or programs that were announced, it all goes around this whole thing. It's about remove, efficiency, changing to producing hydrogen, and I'm sorry, reduce, efficiency, going through hydrogen, going through renewable, reuse. Again, you will see there, recycling, because of the limitation of time, and even remove. Not within, some of it is within our scope as Energy Ministry, which is carbon sequestration and what have you. But there is also the other part with the Ministry of Environment when it comes to greening, when it comes to attending to the many activities that were initiated there. I think we are also putting our money where our mouths are. In some of these initiatives, we are recommending funding schemes, such as the more important one, which is the CCE funding program. It's we're suggesting it could be a $10 billion program for 10 years. We're going to be footing 15% of that. We have, I think, the most humane initiative that we could ever come up with, and we're willing to enlarge it if everybody wants to enlarge it, which is getting rid of, it's 2 on 1.
Yeah.
The idea of creating a fund whereby we will try to help mitigate this awesome, inhumane issue of having people to use biomass to cook their food is a human tragedy. And it really tells you a lot about how condescending this word has become. There are people who are talking about sniffing the little particles here and there, and they're not concerned about 2 billion people. They cannot afford nor have the mean or the accessibility to clean fuel. If we can put that together, and we are suggesting a $500 million program, that will take care of about 750 million people. This is like a microfinancing scheme where these pledges can come in and other lending agencies and institutions can come. The whole thing will be $2 billion. $2 billion will help enable 750 million people of having an access to cleaner cooking fuels. It would help in mitigating a serious health issue for those people. In fact, it gets into people dying for that, but more also in terms of emission reduction. This is just one out of so many, and I would urge everybody to go and read this Green and Middle East initiative.
So Mo, let me just, so we can get some others to weigh in on some of the important points that you just laid out, and I also want to get to the technology. Jennifer, you have invented, or your company has invented, a commercial scale bioreactor. It kind of feeds off greenhouse gases to a species of anaerobic bacteria, if I got this right. There's a lot of complex chemistry involved, far beyond any of my knowledge, but perhaps you could talk a little bit about that.
Yes, so what we do is we have a bacteria that ferments gases, carbon monoxide, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and converts them to ethanol. These gases would come from a steel mill, refinery, chemical plant, or solid waste like municipal solid waste. We convert that to ethanol, and we think of ethanol as a feedstock because once you've made ethylene, you can make everything we use in our daily lives. We've made also aviation fuel, and so we think of ethanol as a way to aggregate all these waste resources that can't be moved because they're inhomogeneous. So that's what we've been doing. It sounds like science fiction. It's not science fiction. We have 2 commercially operating plants in China, one at a steel mill, one at a ferroalloy plant. And to show that we can make products from that, we have flown a flight from Orlando to Gatwick using the sustainable aviation fuel we made from this recycled carbon ethanol. Unilever sells a detergent that has a surfactant made from our recycled carbon ethanol. Lululemon has made fiber. So you can start to see the ability to take waste resources, including CO2, and refine them into the products we need. And that's what we do. We do it with biology.
Fantastic. We'll talk about the scalability in a bit. I was reading through a BNF report, and one of the things that stood out to me is their conclusion that basically, despite the flurry of new commitments that you've seen towards net zero, most net zero targets are firmly classified as low impact, low ambition. Something to bear in mind as we try and flesh out some of these goals that have been laid out. I want to get to Matt again, just in terms of getting a private investor perspective. Matt, as you look towards sustainability, what are some of the processes and technologies that you're looking at?
So by the way, I want to thank His Royal Highness for that chart. It was incredibly well laid out. I'd actually like to borrow it for some of my investors. It really lays out everything.
Do you know who did it? Most of them are girls and boys, women and men under the age of 30.
Yeah, it's really well laid out.
Yeah.
So when we think about process and technology, we think about it in 2 ways. First of all, what in existing businesses today can be repurposed? There's a tremendous amount of infrastructure that's in the ground today that can be used to enable this circular carbon economy. We've got gathering lines and pipelines. Well, those carry oil and gas today. There's no reason they can't carry hydrogen in the future. we can repurpose those for carbon capture. We can use those to move carbon and store carbon. We could move carbon in those to facilities that Jennifer is going to build. There's a huge opportunity in the embedded infrastructure. One of the things that we've done in the region is work with companies like Aramco and ADNOC to take existing infrastructure, monetize that, use those proceeds to reinvest into this circular carbon economy, into new technologies and new areas. We also look very closely at investing in new markets. What we want to see as an infrastructure investor is the technology proven? And if it's proven, then we can invest at scale in infrastructure that will enable it. I mentioned this earlier, but one of the things that's really critical here to investing in all these initiatives is scale. When you think about the hydrogen and the hydrogen market, potential of hydrogen, hydrogen today is produced with electrolyzers that are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 gigawatts. We need 500 megawatts. I said gigawatts, I meant megawatts. We need 500 megawatts, gigawatt size electrolyzers. Well, that's not a market today. The supply chain, the scale, the employee base, all of that has to be created. And that's where private capital can come in to enable these processes to take hold.
Bill, I want to get to you again in terms of what you see around the carbon markets. You've been a big proponent of that. Standard Chartered has been, well, you've been on the task force specifically. Just give us a bit of an overview of where that process is at and what would you like to see develop over the next 6 months?
Yeah, the voluntary carbon markets, or carbon markets generally, have been around for quite a while. I mean, I was very involved 20 years ago in the early stages of the voluntary carbon markets. Unfortunately, the market never fully scaled and is lacking credibility. It lacked credibility because there were no consistent standards for what's a good project. What's a good project that actually gets carbon out of the environment or prevents it from going in the first place. So we kicked off an initiative about a year and a half ago to say that the power of private markets can be phenomenally contributive to this challenge, right? The private capital that Matt and others are bringing to bear, Standard Chartered, can make a huge difference here. In fact, without the private markets fully co-opted into this process, we can't possibly get there. So we set about setting a minimum level of standards for what is a good project, what's a qualifying carbon credit project. We set we had a task force with 250 members, 400 individuals, representing the full carbon community. So buyers of credits, so originators of projects, buyers being the polluters, intermediaries, banks, brokers, academics, the NGO community, very heavily involved. And we set ourselves the challenge of having a very high quality set of standards that were really indisputable. And we made some very clear recommendations in that regard. We also put a governance structure around that. So having a board of directors that's made up of overwhelmingly independent, i.e. academics and NGOs, who will be able to curate those core carbon principles so that we can have confidence if you buy or sell a credit that it's a good one and it can be used as a legitimate claim on your pathway to net zero. So we released our detailed reports in July. We stood up the board of directors last month, that it's now operating. They're finalizing the set of standards. And I think the objective now is to put this into action. So one of the things that Standard Chartered did is join forces with partners in Singapore to set up something called Climate Impact X, which is a marketplace and exchange for these high quality carbon credits. And we're collecting projects from around the world, putting them out for auction. We actually completed the first auction last week, and the thing that really differentiates this is that you know for certainty that these projects have been curated to be very high quality. What's the objective? The objective is to get to the point where we can move literally hundreds of billions of dollars per year from the pockets of people like Standard Chartered Bank, who have a pathway to net zero, into the pockets of people that can actually get the carbon out of the environment. And whether that's Jennifer or Matt or any of the others here or any of you who are looking to make these contributions to a net zero economy, but using things that wouldn't be economic otherwise. The need is hundreds of billions a year. Without a market to facilitate that transfer from the private sector into the hands of people that can actually get the carbon out of the environment, we won't get there. Final comment If we do this properly, we'll have a price for carbon. And every corporate planner can look at that price for carbon and say, that's the hurdle that I need to pass in order to justify the investments I need to make. And if we're successful, the price for carbon will be quite high. And therefore, the effective hurdle for ongoing emissions will be quite low. And we'll all be focused on doing what's most important, which is reducing our existing emissions.
What caught my eye as well while I was doing some of the research for the panel is that if you look at the net zero target for a company like Glencore, the amount that gets cut from that is equivalent to the emissions of Italy, which is why it's so absolutely pivotal that we flesh out some of the goals and secure some of those commitments. Lorenzo, could I get you to weigh in on this as well in terms of the technologies?
Yeah, we at Baker Hughes made a commitment of net zero in 2019, and we said net zero by 2050 and 50% reduction by 2030. And actually, as you look at it, there's really 3 levels that are available to us. And there's the transform the core, which is technologies that are available today. And I can't stress enough how much we can already do with what's available. In the kingdom today, we're already deploying Flare IQ, which reduces the methane that's emitted from flare stacks. We're deploying CCUS. We're working very closely with APQ on the NEOM project, as well as Aramco. And these are technologies that are available today, as well as equipment upgrades that reduce the carbon footprint. Then you go into invest for growth, which is really the area of new technologies such as hydrogen and what's happening with Jafurah, and also what's been committed by the kingdom on hydrogen. We know how to utilize hydrogen, and we also know how to make green hydrogen. It's not from a technical perspective that complicated, but you need the regulatory, you need the financial governance and infrastructure in place, which is what we see happening here in the kingdom. And then you get to the new frontiers, and that's where a lot of the technology of what's required from a biology perspective, it's further out there, but we've got to start looking at it from a standpoint of near term, medium term, longer term, and the journey, and actually stop some of the short-termism and look more towards creating an ecosystem that enables that. And as a technology provider, we know that we can provide the technology and we can actually create that ecosystem, but it requires partners and collaboration, which I'm pleased to say we're seeing in the kingdom.
Henrik, we'll get to you in a minute, but the minister would like to respond briefly.
Just about talking about markets. With the wind issue, I'm just wondering about it because what international markets would do, carbon market, would be somewhat disturbing the notion of equality, because you are going to be asking a developing country executing a development project, paying for a carbon footprint for someone else who had been preceding for 200 years, building up all those stacks and stacks of carbon. And I just wonder how this could happen at the cost of a very poor country, or just about to evolve in terms of development. So this is, again, I can see it correctly working with the countries which are on the so-called Annex 1 countries, on those who are part of the Paris Agreement. But certainly, as part of the Paris Agreement, we didn't agree to that. We agreed to a south-to-south type of arrangements, and we've agreed to a domesticated exchanges, or even we didn't call them market, we call them offsets programs. So what we want to initiate as Saudi Arabia is somewhat more egalitarian, at least the same situation, but certainly you cannot compromise a country, you name it, Kenya, Nigeria, and you put it in the rank and file of Sweden or Denmark. Both countries will pay for the same equal price for carbon. I'm just trying to flag that it's in the notion of fairness. It cannot be done because that will cripple the potential of these countries' growth.
Henrik, technologies I know Vestas is doing a lot of fascinating stuff, so why don't you run us through it?
Thank you so much. I was just inspired, Your Highness, because when you said Kenya, it's interesting that some 5 years ago, we put up a relatively large wind farm in Kenya. We had to build new roads, approximately 250 kilometers, to get it built. Today, it contributes with 15% of the electricity demand in Kenya, and therefore covers, and you just need to travel around in Kenya to see the next generation of young kids having access to electricity in schooling and other stuff, then you know what this is about. So I think here, when elaborating a little bit of that, I don't think the technology are sort of non-existing. They're here today. The technology are leaning towards also the hydrogen. We will then start discussing, should hydrogen be manufactured, produced next to the assets? And I will also say positively to Matt and everyone else, the capital, that's definitely available. And the projects out there today are too few compared to the capital that are seeking for investments. And if I look at that, every time we build, and we are one of the largest developers of renewable energy solutions around the world, every time we have a project, we have one very happy customer, and we typically have 9 disappointed that says, why didn't you choose us in the development here? So I think right now the technology is here, and if I look the last 10 years, the technology of wind has dropped levelized cost of energy of the source with more than 60%. So actually, I'm really keen to also explore what you just said was the source of wisdom to your chart, Minister, was the under 30. How do we engage that generation into continuing technology? Because these guys, male, female, girls and boys, will be the one that owns that technology in their generation. And we are in a hurry. And let me just put that a little bit. I won't mention anyone, but at least say in Europe, when we have a target of going towards net zero, that target for renewable energy has now been increased even further away from what actually goes on. And working in a private company, I always find that a little interesting. When we are away for a target, we normally try to set what do we need to catch up with the target instead of moving the target along. And unfortunately, right now, what is in the planning in most parts, at least of Europe, means that we won't reach our targets until late in 2080, 90, maybe even in 2100. It's too late. So there is a real call for action if we want to hit a 50% carbon reduction in 2030. It's here and now.
Jennifer, you were earlier talking about some of the technologies that you're working on. What about the scalability? What progress have you been able to make? What are you seeing?
So in terms of scalability, I want to just tackle that in 2 ways. One is, from what we're doing, you know, once you build the first one, the first commercial one, you can build more. And more importantly, once you've done it, you can also take it down the cost curve and the efficiency curve. So it gets much better to diffuse the technology. We're building plants right now also in India, in Belgium, in the US. So you can really see the technology proliferating. But if I sit in this room with so many investors, I need to talk a little bit about the first of a kind. Because getting from a world that is funded by venture capitalists to do the early stage work, to a world that's funded by the people sitting in this room that fund infrastructure, there is something we call the valley of death, okay? And it is very difficult to build a demonstration scale facility in the first commercial, because there is enough uncertainty in the technology that the risk adjustment makes it very expensive. And it's something that is very hard. And I think if we really believe that we are at a moment in time where new technologies need to scale quickly, then what we have to do is we have to get our heads together and figure out how to finance those 2 steps. how do we make sure that new ideas can get to the first commercial so that they can then be deployed? And so I ask you to please consider how you come together to do that. And I know there's lots of new ideas. We finance LanzaJet with new ideas, but I would urge you that there's more.
Yeah.
Bill, would you like to weigh in on that briefly, and then also perhaps reflect on some of the cooperation and the sort of the international partnerships that are helping you advance sustainability?
Yeah, I think Jennifer's point is an excellent one, and we all know how long it took, and Henrik could speak to it directly, how long it took to get wind or solar to the point of, from the point of technical viability to commercial viability. 15, 20, 25 years. We don't have 25 years to wait for these technologies. Right? So what are the investments that we can make today that could significantly accelerate both the development of new technologies, but also the scaling of those technologies so that they're economically viable quickly without subsidy? I mean, Henrik mentioned to me before that virtually nothing that he builds now is subsidized. And I know it's the same for solar. We've got to get to the same part for other new technologies. How does that happen? I think one way is to take, I mean, this carbon offset market that I talked about. I would love it if half of the $100 billion a year that gets invested goes into scaling technically viable, but commercially non-viable for the time being technologies. But that infrastructure and that methodology doesn't exist today. For that, first of all, the market doesn't exist. We must create it. But the money's there. The companies that are committing to go to net zero, they're going to reduce all they can, and they're going to use offsets for the remainder. That's how you get to $100 billion per year. Let's just make sure that some of that goes into scaling these technologies.
Lorenzo, in terms of what Baker Hughes has been pushing for around sustainability, and we keep saying broad strokes, and what's really important, and many of you know this from watching me day to day, is I like to get to the meat of the matter and sort of get to the numbers and actual names, maybe with some anecdotes that you can share around alliances, partnerships, cooperation, because that's one of the important themes of today's panel.
No, definitely, and I think also some of the comments made by the panel already, actually an evolution of the way in which we get to a circular carbon economy and also get to net zero. And we have 3 hard truths at Baker Hughes. The first being that, look, we've got to accelerate the pace. The second being hydrocarbons still play a role, and in particular natural gas, because as you move away from coal, natural gas is a clear winner, especially for the developing world. And thirdly, it comes down to collaboration. As I look at CCUS projects, I can look at the technology side, but I can also look at 2 years ago, we weren't talking about CCUS projects. Today in the Kingdom, I'm already looking at 3 different projects and working hand in hand with Aramco and also Air Products, Aqua Power, with regards to developing the marketplace. When you think about CCUS, then it's the ability to use carbon as well. And there is a use for carbon, and there's a use for CO2, and we can now liquefy CO2 into essentially a oil substance. And so carbon black becomes something that you can utilize and something that, again, can be provided as a product. So as I look at collaborations, it really is key. But we need to move away from the theoretical and start having more examples. And I look at it as the run-up to COP26. You look at Northern Lights in Europe, you look at what's happening here in the Kingdom. We really need to put the funding behind it, and it will scale. Yeah. We've seen it before. You look at solar, you look at wind, they scaled over 20 years. We need to do this in 10 years, and it's going to require all of us together actually working on it.
Henrik?
You didn't say I was slow, did you? No, I will just say here one observation, and this is why I love being here. Everyone here as a kingdom thinks long term. These long-term transitions are super important, that we keep the eye on not making bold statements to withdraw certain energy sources like nuclear or coal in the short term, and then forget that the transition requires other assets to be put on, because actually we run the risk of having blackouts in local communities or local countries. So this is why I love the long-term thinking, because this will be part of our way to think for the next many decades to come. And the build out, the scalability, we have to do on technologies, but at least on behalf of wind, the associated technology into hydrogen, absolutely, I can guarantee you. My dream is to be on stage here next year, to see that has been a technology center in this region as well, because we should be able to drive that not only for the kingdom, but also for the region. So there's plenty of things to do. And I wish today, and I'm sorry that I should have brought a picture of our turbine park in Dumat Al Janhal. Maybe we could be there for a picture next year, or we will have maybe more wind parks next year, because that's really the testament of thinking long term. So thank you.
Matt?
Yeah, just to some final words. I do think it's important to, I don't think there's any issue that humanity has faced more complex than this one. The complexities associated with this transition and enabling this circular carbon economy are monumental. But I'm very optimistic, and I'm optimistic even more so at gatherings like this. We bring together government, we bring together corporations, and we bring together private capital. And the power that can be unleashed in that is really phenomenal. We've talked a lot about renewable energy today. That is really a product of that partnership between those three entities. And we have a huge advantage in that this base of cheap, clean energy exists. And everything we're talking about in terms of new technologies, for the most part, can use that cheap, clean energy. So we have a base that's established to take us forward, and I think we can do it.
Minister, some closing thoughts from you briefly in terms of where you would like to see COP26 kind of go. What message will you be carrying? I mean, of course, the run-up has already been quite clear, but maybe you can kind of sum it up briefly for us.
Well, I'm sure that people had noticed that we have been repositioning ourselves and how we are coming out, how we are conducting ourselves, and how also we will be helped and facilitated if we can get Article, for example, 6 being up and moving on COP26. That will be a facilitator of markets and exchanges and offsets. We've been engaged to the best of my ability and the team that I work with ability to come forth again with commitments and obligation that would not probably square well with the PR buzz and what have you, but you rightly said, when we make a commitment, we make a commitment. And we are a long-term people, and we will also want to be mindful of how the technology evolves. You know, CCE, first and foremost, depends on the evolution of technology. That's why when we came out with this statement about aiming to do 2060, it just, luckily, we have, as part of the Paris Agreement, it allowed us to go for a kind of a dynamic baseline, which enable us to see how we fare with diversity, how we fare with technology, how we fare with how much we may lose in terms of revenue as a result of reduction of demand if it happens. I still argue it would not happen, but that dynamic base facilitate and enable us to move in both directions dependent on, that's why when we made that announcement of the 280 or 278, it was the mean of three different scenarios, the 260, and with the usage of this dynamic base scenario approach, it may actually, if technology evolve even faster, it may not necessarily we'll have to wait until 260. It could bring it earlier. But more important, in all of these pledges, we're not seeking funding, we're not seeking grants, we're not going around the bushes, you know, conditioning our 2060 about, you know, something, but you have to finance us by $15 billion per annum. None of that. We're not seeking nothing except global organized collaboration between the three type of institutions that were recommended by our friends, putting together their heads together, working in technologies that would deliver us. Again, I would have to emphasize, energy security cannot be achieved by one source, two sources, or three sources.
Right.
CCE enables us to mitigate. If you want the whole world to congregate around mitigation, you can, by enabling them to say, we don't care about what source of energy you use. We care about what you do with how much you emit. Inclusivity can happen as a result of that.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to leave it there. The end of the panel already. Time's flown by. I could do this until next week, really, but we have to put an end to this for now. I'd like to thank a fantastic panel, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, the Minister of Energy. We had Henrik Anderson, the CEO and Group President of Vestas, Jennifer Holmgren, CEO of Lanzatech, Lorenzo Simonelli, Chairman and CEO of Baker Hughes, William Winters, the Group CEO of Standard Chartered, Matthew Harris, the founding partner at Global Infrastructure Partners. Thank you for being such an amazing audience, patient, and listening carefully, and I'm sure the conversations will continue far beyond the stage. Thanks again.
By the way, just in case if anybody would like to copy and paste, we will make our chart available for everybody.
Technology is constantly transforming us. People are more empowered, connected and augmented than ever before, and they're mobile. At 2.5 billion, gamers represent the largest affiliated cohort globally. We've reached the next digital frontier. Across industries, the growth of 11 frontier technologies represents significant economic opportunity that could be worth $3.2 trillion by 2025. The metaverse is the next level convergence of our physical and digital lives, and of business, education, health, entertainment, and creativity. All enabled by developments in connectivity, augmented reality, virtual reality, and blockchain technologies. But the future is unevenly distributed. 3 billion people remain offline without access to online education, employment, or opportunity to innovate and create business. Progress for some, unfortunately, leads to inequality for others. Digital inclusion, with a goal of a connected world for all, is one of the greatest opportunities of the next decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Annelies Kjaer, data futurist and founder, Kjaer Global.
A great good morning to everyone, and what an excellent start to the day, despite all of the bad news. I'm happy to be here on this particular panel looking into the metaverse and future infrastructure to benefit humanity. Now, we have collected a lot of data to basically underpin some of the greatest trends in the frontier technology, those technologies that are transforming humanity, business, and the world as we know it. The digital transition was already happening at pace, but then the pandemic drastically accelerated that. And in 1 month, internet traffic alone jumped by almost 40%. And today, when you ask people, 61% of them say that their livelihood now depends on technology. However, our global technology narrative is full of paradoxes. Global trust in technology is at an all-time low. 68% of people believe that big tech have too much power and influence on the economy. So I would say that more than ever, we need to foster technological innovation to meet the challenges of our time. But tech companies must engage in calls for digital inclusion, and as we heard this morning, stronger regulation. Further decline in trust could have detrimental impact on both innovation and the wider society. And some of the questions that we hear people asking are, how will our jobs and livelihood be affected by the digital transformation? Does big tech have too much power and control? And who is building the future? And what kind of future are they building? So I would suggest today that the big tech questions that we will hear from the panel will be very much about how do we build inclusive technology that feels human rather than an algorithm. We hear many people saying, show me the human in the machine. The other big question is, how can we reverse a negative perception of big tech and start building trust when we go into the next century or into 2030? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annalise Kerr. She's our data futurist, and she'll be with us back 2 more times in this session. I'm Edie Lush, and I'll be your host for this session. Welcome to the Metaverse, infrastructure for citizens of digital worlds. Just think about one of those data points that Annalise mentioned there. 61% of people globally thinks that their livelihood depends on technology. And the metaverse will only accelerate that dependence. If you're still wondering what the metaverse is, Mark Zuckerberg describes it as the internet that you're inside of rather than just looking at. And our session today is going to look at the frontier technologies that can enable us to build that inclusive technological future. AI, robotics, Internet of Things, quantum, cryptocurrency, and blockchain. All the infrastructure of the future. Now, they can enable us to build that inclusive future, but will they? Or will this be a repeat of the early promises, the promises of the early internet, followed by disappointments? And maybe it's on all of us to decide. So, with me first, absolutely delighted to have CEO of BNY Mellon, Todd Gibbons. Welcome.
Thank you. Very good to be here. It's great to see so many familiar faces after a couple of years of doing it all in virtually, yes.
So in the past few weeks, Todd, we've seen headlines absolutely dominated by Facebook's announcements on massive investments building the metaverse. Some of these announcements say as many as 10,000 new jobs could be created exclusively for the development of the metaverse. You'll know this really well. That's a decent-sized company on its own, right? So tell me about this pivotal moment in tech and digital development.
Well, you know, I'm not so much sure it's a pivot as much as it is an acceleration. I mean, a pivot kind of infers that there is a change in direction. I just think there's a change in speed. And I think the adoption of technology. I think one thing that we've certainly learned through the pandemic is it's not only the millennials and the generations that have followed them that have been so quick to adopt technology. They've actually brought my generation into it, and in our own services, we've seen the adoption of our digital platforms at a rate that we had never seen before, and I think that's consistent across the financial services industry. That is something that we've seen, and I think that will continue to accelerate. And I think the technology spend that comes along with that is going as well. In the financial services industry, we may be at a pivotal point when it comes to regulation, and I think that may be a sense at big tech as well. So if you think about some of the innovations, and you can question, are we where we were in 2000 with the internet? But ultimately, look how powerful the internet became. So I think these technologies that are developing, and maybe they'll have some stops and starts. But I think we are at an interesting point, and I think regulators are actually challenged when you think about things like cryptocurrencies or stable coins or central bank digital currencies or even digitizing assets, and I think you're going to hear about that at the conference this morning, which will be quite interesting. Digitizing assets and even decentralized finance. It provides a huge challenge to the regulators around the globe in the financial world. I mean, you're trying to obviously protect the industry from bad actors. You're trying to protect consumers when it comes to types of investments that might need to be made, while trying to maintain innovation at the same time. But I do think what you're going to see is, and I appreciate you bringing 10,000 employees may sound like a lot, but right now we're all becoming technology firms, and we're all hiring and quite aggressively going for that talent. So I think it's another challenge that we face, is just having our education system produce the talent that we're going to need in data science and computer science. So I think things are happening quickly, and I'll share one instance of how we connected with the metaverse. We built an application for college savings. In the U.S., they call these 529 plans, and they're tax-advantaged college savings plans. You set them up for your children, and you put cash in it as it grows. It grows tax-free, and the proceeds can be invested into your kids' educations. We connected with the social media, so we built a product, very, very efficient means, a very low cost robo-advisory that went along with it. But we also connected to the metaverse and to social networks. And so if it was the child's birthday, you can put out on the social networks, it's our child's birthday, would you rather gift into his education fund, which is a lot more efficient than buying some less valuable toy, and that's become. I think those types of connectivity, we're going to be so integrated, it's going to be hard to differentiate it. But I think the general statement is things are accelerating fast. There could be pivots, but it's going to be as much as how the government deals with it as how we deal with it.
BNY Mellon is a global, systemically important financial institution, and it plays a critical role supporting global capital flows and financial infrastructure. So how do you think about that and engage with the tech and digital change that we see in the headlines now?
Well, we're the oldest bank in the United States. We're proud of that. 237 years ago, we were founded by the first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States, Alexander Hamilton. And interestingly, we recognize, I think as most do, that building, first of all, we're becoming an intensely technology firm, especially given what we do. We're platforms for custody, we're platforms for wealth tech, investment and asset management around the globe. We are the world's largest custodian. But we realize we aren't going to have all of the technology and build all of the technology ourselves. In fact, we are embracing fintechs across the world. We have dozens upon dozens of investments that we've made in various fintechs. Those investments are done for strategic purposes. We certainly hope that they'll work out financially, but we didn't invest in them solely for financial purposes, unless there was some piece of technology that was going to help us do our job better. We think there is a very interesting future, for example, of custody. and it will be far more interconnected. It gets right back to our theme of interconnectivity with the metaverse. And we're investing in fintechs that can help us along the way. For example, we are committed to custodizing cryptocurrency. There's enough institutional interest in it. It's behaving very much like an investment, like a security, and both institutional as well as retail interest in it. And we think that the industry needs a trusted counterparty because there is a lot of counterparty risk associated, and we can play that role. But we've invested in fintechs to advance the technology, which is very complex, to do it safely.
So what role do you see BNY Mellon and other financial institutions playing in the future that's defined by these new frontier technologies?
Yeah, for ourselves, again, we see ourselves as a platform business. We are intensely technology-driven. Our technology spend is going up at probably 3 to 4 times the rest of our spending. We're going to spend somewhere in the vicinity of $3 to $3.5 billion on technology, this year. But as a platform business, we see ourselves more as an orchestrator. So we're in the middle of it. We're connecting to multiple parties. And just like investment, we think it's very important to be open architected. We're not going to always be best in class at everything. We need to be able to connect to the best in class services, and that's what our platform is intended to do. And that's why we're excited to be part of the FII. We're a sponsor, and also very excited to participate in the Kingdom's vision through 2030.
Thank you. So if you're the orchestra, you might be the conductor of the orchestra.
I wish that was the case, but I don't think people would listen to it.
Thank you so much, Todd, for setting that context of how important these new frontier technologies are. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Great to be with you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So we're going to bring in now somebody who is actually building a metaverse. Please do welcome NEOM's Tech and Digital Holding, Mansoor Hanif. Welcome. How are you? So we've dipped our toe into the metaverse, but now we're going to dive in fully. The next session is called the Metaverse, a training camp for robots of the future. So NEOM Tech and Digital Holding are building what you call cognitive cities and cognitive solutions. First of all, you have to tell me what cognitive cities and cognitive solutions are, and then where does the metaverse fit into that?
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and some great questions already to start with. So, why do we need cognitive cities? And I think if we're honest with ourselves, we have to admit that smart cities are simply not smart enough today. They're not really giving us what we need. And they're sucking up a lot of data, but I don't think any of us really know where is that data going and how is it being used. Is it being used for our benefit or against our benefit? And also, we're not seeing those benefits, actually. I mean, even the most advanced smart cities, you have to enter your data here, there, everywhere. And that's really because the systems are not talking to each other. So this is why we need cognitive cities. And cognitive really means understanding. And what we really need is cities that understand you as a person and adapt to your needs, but also that you can understand the city. What data does it need from you? How is it collecting that data? What benefits is that data giving to you, and that you can give your consent? So that's why we're building cognitive cities in NEOM. And then the second question is, how do you build cognitive cities? And the good news is you've mentioned most of the technologies that are here today. That's great news. So the technology is there. And in NEOM, we are converging those technologies, and we're powering the engine that's going to power those cognitive cities. And that's a lot of 5G. There's the cognitive compute. There's the digital air that Joseph spoke about yesterday. There's also the operating system, NEOS. All of that is happening now. But then we realized that these are the technologies, the same technologies that will power real-time, incredibly immersive experiences, which is what the metaverse is all about. And then we thought about this, and we realized, cities of the future shouldn't be about bigger and better. We don't believe the future is megacities, where the individual feels lost. It should be about meta-cities, focused on your experience. Today it's only physical, but in the future it should be digital and physical, so mixed realities. And so we're bringing the metaverse to the city to make it real for everybody. So it's not about sitting on your couch with a VR headset making you dizzy. It's about actually living in designing a mixed reality world. So then we asked ourselves, well, how do you plan for cognitive cities? How do you plan for mixed reality cities? How do you ideate? How do you plan? How do you provision those digital experiences in the real world? And then how do you monetize them? Obviously, we need a business model. And we realized there is no platform that does that today. So, of course, the only conclusion is that we have to build one. Now, of course, we're not presumptuous enough to say we're going to build it on our own. So we've started speaking to the best partners around the world already. And we've named this, the code name is Xverse. And the first pilots will be run in Q2 of next year in NEOM.
So there's many companies talking about metaverses, Facebook, Epic Games, Atari, in fact. How is the NEOM metaverse going to be different from that?
Well, those are some big names. So let me start by saying that most metaverses today are either replicating existing cities, so copying real worlds, or building on existing user bases, such as Facebook is doing, or they're designing completely imaginary cities in the gaming world. But what we are doing is we are actually very privileged to be in NEOM, where you've heard about the line, for example. That's the first that we've announced. But everything in NEOM is being designed around an incredibly iconic architecture of cities. So it's already a kind of an incredible universe that you want to start to live in before it's even built. So we have that iconic architecture, and what we can do in NEOM is actually imagine the city. We can then live in the city immersively through the metaverse while we build it, and then take all of the digital content and assets and overlay over the physical assets when they're built. So having a real mixed reality city. There is no other metaverse that can do that because it's quite unique. And then just going back to what I said earlier, I mean, it's all about the cognitive technology that can power real-time digital twins. What that means is that in the real world, when something happens, in the digital world, that's immediately replicated all around the world. That's not easy to do. So it's a huge technical challenge, but we have the cognitive tech to do that. Plus, on the business side, all of that is built on a digital asset platform. So every single transaction, whether it's NFTs or any other type of digital movement, will be monetized. So there's a great business model underneath it. And at the same time, we are creating these digital human transitions that are totally unique because we have the physical and the mixed world. We call this physical breakout, which means that you can actually, from anywhere in the world, transmit yourself, teleport to NEOM, and interact with people either as an AR avatar, as a hologram, or as a robot, which is why, also because of the fact that we're building an autonomous city, we are investing heavily in robotics, and we're the only metaverse to integrate robotics into the metaverse.
So that's really interesting. What's the link between the metaverse and robotics?
Yeah, great question. So actually, we have a big ambition around robotics per se, and we want to drive the future of human-machine interaction and completely change it. And we expect to have over 10% of the population in NEOM by 2030 to be humanoid robots, living freely with the humanoid humans. And that's not easy to do, and it's quite dangerous today. So there's a lot of work to be done on technology to make it so that 10,000 robots can freely interact with human beings, for example, here today. It's not possible today. So when we started working with the robotics companies, we understood how they work today and how the future of robotics is going to be absolutely through the metaverse. So first you start with the robotic brain, which is software, and a software body. So they're using kind of gaming systems today, but they're moving now towards the metaverses. So you train the software brain with a software body before you take the same software brain and put it in a hardware body. The brain is the same. So the hardware brain of the future is what we'll build in the cognitive city, the compute platform. But these software brains need to be trained to, first of all, interact with objects. And this is where the metaverse comes in. But it needs to be a physical metaverse. It needs to be a metaverse that mimics the physical world with laws of physics. For example, gravity. So when a robot picks up a ball and throws it in the air, when it goes to the real world with a real body, it needs to react the same way. Otherwise, there's no use in training it in something that's not there. So it's the physics engine in the metaverse that's really critical. And that's really interesting in terms of space exploration, for example, where we know that robots will play a huge role. You can have, for example, a gravity switch, where you can simply, on the metaverse, have gravity set to Earth. Then you can train the robot for the moon and change the gravity, and then for Mars and change it again. So there's incredible possibilities there. So the other key thing is interaction with humans. And that is absolutely critical, because today it's not safe to release robots with humans. And so initially, people were using simulated humans in gaming systems to train the robots. So that's the first step. But now in the metaverse, because of these human avatars that are interacting with them, they're real humans as avatars. So that's already the second training step before you finally release them to be free with real humans.
Wow, think I could go on about this all day. So you spoke about the Xverse. I can see how it can interest people who enjoy immersive gaming. I would like to teleport to Neom, have a good time. But on a broader perspective, I might be happy with my life as it is. I might not think I need the metaverse. So if I'm a user of this metaverse in 5 or 10 years, how is my life going to be better?
Yeah, Greg, and I certainly hope you are happy. I wish everybody to be happy. That's part of the goal in life. But I think if we're all honest, happy is one thing, but are you satisfied with your life? I mean, how much time do you spend each day on useless crap or rubbish or things you don't need to do? What would you say?
Well, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time spent doing things that I would rather not be doing, that's for sure.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing. So we can have better lives. And really what we expect, what we want to drive the metaverse to do, we're driving the metaverse through what we call digital humanism, with the human at the center. And what we want the metaverse to do is not eat up your digital life. We want it to give you more time, more space, and more safety to be human. And we also want the metaverse to better use resources to drive sustainability in the cities. And we think that it's going to be a lot of fun to create new experiences. And these new experiences are a journey of discovery for us as individuals and humans. So it's through experiences that we learn who we are, which is really one of the main goals in life, I think, for all of us, to know who we are before we know what we want to achieve. But also it can be make the world more inclusive and fair, because in the metaverse you can have whatever persona you want. And that will really break down barriers. And also I think, I think
as long as you have enough currency tokens to pay for how you look, how you hear.
Absolutely, but you can use your creativity and your imagination, which are the fundamental aspects of being human, to make money from NFTs and art and whatever you want to do. So you're your own master. The people around the world will be empowered by this. Plus, the fact is we're all suffering from carbon anxiety. Why? Because we don't know, every time we pick up a bottle, every time we have something to eat or we take a taxi, we think we're destroying the world. So, because we don't have visibility of what is the impact of our actions, and we don't have agency. So in the metaverse, we'll be able to give you visibility of your footprint, of your shadow, and then you make the decision about every action you take and the impact it has on the world and on the economy. And that way, you should make better decisions for the world and yourself, but you should also lower your level of anxiety. So basically, in essence, the metaverse should make humans feel more human and less of the machines we sometimes feel we are today.
Wow, and so thank you so much for spending time with me. You don't have to convince me. I'm already a fan of the metaverse. I read Neil Stephenson, huge fan of Ready Player One as well. So I really appreciate your time, and I'm ready to test out the metaverse whenever.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much. Please thank very much from...
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was Mansour Hanif speaking from Neom, and I would very much like to now welcome an expert on quantum. Please do welcome the CEO of French technology company Thales, Patrice Caine. Greetings. Lovely. So it's great to see you in person rather than metaverse, as I did in January when you were on a screen in front of me.
Indeed. It's far better like this.
It's much better. So the theme of this particular section is the great acceleration, investing in quantum technologies. So we hear a lot about it in the ether. For many people, I feel it's still a little bit science fiction, out there a bit. So is it premature to talk about these technologies if you're not a total technology expert?
No, I don't think it's premature. In fact, quantum technologies have already, I would say, happen, what is called the first quantum revolution. So without knowing, in fact, we are already using these technologies. Like when you use Google Maps or Waze, you need GPS positioning, and GPS use atomic clock to synchronize the satellites, and this is a direct consequence of quantum physics. Lasers that are very useful in surgery is another application of quantum physics, or hard disk in your computer. But this is what is called by the experts, and I'm not an expert, the first revolution, the first quantum revolution. What is about to happen now, and this is fascinating, is the second quantum revolution. And the main difference, it's not, the laws of physics are the same, but the way we observe things at individual level, at a particle level, not at hundreds of thousands of particle level. And this will make a big difference in terms of applications.
So what type of applications are you talking about?
Well, experts foresee three main types of application to make it simple. First one is what is called quantum sensing or quantum sensors. So a sensor, what is a sensor? Well, any, I would say, instrument that measures something. A radar is a sensor. An inertial system is a sensor. MRI in medicine is a sensor. And the revolution will come from the fact that the accuracy of these sensors will be improved by 100 times, if not 1,000 times.
Wow.
So it's really a revolution. The second type of application is quantum communication. And again, to make it short, quantum communication will probably make impossible to be hacked. So you see, it's typically for people who care a lot about secrecy, it's a revolution. And the third one, this one is probably the most well-known by the public opinion, is quantum computing, where processing power will be fantastically improved as well, and you will be able to solve extremely complex mathematical problems that are not, I would say, cannot solve right now with HPC. And these problems, mathematical problems, are very useful when you try to optimize a complex system, like a grid in energy, like an air traffic management system for civil aviation authorities. So these quantum computers will be very, very useful as well.
So can you say more about how these applications are actually revolutionary rather than just incremental change?
Well, indeed. So I've taken 2 or 3 concrete examples to make it, try to take something which is illustrative. The first one is in the aviation sector. When you take a flight from Paris to Riyadh, for instance, in any aircraft, you have inertial systems. So system that gives you your position in 3 dimensions. These inertial systems are accurate, but it derives during the flight and needs to be recalibrated with GPS. So the current accuracy for a 6 to 7 hour flight is around 1 kilometer, which means that when you land in Riyadh, you would miss the airport by 1 kilometer.
Right.
With the foreseen, I would say, initial system based on what is called cold atoms technology, the precision will be of 1 meter instead of 1 kilometer. So you would not need any GPS to recalibrate the system. And this is extremely useful when you cannot have access to GPS, typically for a submarine or for any, I would say, mobile objects under the sea or under the ground. A second application, this one may speak to people even more, in the medicine field and in the healthcare sector. When you use an MRI, in fact, you measure fluctuation of the electromagnetic emission of your body. And then, of course, very clever doctors interpret all these things to detect or not some diseases. Tomorrow, we'll be able to detect things with an accuracy enhanced by 1,000. Again, this factor of 1,000 is a good proxy of the leapfrog of these quantum technologies. which means that you will be able to detect things that you cannot detect as of today. Disease that you just do not imagine, or even known disease that will be detected far in advance compared to what we can do today with the latest generation of MRI. So this is a concrete illustration of this revolution. And the third example is quantum communication. The fact that what is called entanglement between two particles allow to detect any kind of intrusion during a communication will make this communication impossible to be intercepted, to be hacked. So protecting, I would say, privacy or secret when you need to have secret communication.
Fascinating. So it seems like there's a global quantum race going on at the moment, and I wonder why this subject is so important for business leaders that we've got here today, for policymakers. Why should they invest right now in this technology?
I think it's very, I would say, strategic for both, for business leaders, because it will give to companies that will master these technologies clearly a technological edge, fantastic technological edge. It is as well very important probably for nations, for countries, because we see in the different applications I've mentioned, these applications are extremely useful for the commercial world, but for defense and security application as well. So clearly, I would say governments are paying more and more attention to these developments. And last but not least, in terms of privacy, for our democracies, privacy has a huge importance. We see that with quantum computing, you will be able to decode any, I would say, encrypted data, thanks to this impressive computing power. Then it creates a kind of a challenge in terms of privacy. It's the opposite of the, I would say, good aspect of quantum computing. The opposite is that the fact that you would potentially lose the fact that for the moment, your data, your information may be kept secret or private. That's why regulation should come into play at one stage, and this is as well a question for governments and democracies.
So I wonder, we live in this digital world, but we also have the physical world with all the challenges that we've been speaking about, including climate change. So I wonder if quantum technologies can help address that as well.
Well, yes, quantum technologies may help, may contribute to climate change challenge. For instance, I've already said so, but we can come back on this just for a second. Many of natural resources are scarce resources. Hence, we need to optimize them as much as possible, not to waste these resources. It's true for electricity, for energy. It's true for fuel consumption by airplanes when you fly in the sky. So all these, I would say, use of natural energy needs to be optimized. And this optimization will be solved thanks to quantum computing. Because the latest generation of high HPC are not powerful enough to solve these underlying extremely complex mathematical problems.
Fascinating. Patrice, thank you so much for explaining this frontier technology.
I did my best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So speaking of disruptive technology, let's bring in another guest. We're going to be speaking later today about blockchain. We've already heard a little bit about crypto, but I want to remind you, as my next guest comes on, about one of the important data points we heard from our data futurist, Annelise Kerr. Global trust in technology is at an all-time low. And in fact, it isn't just technology. Trust in government, media is also low. So we're gonna have a look at what we think the blockchain might be doing about this. And very pleased to have you guys on stage today. Thanks very much for coming. I'll let you introduce yourself from the end. You've got a fantastic shirt on.
Well, thank you. Mike Novogratz, I'm the chairman and CEO of Galaxy. Love being here in the kingdom.
My name is Brad Garlinghouse. I'm the CEO of Ripple, and very good to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Carey. I'm the co-founder and vice chairman of blockchain.com.
Great. So let's lay out the current landscape of blockchain technology. I want to know how it's being deployed and how deeply it's being integrated into the financial industry. Lots of conversations on the side of this conference about it, but I'd love to hear from you guys how you're seeing it, starting just here.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think it's important to take a quick step and look back a little bit. Yesterday morning, we had sort of some titans from the traditional finance industry speak and opine about the future of finance, and it was pretty. It was a window into the past from my perspective. We've gotten really good at organizing molecules, and we put down a lot of infrastructure in the last century that was incredibly important for human advancement. We put down roads, we put down pipes, we built hospitals and built bridges. That was all incredibly necessary. But over the next decade and into the next century, we're going to need to get really good at organizing electrons. One of the most important things we can do is build a financial fabric for the world. Sorry, my mic is cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the most important things we can do is wrap the planet in an economic fabric that makes it possible for all people to participate in trading and exchanging wealth. And it needs to work as fast as the internet does so that we can build new businesses, exchange ideas, and coordinate capital. And Ray Dalio really hit it on the mark when he talked about the latent potential of human possibility. And if we unlock that, if a young man who's just living a mile away has an idea that he can build a better business for his community and he can source capital for that idea from anywhere, we're going to be on to some really incredible ideas from the rest of the world. And so the real vision for what's happening in the industry today is really to build a better financial system, one that's graphed into the internet that empowers all people to control their wealth. And there's some big ideas in there, but that's kind of where we are right now. And we've got some great people on the panel today that can talk both about what's happening beyond just the extraordinary innovations in the design of money, but also how existing institutions can marry themselves up with this technology for all kinds of other benefits. So I'll pass it on to Brad, because I know his firm is doing a lot.
And while we pass it on to Brad, I might get somebody to come help you with your mic.
Thank
so
you.
Brad, you take it away.
Well, so I think your question is perfect, because I do think that some of the origins of blockchain and crypto were all about creating a separate, almost parallel financial system. And I think even as this panel and this structure has talked about the metaverse, I think about it really as the connective bridges. It's not about a separate financial system. It's how do we use these technologies to improve the existing financial system? Ripple has been focused on selling into financial institutions for 5-6 years. We have hundreds of institutions. Just yesterday, we announced the first corridor between the Middle East and the US dollar using digital assets to facilitate real-time money movements. We see this vision of a really enabling an internet of value. We talk about an internet of things, an internet of information that we live in today. And as Nick was introducing, I think that the future will enable the free flow of value in a way that truly is more inclusive and more democratizing to an economy that has fewer borders and includes more people.
We're already seeing that, right, in parts of the world. Lots of parts of the world are already using this technology.
For sure. I mean, I think one of the things, to my knowledge, this is the first time I have been to FII, and I think it's indicative of the trend line of crypto, that we have a panelist of 3 very senior people in the crypto industry on stage here. And the trend line overall is more people, more countries, more regulatory clarity, more countries understanding how these can be leveraged to actually benefit their economies. I think the origins of, hey, it's for illicit purposes has really started to move into the background.
So, Mike, where's the industry headed from here? What are the new players? Who are they going to emerge? And who's going to be the winners and losers?
Sure. Let me step back for 1 second. I started investing in Bitcoin and in crypto in 2012. And like many of you, I'm sure, wasn't a computer science major or even a technologist. And so I spent a lot of time trying to figure out why everyone was so excited. And if there's one thing to remember, what Satoshi Nakamoto with this white paper that was all about Bitcoin did, his contribution was he created the first digital signature you couldn't counterfeit. And that sounds simple, the first digital signature. Before that, you take your computer and you saw any digital image, you could copy, paste, and make 1,000 of them or 1,000,000 of them. And so what Satoshi did was he allowed Bitcoin to be unique, a Bitcoin to be unique. There are 21 million, you can't make any more. We know there's a unique digital signature. And that idea has spread from first digital money, which then transformed into digital gold, which is Bitcoin, to all kinds of things. And so the most exciting thing that happened this year, and I think everyone has to pay attention to, is things called NFTs. We saw digital art, digital collectibles show up, and all of a sudden there was a crazy surge. I've got to buy a crypto punk or a crypto ape or generative art, these amazing AI artists creating new art. And that woke the whole world up to realizing that, there are real use cases for blockchain. Before, people thought, oh, this was just the crypto guys playing with the crypto guys, right? But now, every major company in the world is looking at, how do I use these tools, this crypto idea, this community, this idea of the scarcity to enhance my business? So Visa's a $500 billion company. They power more transactions than any other company. They went out and bought themselves a CryptoPunk. And when I asked the CEO of Visa why they bought a CryptoPunk, he said, hey, we want to send a message to the community that we want to be part of it, to this crypto community. They told me right now, on a normal day, every Visa cardholder uses it less than one time. And they think in 10 years, it'll be 10 times all the growth coming from buying digital goods, digital shirts, digital collectibles, digital art. And so for the first time since I've been in crypto, we see real companies, if they're sports teams, brands like Chanel, all saying, hey, I need to be part of this economy. And I think you're going to see it all over the place. With 100% certainty, I promise each and every one of you, in 10 years, your health records will be NFTs. And you'll finally go to the doctor, and you'll pull out your phone, which is your wallet, and you'll have your health records, and you'll be able to share them with the doctor, instead of having to call 16 different places. Anyway, so that's the excitement that the world woke up, and that's why crypto prices have gone up so much this year, right? You just had a huge year. If you were long crypto, you're feeling very good about it. A lot of it is because the world finally noticed there's a use case, and there are lots of them. But NFTs was really the wake-up call.
I want to respond a little bit to some of that, which is true. At blockchain.com, we've had over 80 million people sign up over the last decade. There's a cultural phenomena in art, in music, and in sport. There's a financial phenomena around how do we tool all of our systems to be more efficient and digitally native in the first place. And there's incredible innovation and investment happening in this industry, and it's recycling. We're learning lessons, and we're getting faster, better, and cheaper. And if we look at how technology, which is a true driver of history, has evolved over the past 100 years, it's pretty obvious, to me at least, that over the next decade, the internet will be the greatest contributor to GDP in the world. The time to invest in humanity and the time to invest in enabling technologies that bring wide-scale utility in the financial services industry is right now. And I can speak quickly for my firm. We've seen the fastest growth ever in the adoption of wallets. This is really important. Wallets are tools that enable you to passport into this future of new financial services. You can send, receive, secure, trade, and exchange digital forms of wealth. Sometimes those are cryptocurrencies, sometimes they're stable coins. They allow you to remit money instantly, basically from Dubai to the Philippines or from the United States to El Salvador, which is a really interesting example this year. We now have a country that has adopted a digital currency as also part of their national currency's obligations. And so we expect to see more of these things going on, but it's a really incredible year for crypto, and we'd love to see more participation from everyone here.
Does it matter about the regulatory systems? Because that's one of the issues that people always bring up with this issue. I wonder what matters, and also who's doing it really well.
I do think if you look back in time as a U.S. citizen, one of the reasons why the United States led in the Internet of Information development is because there was regulatory clarity, regulatory certainty based on laws passed in the 90s. And what you're seeing now in blockchain and crypto, I think, is a similar dynamic where you have a category of countries that really have been on the leading edge of providing that clarity and certainty. So investors and entrepreneurs like you have on stage today can build companies with that clarity. Countries like the UK and Singapore and Switzerland and Japan and even the UAE have been really leaders in providing that regulatory certainty and that regulatory clarity. You're seeing more and more countries lean into that. Now, that isn't to say there are some countries, as I'm sure many here are aware, like China, that have taken a more negative view on occasion. But I think the long-term trend, as Mike was describing, you step back and think about over the last 6, 7, 8 years that all of us have been involved in this industry, you see a very positive trend line overall that I think is going to continue to grow globally because of the benefits to consumers, to the benefits of constituents that governments are representing, whether it's remittance costs in key corridors. It truly is the democratization of money, finance, allowing more people to come into the system.
Interesting. Did you want to follow up?
Sure. Listen, you know, any new industry that changes the world often creates a bubble, right? You had a railroad bubble, you had an internet bubble. It creates a bubble because the story becomes so clear to people that I got to be part of it. And when you have these manias, these surges of enthusiasm around something, you often get fringe players on the side that take advantage of that enthusiasm. And so it's regulators' job at times to police against that. And they're usually not great at it. But so they have a real role to stop the charlatans, to stop the bad actors. I would tell you the core of this movement, and most of the players aren't bad actors, and that we're not in a bubble yet. We had a little mini bubble in 2017. Now we're actually in a movement. And it's a movement that's gaining speed and legitimacy. And so the crypto community, the guys on stage and our brothers and sisters that are building these businesses, didn't do a good enough job, certainly in the United States, but everywhere, educating politicians, educating regulators. That's all changing. And so I'm confident that certainly in the US over the next 12 to 18 months, we get better regulation, more clarity. And I'm confident because crypto's really popular, right? There are over 200 million people on Earth that own part of a Bitcoin. There has never been a security, or not a security, there's never been an asset owned by more people at once. And so recently in the United States, the government tried to jam in to a piece of legislation some language that would be very bad for the crypto community. And over a weekend, the crypto world shut DC down with phone calls to senators, with emails. And it was the first time DC realized, oh my God, there's 60 million crypto voters in America. And so certainly in the Western democracies, the crypto voting...
What about in China? What about the recent actions of China?
Listen, China has a very different view on how they think the world should go, right? China's citizens are willing to give up a lot of their personal freedom for the collective good. And they have a president, President Xi, who went from a world where China was becoming more and more part of the global community to saying, I'm in charge. You can call him an emperor, you can call him what you want, but Xi has taken a very hard, fast view that his view of China should be the China that's going to happen. And so anything that threatens the Communist Party of China is bad right now. And they saw crypto, which is about freedom, which is about empowering individuals, which is about transparency, as really bad. If you want to be in charge of everything, you don't necessarily want so much transparency. And so for the rest of the world, you've got to decide what kind of society do you want to build. Do you want to build a society where freedom is important? Or do you want to build a society where one guy owning all the power is important?
I want to give you guys one quick question. Give me your best example of blockchain or crypto for good. We've got 39 seconds.
Sure. So anyone that wants to speak about this or how institutions get involved, I'd love to chat with you afterwards. But how it's for good, anyone in the world right now can download a piece of software that can enable them to become financially sovereign. If you think about that for just a second, they can basically build financial capabilities in their pocket on their smartphone that gives them access to the same things that people in Canary Wharf or Wall Street or Singapore have, but anywhere on the planet, regardless of the circumstances of their birth. So if we want to unlock a lot of human latent potential, let's give them tools to build wealth.
The for good that I think about today, where Ripple has focused, is really on reducing the friction as measured in cost and speed of payments, particularly around cross-border. I think people forget that remittance costs, which really are for populations of immigrants that can least afford that, can be 600 or 700 basis points on average globally. And so the for good is if we can bring that from 600 or 700 basis points and taking days and having lots of errors to taking seconds and costing 60 basis points, the for good, particularly for those segments of populations, is a lot of good.
Mike?
I would say that crypto started as a movement where a group of people say, we don't really trust the center. We don't trust these governments, big organizations, big banks anymore, right? It started from a breakdown of trust. And where it's for good is, it's a Gen Z and millennial revolution where they're building new systems of trust. Trust built with transparency. And so in a world that's balkanized like our world has, where politics are harder and harder, both in the US and globally, crypto is kind of a pan-political movement that's built around this concept of trust, and it's trust through transparency, and I think that's a spectacularly important idea.
Fascinating. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want you to actually, when you're backstage, have a listen to this next section, because crypto and blockchain can play a really important in counterfeiting and counterfeit goods as well, and I know you know about that. I encourage you to follow up with Hans later. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let me remind you of one of the important data points that Annalise Kerr pointed towards. Global trust in technology, all-time low. And it isn't just technology. Trust in government, media, institutions is low. But imagine if you can't even trust the products that you buy. Please now welcome a specialist on this subject, co-founder and CEO of Original All, Hans Schwab. How are you? So, first of all, counterfeiting, illicit trade. Why are we talking about this in a discussion about the metaverse?
Well, I think first of all, we need to put things a little bit into perspective. New frontier technologies have been estimated to be an opportunity today of 350 billion, and that could be a little bit over 3 trillion in 2025. Well, counterfeiting is a 4 trillion problem today. And that's not taking into consideration the impact of pandemic. These numbers were actually estimated in 2016. So it could be tremendously higher. And what does it mean, a $4 trillion problem? First of all, to put it into comparison, it would be the GDP somewhere in between of Germany and Japan. It's also 2.5 times all of the defense budgets of the world combined. And what's the impact on that? Well, for example, in Western Africa, one of the most impacted areas of the world, 70% of all pharmaceutical products are counterfeit. We still today have over 100,000 deaths from fake malaria medicines, despite all of the efforts of the Global Fund and other institutions, just from fake malaria in sub-Saharan Africa.
Why is there so much counterfeit?
Because we don't embrace the solution today. There are solutions, and we have miserably failed to address a physical problem that we have today that can be relatively easily solved with technology that we have today, and that we cannot afford to import into the new digital worlds that we're creating, because we will only accelerate the problem beyond what it is already.
Well, let's talk about those solutions. We were just speaking about cryptocurrency, about blockchain. What's your message for them? Can those decentralized databases and crypto help?
Well, first of all, the main message is build it into the architecture. It's anti-counterfeiting by design. In the same way we look at privacy and other issues that we architecture into our platforms from the onset. We need to do the same with counterfeiting. The technologies that exist today, for example, on pharmaceuticals, but on many other products, they are already on the product. We have just not made the effort to integrate it in a way so we can empower the people and law enforcement agencies to make the differentiation between a legitimate and a fake product. And when you look, and it's not an African problem, it's not a pharmaceutical problem, and it's certainly not a luxury problem. It affects everybody and everywhere, but in different proportions. Africa, which is a continent that we're working on right now, is among the most affected. I don't believe there is another area where countries have 70% of counterfeit medicines. But the WHO estimates that on a global scale, 10% of all pharmaceutical products are fake. So we need to act. We failed to act in the physical world. We still need to do that. There is a tremendous impact on humanity if we address a $4 trillion problem, which, by the way, directly finances criminal and terrorist activities and disruptive structures.
Well, we know
today
that
in the
North
world.
Korea, in fact, funds almost its entire economy on counterfeiting goods.
You're absolutely right, Edie. Korea is a good example. They even have cornered, it is called, well, sometimes Office or Division 39.
Right.
So they actually have their own structure to deal with the slush fund that is created with all the illicit activities that they do. And yes, they survive on it. But North Korea is by far not the only, may I call it, exporter of counterfeit goods. Many other countries are. I think they're obvious. And if we don't act, we have a problem, we call it an economic cancer in our hands, that will have a devastating social and economic impact.
I'm so sorry that we don't have more time for this, Hans, but I really appreciate your time. You've given us a lot to chew on about how we don't want to import these issues from the physical world into the digital world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I wonder if before we get our next guest on, we might pass back to our data futurist, Annalise Kerr, to give us a little bit more context for this world in which we're living in.
Thank you very much. The world we are living in, or the world we will be living in. So let's talk a little bit about next generation transformative tech. When we look at the data, the Internet of Things market is set to rise to about $1.5 trillion in the next 10 years. And that means that it's been tripling its revenue over from now till 2030. Artificial intelligence, extended realities, they're just some of the technology that has the potential, both in near and long-term futures, to completely transform the world as we know it. The metaverse, as we've heard, is a very, very exciting opportunity, and really this idea of the digital twins, as we heard, in order to really have those parallel worlds where we can test things and et cetera, et cetera. Now, over the next 5 years, we might even be spending more time in virtual worlds than we now do on the 2D internet. So really there is a lot happening. I was very inspired by the case study from NEOM. Now, the future is really coming faster than we think. AR, virtual reality, they could bring out on a net economic benefit of $1.5 trillion by 2030. And perhaps one day the metaverse will host entire virtual economies and societies and really have those currency we heard about, like NFTs. Some forecasts have even said that the influence over the metaverse will rival real-world political influences and communities, sort of a new world power online. So I think it's no wonder, as we also heard this morning, that investment interest in the metaverse is growing by the day. So really, as we can hear, as we see, frontier technology and humanity are on the agenda, and it's really about trust and transparency. Two of the questions that I really keep having in my head is, frontier technology are creating an abundance of digital jobs and services, but what elements are the most critical to building functional and human-centric ecosystems? As government, businesses, and individuals move to the cloud, how do we best shape a fair future, digital future for everyone? Thank you. Over to Edie.
So let's just reflect on one of those data points. Internet of Things forecast to rise to $1.5 trillion in 2030. tripling its revenue in 10 years. That's just one frontier technology that investors are putting their money into. So let's discuss now future funds, scaling new technologies. Please welcome CEO of SoftBank Investment Advisors, Rajiv Misra.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
So we've explored a lot of future technology, building the metaverse, quantum, looked at blockchain. What specific technologies do you think are the most promising for the future of investment, for economic growth, and for social impact?
Well, you can't make long-term forecasts because the disruptors of today are getting disrupted every year. I mean, if you look back a few years, even companies we have invested in, like Uber or DoorDash, they're getting disrupted by new technologies. But the digital transformation and disruption got accelerated in 2020 with COVID, where human behavior changed, I believe, semi-permanently. But the major industries that are promising for the next 2-3 years, well, two, because you can't predict beyond that, are education.
Is that because of the pandemic, do you think?
Because of the pandemic, and that behavioral change will stay, where a kid in a small town in India or Africa can access education from MIT or Stanford, and that's happening, and that's accelerating. Life sciences, the fact that we're using genetic engineering and AI, we could come up with a vaccine in 6 or 7 months from two small companies, not the big pharma out of Germany and Oxford, shows you how all the investments in life sciences will accelerate to find cure for a lot of lifestyle diseases and vaccines for other diseases. Financial services, one of the biggest industries. It's not just banking, it's not just transferring money, it's insurance, it's asset management. All that will get disrupted and is getting disrupted. So far it's only payments, but it's lending and so on. And the last, and there is a long list, but the last to me is e-commerce itself. The way you go and shop now on Amazon or Shopify will change with social e-commerce, where great influencers like you will show up on apps, and depending on what you're wearing, I just click on your bag or your shoes, and I can buy instantly, where influencers can influence, and social e-commerce is going to be very big. So fascinating industries.
Really fascinating.
As you just spoke about trillions of dollars of GDP growth coming from digital transformation. It's a fascinating world we live in.
So where do you see the most exciting parts of the world? Where is this opportunity going to emerge from?
Yeah, the opportunity is global, but where is the value? Where is there lack of capital? Where has capital not reached where you can invest and get better returns? And if you went back 1 year even, 18 months, it was Europe, Latin America, because there's a lot of capital in the US chasing those opportunities. But Europe did not have that kind of opportunities. The number of unicorns created in Europe has grown 5-fold in the last 2 to 3 years. In Vision Fund 1, we had 5 investments in Europe out of 80. In Vision Fund 2, we have 50 out of 150. So it shows you Europe is growing, Latin America is growing. Again, there's lack of capital, there's lack of mentors, there's lack of ecosystem. So if you can go in as a large technology investor, put capital to work, help those companies grow, I think those two are exciting. And the Middle East. Third, we've invested locally in a company called Uniphonics. In the GCC, is getting very exciting.
What about India?
India has had capital for a long time. I think it's a bit overheated as an investment. The valuations are
healthy,
are helping a lot, are high. So I mean, it's got 1.2 billion people. It's fascinating, but it's not. There is no lack of capital there, like it was the case in Latin America, which is behind by a few years. It was the case in Europe, in Israel, in the GCC.
So given what you've just said and the fact that capital isn't scarce, how do you think this is changing how early, late-stage venture funds are expanding to better support founders and to scale businesses?
So we disrupted the technology investing environment in 2017 with the Vision Fund, where in 17, 18, and 19, we were the only source of large capital, where a founder wanted $1 billion or $2 billion. There was only the Vision Fund. Now founders don't want that much capital because they think their valuations are going to go up, so they're going to take less capital and then raise again 6 months later or 1 year later. So capital is not a competitive weapon anymore. It's not a differentiator. You have to now go in, and the founder now will take capital from investment arms that provide more than capital, that provide an ecosystem. SoftBank and the Vision Fund now has 300 investments. So that ecosystem, where if you invest in a SaaS company, if you invest in an education technology company, or what have you, provides business opportunities for that company. If you invest in automation anywhere, which does robotic process automation, just our 300 companies, 50 of them will provide business. And the other aspect that we have a 30-man team, which is called the operating group, which helps these companies grow and do business with our own ecosystem and also grow geographically, get into Japan, get into Saudi, get into the UAE. So helping them grow in different regions, helping them do business with our ecosystem. They don't need a lot of help in strategic direction and running their business. They're very good at that. What they need is helping them connect to the rest of the ecosystem.
So I want to ask some shorter questions, get into specifics. I'll save you some time, because I imagine when you get cornered in parts of the conference, you might get asked about things like electric vehicles. What do you think?
Well, automobiles today are less hardware, more software, which is why Tesla is where it is. We have invested in a lot of autonomous companies, GM Cruise, Nuro, the Uber Autonomous, DD Autonomous, etc. So electric is not just electric. Electric is electric plus autonomous, which is what Tesla is. Tesla is valued where it is, not just because it's electric, but because it has the data, it has certain autonomous features. Of course, the aesthetics is great. So electric, I believe, it's not going to be a domain of a few companies. The existing Porsche has come out with a great electric vehicle. So is Mercedes coming out with it. So it's going to be a convergence of both electric, autonomous, and smart driving, which to avoid accidents, to help to assist the driver, and that's where the convergence is going to go. Of course, the basics about electric. It's about battery life, cost of battery. The biggest cost in an electric car is the battery.
Right.
And as the costs come down of storage of power, and the life of the battery, and the span of the battery, that's what's going to accelerate electric vehicles.
What about crypto and blockchain? Where are you investing, and where do you see the future there?
Well, you just heard from the experts before me. I was waiting in the back room. We have stayed away from coins because that to us...
Why is that?
That we can't quantify it. We can't put a mathematical model to it. But we believe cryptos and blockchain is here to stay. It is here to disrupt financial services. And it is doing that. It's here not to just disrupt financial services, but every walk of life where you could tokenize legal documents, you could tokenize your house registration, everything. And hence we are investing in infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I mean KYC, know your client. Infrastructure, I mean just processing power, etc. And we have invested in exchanges, FTX and others, where people will go in and trade their currencies. So we are not, I wouldn't say heavy investors, but we have started investing 4 months ago in the infrastructure of blockchain, not in the currencies itself. So we believe in crypto, but we're not that invested in, or we have stayed away from the currency, the coins.
Thank you so much. Love to keep you up here all day, but we'll let you get on with your day. Thank you so much for joining us here at FII 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll give one more time a chance for you to hear from our data futurist, Annalise Kerr. Give us some more data to contextualize this new world in which frontier technologies will take us into the metaverse. Annalise.
Thank you very much. I think we've heard about many data. You've seen the little data slides up there. And behind me is more a visionary, I would say, outlook, maybe look to 2050. What if we look to shape our future in a very different way? A future where we all came together to create a digital constitution, a values-driven agenda. I believe that should be the forefront of all global leadership. A scenario where leaders will say, I don't just want to be the best in the world, I want to be the best for the world. Because that thinking is needed if we do end up with machine super intelligence surpassing that of human intelligence. And this is actually already happening as we speak. So we must ensure that those technologies being built on a foundation that are being built today is on a foundation of shared values, so we can all benefit from the advances that are there. So my suggestion as a futurist is, what if some of those people here in this room could be architects of the future, architects of the global digital constitution? What should it say? Over to you, Edie.
Thank you, Annalise. I just want to end on where we started, which was we want to build this inclusive future, and we don't want to repeat the promises of some of the failures that we saw from the early internet. And it really is on all of us to decide. So thank you very much to all of my panelists here today for helping us explore the metaverse, and thank you to the audience as well, the citizens of the metaverse. Thank you.
Please welcome Amr Al-Madani, CEO, Royal Commission for Alula.
Got in the wrong place? It's a great pleasure to be here and speak to such a distinguished group about a very special destination, our corner of the world, Al-Ula, a gateway to northwest Saudi Arabia and home to the kingdom's first UNESCO heritage site. For thousands of years, humans have been passing through this oasis to meet, trade, and innovate. The Nabateans, the Lihyanites, the Dadanites, the Romans, and many more civilizations helped shape this landscape, carving elaborate structures into the rocks, creating aqueducts to capture and manage water. They lived in harmony with their environment in what we call today the cultural landscape, a place where a thriving environment facilitated a vibrant economy and allowed for international exchange to prosper. But these are all the characteristics we already strive for all over the world today. Such balance requires the realization that economy does not necessarily have to come in conflict with environment. They are mutually dependent. And Al-Ula is an example of just that. At the height of its success, this region was shaped by prosperous trade routes and a fertile landscape and succession of many innovative civilizations that called it home. Everything existed in a delicate balance. The session today is about sustainable tourism, but we in Al-Ula believe that the only way this can be achieved is within the context of a comprehensive regeneration program. Our approach relies on what we call the 3 Ps: place, product, and people. Let me start with the place. The stunning natural landscape that is Al-Ula. Its mountains and rocks have been shaped by millions of years and geological phenomena, and its heritage carved into its rocks by ancient ancestors. Al-Ula is also uniquely positioned as a gateway to Northwest Arabia. The potential of these assets combined is truly magnificent, and the promise to unlock this potential was realized and envisioned by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. And it is for Al-Ula to be a living museum, where every rock is a testimony, every journey is an exhibition, and every path is a path of history. But how do you achieve this? To achieve this promise, we needed to create an approach for our planning that is informed by the very specifics of Al-Ula's history and complex natural landscape. The process entailed detailed studies of the land, its ecological and archaeological characteristics, to determine what needs to be generated, conserved, and restored, and what could be developed in balance. It's all about getting this right balance. The continuity of human presence in Al-Ula for more than 200,000 years was not a coincidence. It was the result of a once vibrant, continuously vibrant oasis that provided the living bedrock for all these civilizations of the past to thrive. And our master plan intends to free the oasis from the effects of disruptive infrastructure and allow that oasis to breathe into the development. This will enhance the quality of life not only for Al-Ula's visitors, but for its residents alike. We've made also some tangible progress on the ground to date. We have seeded early investments to unlock Al-Ula's potential. More than $2 billion have already been successfully invested in tourism and community infrastructures. The expansion of Al-Ula's airport, the development of utility plants in our thriving Ashar Valley, the home to our new upcoming resorts, and the investment in bolstering infrastructure for security and smart city management. And these efforts will facilitate Al-Ula's growth going forward as we begin scaling for private sector-led development and investment. And this brings me to my second B, product. We have built a brand for Al-Ula that is centered around experience. One of our unique points is the silence of Al-Ula's valleys and canyons. And as with the landscape and the heritage that we need to preserve, the visitor experience was something that we have to protect with equal diligence. We carefully identified our audience key markets, and in just 1 year, we have grown our awareness globally in the targeted market by 15%, creating market size of qualified 7 million potential travelers and ongoing. To convert interest into action, we have trained nearly 13,000 travel agents globally, and that network will facilitate an unprecedented access for travelers around the world to Al-Ula. And on December 21, we will begin our third festival season. Under the banner of Al-Ula Moments, we will be launching 4 unique festivals: the familiar Winter at Tantura, Al-Ula Arts, Al-Ula Skies, and Al-Ula Wellness. And among the many hospitality projects currently in development in various stages, Banyan Tree and Habitats are opening resorts that respect and blend with their surroundings in Al-Ula. Our partners are emphasizing authentic experience today, which blur the borders that separate sand and sky, tourists and local, nation and neighbor, past and present, physical and spiritual. This touches on another aspect of our progress, the final and most important P, the people of Al-Ula. Capacity building in Al-Ula has been a strategic priority from the very beginning of our work. We know that our development will create the need for 75,000 new jobs by 2035. And that is to sustain our growing various industries in addition to tourism. For this, we will need motivated and skilled talent. Gratefully, our community is already 55,000 strong. And we are working with national and global partners to facilitate their success not only in Al-Ula and beyond. And they are already becoming a central part of our economic engine today. These are the people creating the crafts we see in our marketplaces in Al-Ula, telling the stories to Al-Ula's visitors, and advancing Al-Ula's development of local products and supplementing our workforces that is manifested in the multiple projects that are going live. In essence, we are building Al-Ula, we are building the capacity in Al-Ula to build Al-Ula from within. Our progress across the 3 Ps of place, product, and people is substantial, but we're only getting started. We're creating a solid foundation upon which to proceed with partners, investors, and operators around the world around the same value. Our vision for the future is clear, and we continue to invest in it. I want to leave you with an example of why all of this matters. Earlier this year, we celebrated the birth of a beautiful Arabian leopard in our breeding facilities in Taif. She represents hope for the future. In the wild, her species, which used to roam the mountains of Al-Ula, now numbers to only less than 200, a very critically endangered species. I look forward to the day when the cub and her family can roam back again freely in nature in Al-Ula, in our underdevelopment Shar'an nature reserves. But for this to happen, we collectively must hold true to our values and our vision alike. We must balance economics and environment. If we can achieve this, and I'm sure we will, by that time we will have built a special place, a place that can rightly be called a leading destination for natural and cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Our way of life has caught up with us, and we need to act. The history of sustainability has been a steep learning curve. As societies became richer, we began to understand our impact on the planet. Doing the right thing moved into everyday life and conversations. We became aware of how our actions affect the climate. Short-term thinking is one of the greatest challenges facing humanity. Climate change is not some future threat, but today's reality. Long-term thinking is the next frontier of leadership and investment. In many ways, we're still moving in the wrong direction. The circular economy shrank by 0.5% from 2018 to 2020. Global resilience will only be achieved once our actions include environmental and social goals. Timely action on current crises must be central to any business model and will open a myriad of economic opportunities.
Please welcome Annelies Kjaer, data futurist and founder, Kjaer Global. Please also welcome Nick Gowing, founder, Thinking the Unthinkable, and international broadcast journalist.
Welcome, everybody. We want to move forward at high speed with a temperature check on where things are at the moment. And Annalisa is going to give us some data. Then we'll pick it up with the panel. We've got 45 minutes, a lot to get in, and the planet is still warming. Annalisa.
Thank you, Nick. When we gathered the evidence for the video and put it together with our team, it was really staggering that the crisis we face is really undeniable. Doing further research, updating the data panels just last night, we really got the clear message we need to act now. And in fact, David Attenborough was just in the news saying that yesterday. The other news was from last night that the UN emission gap report sort of had the headline, a thundering wake-up call regarding the future of the emission gap. So Guterres said that we really are looking at not just an emission gap, but also a leadership gap. Now, of course, while fear tends to paralyze us, I think inspiration should be there right now. Inspiration to positive, bold action, because that's what we need. We've heard already from the Kingdom quite a few inspiring kind of action towards really changing the world as we know it. But we really need to look no further than the pandemic to see how quickly, when we are in sort of fear or fight mode, that we just revert to old habits. In at least 18 of the world's biggest economies, the pandemic rescue packets were dominated by spending that had harmful impact on the environment. Some of the other data is really quite clear. 95% of people globally believe the international cooperation is critical to solving global crisis. Yet only 1 in 4 people believe that it would be possible to collaborate to change where we are at now. So really, the question is, how do we create a shared vision for action when trust in governments and media and business continue to decline? And last but not least, this lack of belief in the possibility of building a resilient future, I guess, is the most alarming news of the day. So really, for change, we need equality, inclusion, and social sustainability, because that is really what will be integral to the success of getting the temperature down. Thank you.
Thanks, Annalise. We'll be back to you during the session. Let me just repeat what she said right at the end, this lack of belief in the possibility of building a resilient future, and that is alarming. Let me introduce the panelists. From the far side, Noel Quinn, who's Group Chief Executive of HSBC. You've had a good week, Noel. You've announced a 74% increase in profits and also potentially a $2 billion share buyback. Yep. So welcome.
Thank you.
John Green, welcome. Chief Commercial Officer of 91, dual listed in London and Johannesburg. I'm tempted to say you're not the boy band from Kazakhstan, which is also 91. Julia Hoggett, welcome. Since April, the Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange, but until then, and that's important for this discussion, you were Director of Market Oversight at the Financial Conduct Authority in the United Kingdom. So that's an important perspective to bring to this discussion. Then we have Akim Doda, who's Chief Executive of the Gabonese Sovereign Wealth Fund. Welcome. And finally, Fahad Al-Saif, welcome, who is now Head of Global Capital Finance at the Public Investment Fund. But right at the get-go, I'd like to ask each of you in 15 seconds, do you recognize what is being said out there about the lack of trust that things can be done at the speed that is necessary? Because just to quote to you from that new GAP report, it's very clear that we have 8 years, according to the head of the United Nations Environment Programme, 8 years in which to claw back what is necessary to make sure that we stay probably within 1.5, but maybe within 2.7. Let me just go along the road literally in 15 seconds. First of all, your view from Saudi.
Serious challenge. Massive capital has to be deployed. How to raise this capital is the issue. The sense of urgency, as far as we believe, it is not there yet. There has to be collaboration, as the speech that we have received, across global institutions.
So there's a trust problem you recognize?
It's a trust problem in delivering rather than the intent is there.
All right, Akim, what's your view from Gabon?
We definitely have a trust issue there, because definitely we're not on track anymore for the 1.5 degree commitment. And there, we really need to have the parties to enforce and accelerate the collaboration between them. And a lot is expected from the Global North on that topic. A lot of commitment, a lot of promises have been made, but very little has been delivered.
Julia.
I understand the trust problem, and I think the scale of the problem is the reason for the trust problem. The other point that was made was the paralysis and the fear when something is such a big problem to solve. And I think one of the responsibilities on all of us is, as we do re-architect the financial system, we actually talk about it and explain it so that people can understand how that system is pivoting in service of the planet. And I think if you just talk about it as initiatives and don't talk about it in a way that resonates, that trust will not change. And that's one of our duties.
John.
I think there's a trust problem for sure, but I think more so there's a belief problem at the moment. This is an enormous challenge, an enormous task. And so investors are right to be questioning. The big challenge in our view is solving the emissions problem in developing countries. That's not getting enough attention, and without it getting the right attention, we won't meet this task or this challenge.
Noel, what are your customers saying right around the world, more than 60 countries?
Well, I think there's a difference. There is a trust deficit amongst a number of commentators that are looking in on governments and corporates. But from the conversations I have with clients, I don't share that trust deficit. The conversations I'm having is there is a huge amount of detail underpinning the phrase transition into net zero. And I think if we're to overcome the public trust deficit or the lobby group trust deficit, we have to bring definition to that statement, transition into net zero. And then we have to deliver against that definition. So it's all about the detail, and we've got to go below that high-level phrase.
Agree. All right, well, that's what Inga Anderson, the executive director of UNEP, has said in the last 24 hours. This is now a time-critical issue. And also Guterres, the UN Secretary General, has said very clearly we're facing, quote, he said it before, but we are now facing a climate catastrophe, even if we hold to 1.5 degrees. So I'm putting that out there to show you that, partly because of Glasgow, we're moving very rapidly, and it's setting the context for what we want to discuss here about regulation and the temperature check and the way the financial services, the financial markets are moving in response to what is happening. Everyone on the platform has got experience in this. And I'd like to turn to Julia first, if I may. You are, after all, only 6 months in the job. But you were doing that job in London, which was essentially a global job as well, of overseeing where things are going. A quick audit, please. You say there's a problem of initiative-itis, as you put it. Yes. Far too many initiatives. But actually, do we need as many initiatives? Do we need more?
Yes, good question. So I don't think there are too many initiatives, because actually to transform the way we function, you need a lot of change and you need people to have commitments to do things. I've described this as initiative-itis because it also drowns out any sense of a real sense of where we're actually going and in service of what. To me, the run-up to COP has generated those initiatives. The 6 months after COP are probably some of the most critical 6 months we face, because that's where we turn those announcements into dedicated action that will change how we function. Now, I'm a former regulator, and I also run a stock exchange, so I fundamentally believe...
But it's still in your blood.
It is in my blood, I'm afraid. And so I believe in pipes and plumbing, and I think that they're absolutely critical to how you make markets change. And that is the key thing that I think we'll have to transition over the next 6 months.
Is there coordination between you and other stock exchanges of the kind that is needed?
I believe there is. I'm not certain it's widely understood, but under the United Nations Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative, we are all collaborating to make sure that we're setting common standards and common approaches, because the most important thing is that all capital moves in service of this objective, and also it can't, those acting against this objective can't hide and still gain fundamental access to finance. And so that is the principle behind which we're collaborating.
Now, Fadla Saif, you described yourself to me as the plumber. So we've just heard plumbing as well from the London Stock Exchange. Explain what you think is happening and the speed at which it is happening and the imperative which is out there.
I think with all of the promises that has been made, with good intentions to ensure that we are able to contain this issue that we are all facing in a time constraint, as mentioned, in several years. It's no more a niche market. If I, as an issuer or an investor, it's not an extra mile. It's becoming a norm and a prerequisite. That's one of the concerns that we have. Does the market actually behave that this is no more a niche and it's becoming a norm? Yep. The geographical imbalances. Yes, all of these initiatives are bypassing developing countries, but the developed countries are able to extract the capital raise and the capital deployment. How are we able to ensure that there is a balance globally that all of us collectively we are able to achieve? Standardization. How are we able to become inclusive without standardization? It's a channel, it's a plumbing system, as you mentioned. You put it somewhere, you have an output somewhere. There is a capital raise and a capital investment need. We have to make sure that the plumbing system does have the right standardization and it's no more an extra mile to be done.
And quickly, do you believe it's moving in the right direction at the right speed? Can there be more momentum, more acceleration, more speed?
I don't think there is an option. We have all of us collectively to make sure that we are we are setting the expectations and everybody is able to run with the same pace. What I worry about is the imbalances in the pace that we are all moving toward to. And hence, if I have an initiative that I wanted to raise capital, there has to be a standardization. Where should I deploy that capital? There are concerns of greenwashing. Am I correct? How can we make sure that we give the investor the complete confidence and credibility that this sector is becoming very well regularized? It's the absolute value versus the relative value. Which one comes before the other? Is the conventional still absolute and the ESG, green, whatever, is a relative value, or vice versa? That's what should be solving.
I can see John and Noel nodding. They'll come to you in a moment because, Akim, we just heard there the fear that your kind of countries, your developing countries, are being, quote, bypassed in all of this. Do you feel bypassed?
When it's put like the way it was just put, or the way the question was framed, it's always intriguing. I'm always amazed because this is a story where we can't be bypassed. The issue of climate change is something that concerns the whole of the humanity, right? And when we talk about emerging countries, or let's say Africa, and let's put it in the context of Africa right now. Africa only contributes 3% to the global manufacturing greenhouse gas emission, widely. Yet we still need 2 trillion to meet the net zero objective in the next 30 years. So when you look at this magnitude of numbers, we do realize that we need those partnerships to be in place because public funding alone would not be sufficient. And that's where I believe that a financial institution or sovereign wealth fund have a role to play there. And when it was mentioned earlier, talking about regulations as well, because sovereign wealth fund can be used as a conduit between those two factions, between the public sector and the private sector, and help countries craft policies that will make investment more conducive in their country.
Let me press you on one thing. Give me just no more than a minute.
Yeah.
In your bio and in your CV and in the profile of you and your fund, you talk about creating sustainable financial assets. How do you do that in a developing country like Gabon?
Basically, we have challenges in terms of transforming our economies. We need energy, for instance. How do we use the revenues that we can generate from oil to build sustainable investments, such as hydrodam? And how do we attract foreign direct investment in the country? And that's what we do. For instance, we recently closed a transaction I mentioned to you earlier with Meridiam to build a hydrodam in the capital city of Gabon. And it's the first IPP in the country, and it will be saving 130,000 130,000 tons of CO2 every year. And the fact that we were able to attract an international partner in that transaction that helped us structure the transaction in the way that it was viable for our natural ecosystems and our biodiversity.
I should ask Julia before I go to John, and because actually you spent some time examining Africa, you're not just thinking about the London Stock Exchange, your quick reflection on that, given the enormity of the temperature check, which has got to be done right across the world, including in developing countries.
I think there are two conversations we need to have, which is the flow of capital into the transition that the climate as a whole needs to make, and the flow of capital between the global north and the global south. Now, the London Stock Exchange actually, as a market, has the most investment in Africa of almost any,
So
I think, of any stock exchange.
Influence.
But, well, we have a duty to, I think. But I also think that we can't disconnect those two conversations, because this is a global problem that requires really to assess the fact that there's been an imbalance of capital flows between the global north and the global south.
Now,
there is, sorry, forgive me, there is a way of unlocking that, which is that, as we've talked about in Gabon, it's one of the only countries that actually has a positive impact on the planet from a CO2 point of view. Now, the more we recognize the value of that contribution that economies can make, and actually it has a value within the way markets function, then the more actually the transition of capital between the north and south, I think, will change. And that is one of the things that has to be unlocked. It's one of the key focuses of COP. And I think it's one of those things where we'll know that the plumbing is really starting to work in the right direction.
All right, well, let's get a view from the consumers of the plumbing. John, and also, of course, Noel, you're creating one of the biggest plumbing systems around the world. But John, from your perspective as an asset manager and investor for the last 30 years, what's your reflection on the speed, the capability, the effectiveness, and the energy that's now entering the market?
So I think many of those I would have different answers to, but one's dependent on the other. I think the first thing to say is that the energy around this issue is enormous, absolutely enormous. We've seen
and productive.
Through these 2 days. We see it when I talk to clients every day. Probably 60% of my conversation is about what are you doing to decarbonize our portfolios? How are you thinking about transition? How are we going to meet our net zero goals? 60 to 70% of our discussions with clients. Energy is absolutely there. I think action in terms of real financing is not there. Climate Finance Initiative reported just 2 weeks ago said total spend on climate finance was $650 billion against the targets we've heard over the last 2 days, 4 to 5 trillion, 657. Increase of only 13% year on year. So we're not getting there when it comes to
What's
finance.
missing?
I think tackling the developing economy problem. So of that 650 billion, only 150 spent in developing economies. Developing economies today account for more than 50% of carbon emitted. More than 50%. They will account for more than 90% of the growth. And they received less than 20% of the finance. And of that, the most of it came from banks. Very little of it came from private finance outside of the banking system. And I think there are problems in the way in which long-term capital is thinking about portfolio level metrics that is working against financial investment behind this problem. We have to change that.
We're going to go to Annalisa again for another data shot. But Noel, pick up, because earlier this year, you were involved in an FII gathering like this, and you made a point of actually saying that you personally are going through a transition and have been going through a transition in your 2 years as a global chief executive. And that's been important for driving the way HSBC is moving forward globally. Just reflect on the plumbing system, the developing world, and how you see this now moving.
Well, Nick, fundamentally I'm an optimist, but I base that optimism at the moment on climate, on the conversations I'm having with my own customers, with governments. And I believe the acceleration on this initiative is really, really fast. And I think COVID has had an impact on that. I think COVID was the wake-up call for a lot of us to say a natural event can have a devastating effect on the global economy. And therefore, I think it has mobilized people behind the urgency of the climate challenges we face. So that's one thing. So I believe acceleration is taking place, and I think this conference this week is evidence of that. But I also see that at a detailed level in the conversations I have with clients. Now, how do you accelerate it even further? I'm also a realist. Much of this technological innovation will require significant capital investment to scale it. That capital investment can't be fully funded out of public sector alone. It has to be funded out of public and private on a blended finance basis. To really bring private sector finance into many of these projects, there has to be clarity about what those projects are trying to achieve. There is one other challenge that we all face. You know, if you've got a single purpose vehicle and it houses a project that is clearly green, it's relatively easy to get funding into that project. If you have an existing industrial corporate company, and that today is a mixture of portfolios, some of which are green and some of which are brown, there is a temptation for the world to say that's a bad corporate, and this single purpose vehicle is a good corporate. And that's not realistic, because what we need to do is to put the finance behind those companies that are going to transition. We need to help those companies transition off their current technology base onto the new technology base. And we, the financial services sector, whether it's equity or debt, on balance sheet for banks or in capital markets, have to get comfortable transitioning corporates from where they are to where they need to be. And there's a significant amount of external commentary that is not accepting of that, and we have to ride through it. Yep. And that's what I've been working on with the task force of 11 banks, to try and bring definition for all of the industrial base of the world, not just the SPVs of the world that are truly green, to help them keep the finance necessary for them to fund the transition from today's technology to tomorrow's.
And what's your progress report? You're a leading figure in GFANZ, for example.
Yeah, and we published a report last week. I'm not the best marketeer in the world, so we called it the Practitioner's Guide. It's for 11 banks that represented different parts of the world. And we said that if, as a bank, you use the phrase, "we're transitioning to net zero," then you put in place this architecture of definition, of disclosure, of measurement, of target setting. It should be science-based. We published that last week. We think that's an important statement for the banking sector to make, to say, transitioning to net zero is not a marketing line. It means the following. Yeah. And measure us against that, and we are committed to transition. We do not believe in withdrawal. Now, I think we need that at every level of company existence, that level of definition of what transition to net zero means. I think we need that at governmental level. The devil's in the detail, and if you've got the detail, you can attract the finance and you can defend your position.
Yeah, let's pick up on the issue of fresh thinking. Annalisa, you've got some thoughts on the data on fresh thinking that's needed everywhere.
Absolute. I mean, the writing is on the wall. And as we've heard from the panel, business as usual is just no longer an option. I see that those leaders with the right approach, they will see these challenges we face as an opportunity to invest in the greater good of humanity. I really like the proverb that says, when the wind of change rises, you have two options. You can either build walls or you can build windmills. And obviously, being Nordic, I believe that we should harvest the wind of change. Investors are already benefiting from green investments, and it is a trend that is only accelerating. In the data, really, asset management with focus on ESG impact could climb to 53 trillion by 2025. So we all need to work actively to solve our global challenges. It's really about collaboration, everyone around the table, to understand how we can invest in new business models and new ways of thinking, getting everyone to contribute. So we can't really wait. The future is circular. Linear thinking is yesterday. We cannot continue down that trajectory. 19% of the world economy will have to be circular to close the emission gap by 2032. But unfortunately, over the last 2 years, we've seen the circular economy go back by 0.5%. So it's time for fresh thinking, and we can foster resilient economies if we prepare to invest in the future today that we wish to have tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Annalisa. And it's interesting and important that Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, yesterday said on the emissions gap report, he talked about it as signaling, quote, a climate catastrophe, but he also said there are some hopeful signs in this report. But he did go on to say the emissions gap is the result of a leadership gap. Here we have leaders. How are you changing the way you operate internally to change mindsets, to change culture, so that you can sit here on a platform, but actually right down through the organization, there's a sense of rethinking. We've heard it from what's been going on here in the last 3 days with the enormous initiative you've been taking, but that requires change as well in your ministries and change in offices like yours.
For the past 10 days, all we were talking about is the risk and how to mitigate it. And hence, I will use Noel's quote, commitment to transition. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have set targets top down on net zero economy by 2060, and all of the achievements that we wanted to, all of the KPIs that we wanted to achieve and how to achieve them in the coming 10 to the coming 20 years. PIF as a sovereign wealth fund, it's at the upstream layer of pushing and leading the change. The energy mix strategy of the kingdom, 50% of it is renewable energy. 70% of that is on PIF to deliver between now and 2030. We are keen and eager to spearhead raising the bar in the region. And hence all of the initiatives that we are doing, starting from renewable energy to social change to governance and best practices to be applied. In fact, the capital deployment does have guidelines toward ESG factors. The capital raising as well is to prove that we are setting the benchmark higher. It has to be to the best standards globally when it comes to ESG standards.
But this is about a massive change, and the work we're doing in thinking the unthinkable is that the trouble is the way people are qualified for their jobs disqualifies them in many ways from appreciating the scale of the change that's needed. And I think it's fair to say that at the first FII 5 years ago, I wouldn't say that the kind of discussions we're having here were in any way top of the agenda. So this requires a significant change of thinking.
Indeed, who would assume 2 years ago we were having this discussion just before the panel? It was, as I said, it was an extra mile, something to be given as a headline, rather than today, you are mandated to lead. Hence, a lot of intellectual, organizational capacities, standards, processes has to be applied for you to ensure that you have the norm to be applied by others. Setting the standards for all of the private sector in the kingdom, it is something that we feel that we are obliged to deliver.
Julia, you're, after all, running quite a traditional organization, or what has been, with a lot of traditional mindset and thinking. And I can imagine you've had some interesting conversations in the last 6 months. Where would you say the challenge is? Because we are talking about a temperature check, and that's actually about a temperature of your staff as well, to make them think in a different and sustainable way. Not about immediate profits tomorrow, let's turn a fast buck, but how that investment is going to be sustainable as well.
Interestingly, actually, coming to the London Stock Exchange Group was partly because of the sustainability history it already had when I arrived. So quite a lot of my colleagues had already got the point a long time ago. We are a very old institution, but we live in today and we set ourselves up for tomorrow, so we have to be thinking that way. The key challenge I've set my staff, and they have, I think, got sick of the phrase, is how we turn ESG into BAU. If you think about the way markets are structured right now...
Do they all understand it, do you think?
They do, but I'll explain what that means. So one of the challenges is that at the moment, a lot of our financing vehicles for green, and Noel was describing exactly this issue, are segmented. They're bifurcated flows of capital, which don't reflect the total flows of capital that take place in the market as a whole. They only sort of talk to one part of it. And it also makes a very binary discussion because it doesn't accommodate the transition financing discussion, it just accommodates the green economy discussion. What we're seeking to do is take those massive segments that we've built and led on, but to transition to thinking about how you actually cover the entirety of the activity that takes place across the London Stock Exchange. And so even last week, we invested in, with the Transition Pathway Initiative, some work with the London School of Economics in order to increase the coverage of the securities from 400 to 10,000, and that includes fixed income as well as companies. And that is part of enabling investors to think in any part of the investment chain that they make, how they understand the climate impact. And so the hardest challenge I've had is to work with these colleagues who've worked so tirelessly to create these segments, to say, I love what you've done, but we're going to start unpacking them and turning this into how we operate as BAU over the course of the next few years. But there is no debate about that direction of travel at all.
Can it be done at the speed and with the intensity that is clearly required
Yes.
in order to meet greenhouse gas emission targets?
I think the architecting piece, actually with the intent and the policy framework that we have in the UK and the globalized intent that we see through the UNSSE, yes, we can make those changes. I think one of the things I've thought about in terms of COVID is I described it as the fierce urgency of now that COVID generated for all of us. We had a common enemy, and the transitions that actually happened, notwithstanding some of the government investment, the change that we all made in a very short space of time was remarkable. We need to harness that same fierce urgency coming out of COVID into this climate crisis, and that's our duty to do so. And we have to put that pressure on our people to make those changes too.
Akim, so your redefinition, you come from, if you like, the other end of the spectrum, but moving very fast for resilient new thinking. How do you impose that, and how do you create it in a country like Gabon?
Thank you, Nick. What is quite interesting is Gabon, although being an oil-producing country, we have been having sustainable development in our DNA. Why am I saying that? We have 87% of our territory covered by forest. And this didn't just happen by miracle. It's really because our forefathers have been intentional in preserving that natural heritage for the Gabonese future generation and for the rest of the planet today, right? But what happened is, I was mentioning it earlier when we were talking about the fact that Gabon today emits around 20 million tons of carbons per year. And our forests absorb around 140 million tons. So basically, we're a net absorber of over 100 million tons. Now, the question and the challenge is, do we have a market for that carbon? How do we create an economically viable pathway for those carbons credits so that we can have the massive amount that are required to meet our challenges in terms of creating jobs for our youth? Our economies are under pressure. So those are really the conversation we need to have with all the parties to say that, okay, how do we build this sustainable platform that will benefit the whole of the humanity?
And do you have access to the skills you need for that kind of transition, which has got to be significantly speeded up?
Exactly. And that's why we are on this type of platform, because if it's only the transition of our country, that we can do. And that's why we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund doing partnerships, talking to partners such as PIF to see how we can finance our transition, even our energy mix transition, moving from a country that has been exporting raw material to a country that is exporting now finished goods, right? But we need to scale up the conversation, and we need to speed it up, because time is not for half-hearted measures anymore. We need really concrete actions.
John and Noel, the change in mindset, the change in thinking as well. I mean, I remember at the Green Horizon Summit in London 2 years ago, it being very clear that there was a significant legacy within the finance business, which was, we don't really need to do green yet. Yeah. Do you think that has changed significantly?
Nick, absolutely it's changed, but I think there's a bigger challenge. I mean, the investment industry has spent the last 10 years sort of reducing and simplifying the way it does things, using data to find insights. Data is inherently backward-looking. The problem we have here is a forward-looking, judgmental problem. And so we're spending time reskilling our teams, thinking about how do you genuinely understand transition in a company. It's not a single portfolio measure. The approach that is really coursing through the veins of the investment industry is is manage this problem by numbers. You can't manage this problem by numbers. We have to change that. It's back to fundamental good analysis of transition plans, of transition pathways, and how to back that process. Massive change for the investment industry.
But you know what's happening? There are those who are the opportunists in your business who are saying, let's make some money out of legacy assets which are being offloaded. We can make a quick buck there.
Yes, and I mean, even the data here says 58 trillion is going to be run in ESG portfolios. 3/4 of that is by numbers. That doesn't address the problem that we have to address, which is a sensible and well-financed transition. If we don't address that, we're not going to achieve this. And that's the challenge that the investment industry now faces. We have to turn, on our heads, back from passive and managed by numbers to real good fundamental analysis.
Is there a will to do that, do you believe?
I think there is, yes. We've just spent an enormous amount of time sending our entire investment team to Imperial College to learn about how to think about transition. When Noel's team comes to our team and says we have a transition opportunity, they understand that properly. And so we just need the backing of asset owners to understand that that's the way they need to deploy their capital, and that's beginning to happen. It has to scale up massively, and it is a challenge, but there's a lot happening.
Annelies, let me invite you up for your third intervention, but I want to go to Noel first, because you've talked openly as well, Noel, about the impact that the COVID has on the work mentality within HSBC, an enormous bank. What are you seeing internally about the temperature and how you're changing your own mindsets, right from you at the top level in Canary Wharf, right across Hong Kong, through 60+ nations? Are you creating a new cultural mindset to make sure that green and this kind of opportunity is at the center of your business opportunities?
Yeah, firstly, let me reflect on the last 18 months. 220,000 colleagues in 60 countries around the world. 90% of them were working from home for the past 18 months. And they kept a global institution operating, not just operating, but operating well. And all credit to them, they did a phenomenal job. We placed a huge amount of trust in them, and they delivered. Now, I said to them earlier this year, we've been around for 156 years as an institution. We've seen the industrial and commercial landscape of the world change dramatically in that history. And we're about to see the next radical transformation of the industrial landscape of the world. Unfortunately, it's got to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, I want 220,000 people in 60 countries around the world mobilized on that the way they were mobilized in the last 18 months. And actually, of all of the emails I got last year in all of the challenges and issues we were dealing with, that was the single biggest issue where I got feedback from our colleagues, and it was hugely positive. They're up for it. But we also know that we've got to re-educate ourselves. I'm learning, I'm not a scientist. I don't know carbon capture technology. I don't know hydrogen. I've got to learn, and I'm learning, and our colleagues have got to learn. So I've got a cultural change program running at the moment where we're trying to raise the knowledge base of our people so that they're better able to assess the innovative projects that are going to come across their desk. They've been used to banking traditional business models. They know the cash flows, they know the technology, it's understandable, and now they've got to look at new business models and new technologies that are unproven, and they've got to work out new financing methodologies, and they've got to do that globally, cross-border. And that's a huge training and cultural change program, but we've all got to go through that. PIF are doing it, we're all doing it, John's doing it.
That's an important message for everyone out there.
Yeah. But I'm not saying it just because I'm here, but the energy level in this room and in this conference center over the past few days, I got here Saturday, is huge. You can feel the commitment, you can feel the creativity, and you can feel the innovation. We've all got to get behind it, and if you get behind it, it can happen. The scientists did an amazing job last year, amazing. We all thought it would take 2 to 3 years to get a vaccine. The scientists did an amazing job, they did it in 12 months. We've got to create that same environment behind this. Now, unfortunately, the execution of that vaccine has not been as positive an experience in all markets of the world as the creation of the vaccine. And what we've got to do is mix public sector, private sector, execution capability to harness the technology and the innovation that's taking place on climate.
That's a big challenge. Bill Gates says, of course, we had a vaccine for COVID, but we haven't got a vaccine for the climate emergency. Annalisa, we've got 5 minutes to run, so just put something else on our agenda for the last 5 minutes on resilience. Microphone, please.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Nick. So much to say, so little time, but I would say, as the panel focused on, fast transition is needed, and really lifelong learning is key here. We need to continuously learn about how we can do things better, and for that we really need a whole new mindset. We heard earlier about the 3 Ps, but in my book, really the 4 P bottom line is the best way to sort of frame it, because the principles are so simple. Once we balance people and planet with a purposeful, eases to match, then again we feed into our environment rather than just feeding off it. And that is really the key to ensure long-term prosperity. The data is there. Half of the world's GDP depend on nature, and between now and 2030, the restoration of 350 million hectares of degraded ecosystem could mean that we would get a 9 trillion return in ecosystem services. So really, regeneration is a key opportunity for economic growth. And also, I would say that it's also key when we think about investing in humanity. It's key to the resilience of people and our planet, but it requires us to really reimagine business as usual. Because as people, we need to understand that we have to reconnect not just to nature, but our own nature and the really natural processes that nourish and sustain us. And my question really is, what innovations could we do today? What investment could we do so we can all prosper, not just in 100 years into the future? Imagine 1,000 years into the future. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks,
Thank you to
Emily.
the panel.
I'd like to put to you that this has been remarkably rapid in terms of the adoption. Since the Dasgupta report, which was literally 6 months ago, saying that nature and the role of nature in economic activity has simply been ignored. There's been a massive change. I'm going to be running a nature newsroom at COP next week in Glasgow. What's your assessment? We've only got 5 minutes to run about the new role of nature, the fact that most economic activity up to now has ignored the impact it's having on nature. That's a massive mindset. What's the view here in Saudi?
Let me take it a step backwards. We do have the principles of social developmental goals that everybody actually nowadays go through them and try to comprehend them and understand them. What are we planning to do in the kingdom is to ensure there is affordable energy, commitment to climate change, and also affordable communities and cities. This is all summed up by all of the initiatives that the kingdom is taking, more precisely the Public Investment Fund, the NEOM, the Red Sea, the renewable sector energy, the 2060 zero emission carbon target, the 278 million tons of carbon emissions reduction that we are actually aspiring to as a KPI by 2030. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is playing a major role to ensure that we are able to collaborate and to ensure that we are able to set the new benchmarks.
But that's going to be a massive change.
Indeed, and we are willing to take that challenge. The intent is there, the capacity is there, the trajectory is there, and we have all what you have to prove that we are able to progress. I don't mind not achieving the target, but I would be very shameful if I'm not able, if I have taken dramatic decisions by taking U-turns.
Julia, what's your view? Are you seeing a dramatic recognition within those who trade with you and on the stock exchange that there's been a massive neglect of nature and there has to be an enormous change of thinking?
Yes, I am. So the first thing is, I describe it as we're living in a Moore's law of acronyms at the moment, because not only do we have financial services acronyms, we now have climate change acronyms as well. And we have the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, which is already embedded in premium-listed companies in the UK. Sorry, Noel. But actually, there's the same discussion for TCND, for nature disclosures. And one of the fascinating things is this is a world where finance and physics need to meet, and indeed finance and biology need to meet. And increasingly, you can identify how much any production is dependent on nature and a natural ecosystem. There is far more information out there than has been clashed together in the past. And my sense is that that is exactly the next conversation where TCND will be as important as TCFD, and we will be making that transition. And that has happened in a short space of time, but I don't feel it meeting any resistance. I feel it meeting right, that's the next challenge we have to hit, but no more than that.
Okay, right. And John, quickly, the idea that green also includes nature.
Yes, I think nature has a massive role to play coming from Africa. We know that, but you have to find a way to put a value on the benefit that nature brings. And Bill was talking this morning about voluntary carbon credits. I think that's definitely part of the solution, but all of the companies we deal with, we're asking them that question. How are you thinking about your impact on nature? So it will change.
Akim, and your perspective from Gabon.
Obviously, you mentioned it, the natural negative impact of climate change of nature for us is something that we're aware of, in the sense that we know that today Gabon is based in the Congo Basin, which represents 10% of the world biodiversity. Should that Congo Basin disappear, that will have an impact all the way to Egypt, right? So that's why in Gabon, even in terms of energy transition, we're moving to a mix of 50-50 renewable energy to fossil fuel, to 80% of our energy coming from renewable energy and 20% coming from natural gas. We're also launching initiatives at the sovereign welfare level to develop cross-laminated timber solutions. So we're building the first tower made of cross-laminated timber. We're not naive. We do know that a transition from concrete and steel to cross-laminated timber will not happen overnight, but we do believe that it will take an investor, two investors, or three investors to take the bets and set the trends, and hopefully our peers will follow.
No, last word, because you're dealing with customers. Customers want to make a profit, one way or the other, whether they're small, medium, or large. But they also need to understand the environment in which they are operating and which they can flourish in future. How much are your staff meeting customers, emphasizing these new realities we've been talking about? A minute.
This conversation is part of pretty much every dialogue that's taking place between relationship managers and clients at the moment. This is not new. This is center to everything they're having dialogue around. And on nature, I just got one thing to say on that. It absolutely has to be part of the mix. The clue's in net zero. It has to be. But the real challenge on nature, it has to be a global solution, because capital in one part of the world needs to find a project in another part of the world. And the people looking at us all, the lobbyists and the NGOs and everyone, needs to understand there has to be capital flow from one part of the world to the nature-based solutions in another part of the world, and that there is a valid role for that, and it's part of the solution. And offset, therefore, sometimes is a word that creates a negative reaction. It's a reality when it comes to nature. And we have to find a means to transmit capital from the developed to the developing with legitimacy and with acceptability, because that is part of the equation.
No, thank you very much indeed. And thank you all. I've got to stop, I'm being told. We're running over time. But that was a very rich 45 minutes, so thank you very much. We hope we've given you a temperature check. The temperature hasn't gone up in this room, but actually the warning is out there that we're heading for 2.7 degrees. So thank you all very much indeed. I have to say we're continuing this discussion with some other guests at 2 o'clock across in the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. So please come there, including one of your senior sustainability managers. So welcome, HSBC. So thank you very much indeed.
on this stage, I said that the story of the Red Sea project began with a turtle. I said we would transform a stunning area of the Saudi Arabian coast into a luxury tourism destination.
فقبل تحقق أي شيء تحتاج تبني الفريق، لكن احنا نطمح للأفضل.
We're delivering on those commitments. Actually, we're passionate about developing the destination in perfect harmony with the environment.
إذا أمامنا أي فرصة سوف نعمل عليها، سواء كانت 10 فرص أو 100 فرصة أو 1000 فرصة أو 10,000 فرصة، ونطور قدراتنا البشرية.
And why the Red Sea is leading the way. Love to invite you to join us on our incredible journey.
Please welcome Mr. John Pagano, Group CEO, the Red Sea Development Company, and Amala.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so great to be back on stage here at the Future Investment Initiative. I do hope you enjoyed our video. It's a bit of a teaser of what's to come. But 2 years ago, I'll remind you, I stood on this stage and I told you about our plan for the west coast of Saudi Arabia. I painted a picture of a new luxury tourism development on a site the size of Belgium. 50 new hotels amid a landscape of sweeping desert dunes, dramatic mountains and dormant volcanoes, and of course, beautiful, pristine blue waters. At the crossroads of Europe, Africa, and Asia, all less than 8 hours from 80% of the world's population. I described how we were doing things differently and leading the way. Generating energy entirely from the sun, and not just protecting the environment, but actually enhancing it. Creating a tourist industry in a country that has previously only been known for religious tourism. Now, we were just starting out on the ground with the Red Sea project, and then the world stopped. I don't think any of us will ever forget the early days of the pandemic. And not only the threat to normal life, the wards full of patients, the daily death tolls, but also the threat to so-called normal life. Workplaces shut down, planes grounded, holidaymakers stranded, and industries like tourism at a standstill. At the Red Sea, we were lucky. The site is remote. We were able to seal it off and just carry on with our work, though that wasn't easy. But we knew that when the world started turning again, we needed to be ready. And we will be ready. I said here that we would be opening our doors to guests in 2022. And at the end of next year, we will be doing exactly that. The pandemic hasn't thrown us off course, but it has forced people to take stock, to consider the things that really matter, to realize that it is when we invest in humanity that we see the greatest returns. When movement was curtailed, it made us appreciate the ability to travel, explore, and seek new and unique experiences. When jobs were in peril, it underlined the importance of decent, skilled, and reliable work. When cars stayed in garages and flight paths fell silent and emissions duly fell, air quality improved and wildlife returned to places it hadn't been seen for years. It made us wonder, if mankind treads more lightly on this earth, can we better coexist with nature and protect our planet? What we're doing at the Red Sea Project answers those yearnings. And even before the pandemic, I made many promises. I said that we will set new standards that others will follow. And I can tell you today, we do what we say, and we are leading the way. I said we would create thousands of new jobs. We have. The last time I spoke here, there were 50 people on site. Today, there are more than 10,000, many of which come from our local communities. Our little base camp has been replaced by a construction workers' village. And it's not what you'd imagine. It's decent accommodation with privacy, with en-suite bathrooms, gyms, sports fields, cinemas, a medical center, and of course, destination-wide Wi-Fi. Now, it will be complemented by the coastal village, where our new offices and management hotel are already operational for the 14,000 people who will live and work at our destination. And on staff welfare, we're also leading the way. And not just because we believe in human dignity and in the individual worth of each and every worker, but because when you aim for minimum standards, you get minimum output. Our guests have the highest expectations too. They want comfort, but not at the discomfort of those who are making their trip possible. We're honoring that. And by creating what is essentially a new industry in this country, we're also generating opportunity. Opportunity for the men and women of Saudi Arabia. We're employing the best, and they're making sure that we deliver the best. Not telling us what we want to hear, but actually holding us to account. And not only are we employing Saudis, we're investing in their futures by providing them with the skills and experience for employment opportunities in the new Saudi tourism industry. In 2019, we sponsored 120 young Saudis to study at the University of Prince Megrin for a degree in international hospitality management, which was accredited by the prestigious École Hôtelière de Lausanne. In fact, many of those ambitious students are here with us today as they gain valuable work experience serving us all here at the Ritz-Carlton. We're also in our second year of delivering our elite graduate program, which brings bright Saudis graduates into our business to learn on the job, along some of the very best global leaders in their fields, including areas like environmental sciences and sustainability. And we're also supporting our local communities by creating new employment and business opportunities. For example, around 2,000 people are now working for us and our contractors to help us deliver the project. And that for us is the most important thing. Everyone has known for a long time that we can't go on treating our planet as we have been. Sustainability is no longer a nice to have. It's an absolute necessity. And on that, the Red Sea is definitely leading the way. Now, I'll tell you what true sustainability looks like. It's what I saw when I visited the Red Sea last week. A place where not one iota of garbage is going to landfill. Nothing washed into the sea. A place where there are now 80 kilometers of new roads to better connect the destination but will be for electric and hydrogen vehicles only. And our 1 million square meter landscape nursery is growing 25 million plants to green the destination as we realize synergies along the Red Sea coast. Anything that we can recycle is recycled on site. Anything that we can compost goes into the landscaping effort. Anything left over becomes ash and gets turned into fill. By the time our first guests arrive, we will have the largest battery storage system in the world. We're piloting new technologies to find new solutions, like turning sunlight into seafood with Blue Planet ecosystems. And thanks to our partnership with a company called Source, we're offering bottled water made purely from sunlight and air, served in glass bottles, I hasten to add. Now that's what excites me. Not that we're creating the world's largest tourism developments, but that we're creating the world's biggest sustainable tourism development. I've spent my entire career building things, obsessing over how form and function can meet effectively. But when I go to the Red Sea, I see that perfection is already there in nature. In the metropolises of mangroves, cathedrals of coral, our skyscraping mountains, and perfectly proportioned houses. Of course, I'm referring to the shell of the hawksbill sea turtle. This is the little guy who lives on one of our most beautiful islands. And he's the reason that we're leaving 75% of our islands untouched. We know that we serve nature best not just by protecting it, but by enhancing it. And that is what I mean when I talk about regenerative tourism. For me, sustainability is simply about not making a mess of the place. Regeneration, on the other hand, is about going further. It's about leaving the place better than when we arrived. It's what I'm most passionate about. And it's where I truly believe that we're leading the way. We're aiming for a 30% net conservation benefit over the next 2 decades across our entire project area, including Amala. What that means is those beautiful mangroves and coral reefs will be more plentiful in the years to come, enabling biodiversity to flourish. Indeed, right now, we're working with the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology to grow coral in a laboratory to be put back into the sea. It also means that, thanks to our turtle tagging program, those critically endangered hawksbill sea turtles will be more populous too. Now, I'm not saying that we have the answers to every environmental problem, but where there are currently no solutions, we're searching for them, and we'll continue to do so. People will be flying into our new international airport. Now, I know that's far from ideal, but we're finding ways to sequester the carbon from each and every flight. As a starting point, the airport will be powered by 100% renewable energy. Our entire destination will remain off-grid. In the process, we will be saving 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide that would otherwise be emitted into the atmosphere each year. And when we add Amala, that'll double that figure to 1 million tons. For now, we'll be using sustainable aviation fuels, but we're also looking at flying hydrogen-powered seaplanes to access our islands as early as next year. Because we're not just a travel destination, but an incubator of ideas, a center of learning. We're leading the way, and so many people want to join us. Now, we're lucky that we have the backing of the Public Investment Fund right from the very beginning, but we're getting more and more private sector backers too. We've awarded more than 800 contracts to top companies who want to work with us to deliver our vision, worth in excess of 20 billion riyals. And our utilities public-private partnership, awarded to a consortium led by ACWA Power, brought with it foreign direct investment too. We secured the first Saudi riyal-denominated green finance loan earlier this year for a total of 14.12 billion riyals. We're even the first development in the Middle East to be certified as LEED Platinum for cities. So that's where we are since I last spoke to you on this stage 2 years ago. Thank you. Our plans have been put into practice, commitments made concrete, ambitions actualized, teamwork and collaboration exercised. And that vigor has been accelerated by a renewed sense of what really matters in this world. We all owe such a debt to those who have guided us through the pandemic. The nurses and doctors, the vaccine creators, the key workers who soldiered on. The last 2 years has shown us the very best of humanity. And it has made many of us realize the need to invest in humanity. Delivering the jobs people need, offering the experiences travelers crave, preserving the most precious resource that we have, without which we would not exist. So I invite you to come and see how we're playing our part in that. We are leading the way. And I invite you to follow us on our incredible Red Sea journey. Thank you.
Please welcome Professor John Defterios, Senior Advisor, APCO Worldwide, and Professor of Business at New York University, Abu Dhabi.
Okay, good afternoon. We wanted to wait till the lights went up for us to speak. You're okay there? Perfect. It was a nice presentation by Jean Pagano for the Red Sea development, which is so vital into one of the giga projects here in Saudi Arabia. So it was good to see that even behind the stage on the screen. This is a very important issue because it's the link between AI, automation, and job creation for the future. And I was trying to set the context for this debate and roundtable that we have this morning. Prior to the pandemic, I would say this is one of the top 5 subjects in the world. How much disruption there would be in the labor market due to the advent of AI and the pervasive automation in the manufacturing sector. You've seen surveys suggesting it could wipe out 750 million jobs over the next decade. But there's another side to the coin as well. Some displacement in jobs, some creation in jobs, and if done correctly, high-paying jobs at the same time. But there's for example, here in the kingdom, there's a trifecta working on this, headed by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, that has the Minister of Industry working with the Minister of Education, for example, and the Minister of Labor to fine-tune what's needed in the marketplace. And we have the great honor to have the former president of Estonia, who left office just over 2 weeks ago, with the Estonian model, what worked there and what could be adopted here in Saudi Arabia. Let's give a warm welcome to Kirsti Kaljulaid, former president of Estonia, and His Excellency Bandar Alkhuraj, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Warm welcome to them.
Sure. Hello, everybody.
I didn't even ask the question.
You didn't. But,
I don't need to. No, before we start, and no jokes aside here, because we have 20 minutes, I want us to be hyper-focused in this. Is this concern about technology and talent and disruption real, or could actually look at it in a different way, where it could be a jump starter for job creation? And what are the tools to make that work? And then we'll go to the Saudi example.
yes,
Thanks.
as you already asked in your introduction, exactly this. I was thinking, 15 years ago, for example, when my teenage daughter would have come to me and said, I want to make money by traveling and posting photos, what would you have said to your daughter? Yeah. You would have said, get real. Learn to be a lawyer or doctor, something like. Yet we know there are many traveling YouTubers who make money, and they wouldn't be able to make money if there were not technology underlying and supporting what they're doing. Similarly, for example, let's take an extreme case. a seriously handicapped person, an autistic person who is afraid of other human beings, but for some reason, let's say, likes knitting red socks. Previously, they would have been on social support. Now, the world is their market, and they don't have to see anybody because they can do it online. So they're perfectly self-sustainable because there is always enough takers for red socks among 8 billion people. See, we should not be afraid that technology destroys our jobs. Yes, it does destroy some, but they are not worth doing. They are the jobs which made people behave like machines. But we have a competitive advantage over machines, which will always be ours. We are compassionate human beings. And if you think where in the world money is made nowadays, also based on digital technologies, it's exactly person-to-person communication, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everything. This is about being a human being to another human being. And this cannot be taken from us. And it creates new jobs. And this should be our outlook. I mean, yes, the old jobs will be lost, frankly speaking. We are not sorry. For example, in Estonia, when electronic tax board started in 1997, 60% of the jobs were destroyed in our tax offices. But the unemployment didn't result. I mean, educated people, everybody needed advisors, bookkeepers, accountants. No problem whatsoever. Only one warning, please keep your labor market open as well, so that flexibility is allowed on the labor market.
Okay, this is an interesting challenge for Saudi Arabia, Mr. Al-Kurayev. You had Saudiization targets, which industry had to meet, and you're working in the, of course, as the chair of the Ministry of Industry and Minerals. So you have industry saying, I'd like to meet those Saudiization targets, but I got to have a skilled workforce. And this is a priority in the 2030 vision, is it not, with His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman saying, I want to get the calibration right between our schools, our labor market as it is today, and what is industry saying? So how do you get the calibration balance, do you think?
I think it's very interesting times. I mean, if we look at really, are jobs going to be replaced? The answer is no, and this is something we have already, I think, is behind us. Now, what we need to think about is how can we create the right skill sets, enable our people to be ready for the jobs of the future. And I remember in 1998, I went for a visit to Japan to one of our suppliers, and during that visit, they had this new equipment. And at the end of the equipment name, they had AI. And I asked, what does this AI stand for? And he said, it means artificial intelligence. This equipment is supposed to replace the eyes of the printer. I used to be in the printing and packaging industry. And the whole idea is to bring the thinking of the printer as an artificial intelligence to help printers worldwide to rely on machine. Fast forward 25 years, what we realized in this particular sector is that a lot of opportunities have opened up in terms of the quantity of production that needs to be made. We went down from 30,000 copies to a single copy that can be produced. Personalization became big and became available, and the amount of jobs that are there today for the industry as a whole is much, much greater than it used to be in the past. So we are embracing the change. We are believing that it is an important basis for us to grow, specifically in our mining and industrial sector. Now, governments have to be prepared. It's not going to be something that we have to watch and it will happen by itself. Government has a role and private sector has a role. Government has a clear role. I think three things they need to focus on: infrastructure, regulation, and skilling of their labor force. With regards to infrastructure, I think the country here has done a great job. I mean, the pandemic was a great test to our infrastructure. What we have done in the last 5-6 years is probably equivalent to something that could be done in 20 years. We were ready, and that's why during the pandemic, we didn't face any challenges in the healthcare, in education, in our business and government. So we are ready with the infrastructure side, but we need to continue. This is an ongoing issue. Secondly, with regard to regulation and policy, governments need to be adapting to regulations and policies that encourage people to invest in technology, that are encouraging people to use advanced manufacturing, for example, as a way of moving forward. AI, 3D printing, we need to be agile as we can to ensure that our country is moving also without any obstacles from a governance point of view. And third, which is really the most important, is the reskilling of our national workforce for the existing workforce, but most importantly for the future. And that's why the government have announced the Human Capital Development Program, which is headed by His Royal Highness. And I'm proud to be a member of this program. And it is even beyond just the three ministers you have mentioned, but definitely the education minister is responsible for the overall performance of the program. The labor minister is aggregating the demand. We as sectors, we are the users. So it's a collective effort of the government to ensure that we skill our future workforce to be ready for the future jobs, to be innovative. Disruptive technologies are always helpful for people like us who would like to leapfrog, and that's a great opportunity for us to do so.
Okay, that's a very good overview. So let's have a little bit of the debate between the Estonian model and what Saudi Arabia is out to achieve, right? And we have about 15 minutes left. Kirsi, you're a big proponent of letting the market determine. This is very interesting because if you follow the money, you can gravitate to the space and then the labor market adjusts. So number one, you believe in the market forces, but what is the role of government as the market starts to determine where the demand is?
Well, the role of the market, of course, is the creation. The role of the government is to create the market, as always. I mean, we know markets do not just happen like themselves. For example, in higher education model, we let our universities, even state-owned universities, compete against each other. And also, I mean, compete towards the market offer, which means that if there is a demand on the market, for example, which has been now evident for engineers, ICT specialists, I mean, they all expand their offer in this area, and students having realized who gets the best salaries in the country actually gravitate to these science, which is obvious. But of course, markets have also a certain lag, and to create a sector, I mean, it's always a little bit of an egg and the chicken problem in this case. But if markets are open, not only within a country, but globally, then it actually might tide you over during this period while the market signal reaches. Because if you are front runner like Estonia, we get from ICT as big part of our GDP as from agriculture. We have 7 unicorns, but our population is 1 million. Slightly more than 700,000 people work in Estonia. And of course, these unicorns need a lot of workforce. Only one of them, I know, the others are not so job intensive, but they hire 300,000 people globally. So it's extremely important that you also have global accessibility to workforce. So Estonian companies create jobs equivalent to the size, what is our own workable population outside of Estonia. And this means that our economy actually can serve the rest of the world quite well as well in job creation, which shows you that these new technologies, they do not ruin jobs. They rather, I mean, creative in this format. Of course, I mean, Estonian universities teach more ICT. Our students graduate to the job market, but still, we are still 1 million. Which means that our unicorns, and there will be more, I'm afraid, than the 7 we already have, they need to keep working outside. And now here is my biggest worry of 21st century. We have taken quite long to make sure that our goods markets could be more or less free, and we know they aren't. I mean, they really aren't. If you look at disputes at WTO or all these things, they aren't. Global services market today is free. I can hire designers from wherever, globally. Nobody protects their market nor their, labor from working elsewhere.
Right.
But, if this happens that, for example, we start limiting access to data, and let's say, nobody in Europe wants anybody from outside to work on our data. So this market will be broken. And I see this as one of the biggest role of small open economies. who demand labor from the global market to keep this global services market open. So our problem is not at all unemployment. Our problem is, please let us have access to the workforce which is unemployed somewhere else. But we can provide them with basic skill set because digital jobs are not so difficult at all, as I demonstrated, and we can employ them. And then we have a global moral issue, I find, because we want to share the social benefits people are creating with the government, where they're coming from. And we need this kind of global transfer mechanisms, which we do not have today at all.
Before I go back to His Excellency, I would like to ask you this question. That because of what we've seen now with the US considering and Europe considering quite tough legislation, because almost the behemoths have, you know, the horses left the barn, if I can use that analogy, and they're trying to catch up on regulation. So the trend is not what you're talking about, it's quite different.
It isn't. Regulation is necessary, but it has to be permissive. I mean, for example, yes, in Europe, everybody has the right to have a digital ID to identify themselves when they are accessing data sets. In Estonia, nobody can access data sets without identifying themselves. It's encrypted point-to-point, and I mean, totally safe because government guarantees your digital ID like they do analog passports.
Right.
And we also offer e-residency, which means that citizens of the third countries and other European countries can all have an Estonian ID card, which gives them the right to participate in our digital ecosystem. This way it is regulated, safe, encrypted, but permissive. It can be done.
You know, it's very interesting. You haven't thought that far down the road yet, I wouldn't imagine, right? Because the Saudi market is the largest economy in the region, and you have the building blocks for the skills. Do you need to reach out, or do you have the skills here, would you suggest, Minister?
No, I mean, we will always reach out. It's the quality of what we are reaching out to. Today, if we look at our labor force and how it is split, I mean, the low labor force is, or the low-skilled labor force is the labor force that's going to be moving and changing. I mean, we also believe in market dynamics, but you know, I have also a background in economy, and I know by fact governments need also to shift, need to show the direction, because today if we look at Saudi Arabia and the ambitions of the growth that we are trying to do, we cannot just stay idle as a government. We need to act to show the private sector what are we actually targeting, what is the demand coming from, where we see the technology being utilized, where we see our workforce being better used, where we see our resources better used. On the private sector side, I think it's very important to have a private sector that is also open-minded, they are willing to change, they attract the right crowd, to ensure that within the organization, especially organizations that have been in, you know, have a legacy of traditional businesses but need to also grow. And thirdly, they need to be ready for change, embrace change. I am a big believer that a private sector government collaboration is very important at this stage for Saudi Arabia to move. I will just give you one example. Today, when we look at our industrial strategy is built on 3 pillars. One is resilience, secondly is being a regional player in selected products, and thirdly, we want to be also a leader in some technologies. We cannot do these different things without planning exactly what kind of workforce we would like. In the resilience side, we are having specific targets with regards to healthcare, for example, in manufacturing of healthcare, in medicines, in biotechnologies, in vaccines, and in medical equipment. All of these plans will need to have a proper labor force, and we intend to also do these projects taking into account the latest technology, advancing technologies, we want to build for the future, because we see that Saudi Arabia has a great potential not to be a local producer for its own demand, but in many products we can be a hub for the world, for the region. Our geographical location is excellent. We are investing a lot of money in the logistics side and making sure that the country actually gets benefit of the location. Also, our abundance of different minerals and resources are key for us to plan. So I think there is no disconnect. You know, I come from the private sector. I've just been in office 2 years, and I learned one thing. In the private sector, it's easy to see a company in the US or in Europe and try to copy. In the public sector, you cannot copy another country. You can just learn.
Okay, we only have time for one more question. I'm going just to have the one question to the two of you, because I think this audience would really like to know, what's the right education for the future? I mean, give us the Estonia example, and what did you find during the pandemic in the education system, what's working, what's not working? Kirsty?
For more and more, I realized that, I mean, when we grew up, we had to learn tech skills, and social skills came by themselves. I mean, just by getting along, not offending people, and getting what you want to get.
Yeah.
Nowadays, our children need to learn these social skills as a special skill. They get the tech skills themselves. And therefore, teaching them to be a compassionate human being and a responsible member of the society is much more important than trying to predict what kind of technological space they will use these skills on, which is a very, well, good idea, because, you know, this we know they would need anyway.
Right.
What tech they will use, we don't know. Today's is stone age anyway when they graduate. So teach them to be responsible citizen, compassionate human being. This is what we need to do more and more. It's counterintuitive, but this is very important.
So decency is important throughout. What did we find during the pandemic about what's working in education? You said you're impressed by the engineering, the STEM work. We're getting women empowered like crazy here in the kingdom. What did you learn about what needs to be built, though, next?
What I can say is that the track record of the country in terms of education is great. When we look at professions such as the medical profession, we have great physicians. They are some of them are actually world class, working in many countries such as Canada and the US. And in engineering also, I mean, companies like Aramco or SABIC, we could not imagine that these companies with their complexity of business model would actually reach where they are today without the right skills. I think what we lack is really directing the direction of where we want to go, and that's exactly what we are trying to do with this program. But probably if I want to also elaborate on the question is what needs to be taught in the future. Maybe it's a cliche, but this is the truth of the matter. You know, change is going to be always there. We need to educate our children to be ready for change, to be always embracing change. It's a phenomena that will continue. Change has always been happening, but only the cycle is just becoming much faster. So we need to educate our children to be more motivated and creative. And that is the only way where we can ensure that they will always find room in their community.
Great, that's very interesting. And a spiritual way to finish our roundtable from both of you. Kirsty Kalleride, the former president of Estonia, also working in the UN on women and children now, the very key issue. And Bandar Al-Koreev, the Minister of Industry and Minerals. Nice round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Yeah? Exit this way. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elise Labat, columnist for Foreign Policy.
داخلين عرس. تفضل.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for this important panel on investing in equality. As we imagine our collective future in the post-COVID environment, we're mindful that structural inequalities between rich and poor and developed and emerging economies have only grown wider. Governments acted to support individuals, companies, and communities and industries ravaged by the pandemic through economic stimulus and extensions of public services, but those support systems are running out, and leaders from public and private sectors must take bold action against the social and economic consequences of extreme inequality. How can sustainable support structures scale towards systemic resilience in the face of ongoing crisis? And what effective private sector strategies with the public sector can be utilized across public lines? Joining me is a wide range of views and experience on this subject. His Excellency Abdou Cissé, Secretary General of the Presidency of Côte d'Ivoire. His Excellency Dr. Nabil bin Mohammed Al Moudi, the CEO of Olean Financing Company. Khalid Al Hussan, CEO of Tadoual, which owns the Saudi Stock Exchange. Norm Coleman, former senator and senior counsel at Hogan Lovells, Sharon Thorne, global board chair of Deloitte & Touche, and Marjorie Krauss, CEO and founder of ABCO Worldwide. Thank you so much for joining us. Khalid, let's start with you. Structural inequalities between the rich and poor and developed and emerging economies, we know they're unsustainable. But let's talk about the urgency here, the threat of inequality to the future functioning of communities and societies.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, and it's always great to be back physically. So a straight answer to your question, in my opinion, yes, it is urgent. And you know, inequality comes or takes many forms. Inequalities, gender inequality to financial inequality to inequalities of opportunities. And in whatever form, inequality usually poses a grave threat to individuals, societies, government, and as well as organizations. So I do think that business and government leaders have an obligations to ensure that we cooperate together to always combat inequality in whatever form or shape it presents itself. And if I look at COVID-19 pandemic, I think from that perspective, the inequality here have participated in how organizations look at it. And unfortunately, if organizations do not take the importance of equality within their operation and society, in my opinion, and I come from capital market perspective, in my opinion, these organizations will lose a meaningful benefits to their stakeholders and society. So if you look at capital market institutions, and I come from the Saudi Tadawul Group, we always look at ways to enable growth for companies that are not only financials and beyond balance sheets. And I would look at this in perspective of two aspects. One, enhancing sustainability and inclusiveness in the growth of capital market is an important element to fight and combat inequality, in my opinion. And an example of that is, look at how ESG is becoming from the perspective of capital markets. This is beyond balance sheet, and how issuers, how investors, how stock exchanges look at ESG is an important element. And I do believe strongly that it is a way of combating inequality. The second aspect I want to look at or speak about from a capital market perspective as well is financial literacy. It is extremely important because that always allow fighting or combating the inequality by raising awareness, raising the education and access fairly to everybody from a capital market perspective. And I will give an example on that. We are part of the World Federation of Exchanges, where most of exchanges around the world members of. And we have dedicated one day on the business calendar, which is Ring a Bell for Financial Literacy. It's just to continue to be ready and be proactive to combat inequality from that perspective. From the group perspective, we created several programs, including what we call Invest Wisely. This is a very essential element, in our opinion, or in my opinion, to fight and enhance equality versus inequality.
Sharon, why don't you pick up on that? Deloitte & Touche, manages to advise companies, governments. I mean, you're looking at equality in terms of not just the bottom line, but also setting up policies. Talk to us a little bit about the kind of urgent threat we have and how you are advising your clients.
So this is it's a fantastic conversation, and thank you for inviting me to be part of it. It is extremely urgent. If you think just in terms of that threat, that civilizations ascend when the majority of people believe that the economic and social system benefits them. But the opposite is also true, that if people think that the system no longer works in their favor, then civilizations can crumble. And if you also think about the connectivity of the world now, and the fact that billions of people know what's happening and can share their thoughts in seconds, then we have real potential risk, and we're very aware that poverty and inequality is greater than it was, and we're much more aware of it. And there have been a number of movements that have sought to tackle inequality over the last few years. We had the Arab Spring here in the Middle East. We had the global Me Too movement. We have Black Lives Matter in the US. Then we have the increasing inequalities caused by COVID that you've referred to, by climate change. All of these things are adding hundreds of millions more people into poverty and are likely to continue to increase that unless we act. And Deloitte is doing an enormous amount ourselves. It's something I think I'll talk about a little bit later. But we're also, businesses have to address inequalities, and we have to, Deloitte is working with governments, with NGOs, with multilateral organizations to help them think about their strategy and how these things can be addressed, and then helping them implement those strategies. We have to drive system change. We have to ensure that people have access to the resources to enable them to be resilient, to contribute and to thrive. And that can, those access to resources are education, healthcare, working opportunities, affordable housing, affordable energy. And it's awful that we are not able, we're not doing that at the moment. So this is a golden window of opportunity for all of us to come together to drive systemic change and to say that, we will ensure that people have much greater access, everyone has access to these things, to enable them to be successful, to remove these inequalities. So we have to seize the opportunity.
Well, we have a lot of strong views on this subject at this panel, and Norm, I'm going to
I have a different somewhat, let me just say. First, I do believe that every child should have the opportunity to be the very best they can be. That's the goal for everybody. And so, things like racism and sexism, you have to deal with that. But I get troubled by the focus on economic inequality. I don't believe that there's a correlation between how many rich people you have and how many poor people you have. And that, at least, and I bring an American perspective to that. So the greatest voices who are talking about economic inequality are talking about redistribution of wealth. They're talking about Bernie Sanders, ultimately talking about socialism. And socialism is a failed expression. Churchill once said in socialism, it's a failed philosophy, it's a creed built on envy, and its only inherent virtue is the equal sharing of misery. So I don't think socialism, you talk to the Venezuelans, the Cubans, not the response. The greatest tool to bring people out of poverty has been capitalism. We have brought, in 1990, 36% of the world's population was living under less than $2 a day. Today we're about 9.2%. Of that, 800 million of those folks are in China, which has a higher economic index today than it's had. And so I would hope the question would be, how do we rethink capitalism so that we have a more impactful distribution of resources to lift people out of poverty? How do we do that? I think that's the challenge of government and the challenge of business, is how do we make that available to kind of lift greater number of people out of poverty?
So Nabil, let me ask you, I mean, look, I think, it's an open question of whether countries that have put economic equality at the center of the debates have generated greater prosperity. Let's talk about what policy solutions are required from national governments. What shape should new policy frameworks take, and how do they differ throughout different markets?
Well, first, welcome back to Riyadh, and it's great to have everyone here for the 5th FII in person, have this great panel. We've been known to export energy through our oil barrels, and I think now we're exporting human energy through the positivity of the last week in Riyadh. I think we can all agree for that. And thank you for everyone who's been organizing this for the time being. I think Senator Norm has started off a very interesting discussion. Maybe the only way I take it is, let's not think of an inequality of economic prosperity, but inequality of access. And I think of it in two main frames where we need to be conscious of it as a society, as a government, as a private sector. Inequality of access to education, inequality of access to healthcare, and I believe Sharon mentioned that as well. If we can get that equality of access, and now with the way that things are going in terms of technology, you can do a lot more digitization and so forth, and in both fields, and we're seeing tremendous changes in that in those two fields. I think you can begin to have that belief in that everyone has a chance at economic prosperity. But without early childhood education early on, a parent usually has to stay home with the child. That kind of a role needs to be fundamentally looked at, and across all societies. And different countries have managed that differently. I think on healthcare, I mean, in a positive way, you saw a very, very fruitful collaboration between the vaccine providers and the government to try to accelerate the development and the distribution of vaccines in less than 12 months. So we should be careful about that, but we should also say, when we have the will, the political will, and we certainly have the brain power and the economic might of the private sector, a lot can be done. So let's try to focus on that on the education and continue to do that on the healthcare moving forward while we move out of this crisis.
And Abdu, we've talked about access as being one of the main impediments to equality.
Yeah, but thanks again. It's a pleasure being on this panel. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. But still, I think that we need to know and we need to acknowledge, and the COVID actually showed us that the world is really interconnected. No one can be left behind. When I say no one, it's both individuals, but also countries. So we need to work together. Something that also we need to acknowledge is that poverty is one of the main causes of terrorism and migration. So I agree with all that has been said regarding what we need to do in terms of education, particularly for girls, in terms of health. With COVID, we also noticed that we need in every country to have a minimum universal health coverage. If you don't have a minimum of universal health coverage, basically part of the population is going to be left behind. So we really need to focus on that. But there is one part also that we need to acknowledge, which is important, is job creation. People lost jobs during COVID. And the big question now is, how do we rebuild job creation? We already had issues. If you take Africa, for example, every year you have 12 million young people that come to the market. How are we going to find jobs for them? That's why I agree with digitalization. I think it's something that is really powerful, that we need to look into. It's ways to create new opportunities for young Africans. But we need to go beyond that. We need to build infrastructure. If you look at data showed us that countries where you have investment in public infrastructure, countries where you have a labor market which is really developed, are the countries where inequality is really reduced. That's the case, for example, of Europe. If you compare to Latin America or other parts of the world, inequalities is lower in Europe compared to other parts of the world. The question is, how do you finance it? I've been on both sides of the table. I've been on the private sector, now I'm on the public sector. It's really not easy to find ways to finance the development of our countries. So I will be able to elaborate on that later.
Okay, and Marjorie, we talk about equality and equity, but people then they also throw in and women and girls. But I think a lot of this, and that's what you're doing at APCO, is really paying attention to how women are adding to the society, and that needs to be brought in the offset.
Yeah, I think that it's really important to remember that I think COVID was a wake-up call, and I would say it's a chance for maybe a line in the sand. And I think, unfortunately, women were 22% at greater risk during COVID to lose their jobs, and over 50 million women lost their jobs. And statistics show that maybe 90% of them won't come back in the workforce. And if we're ever going to have equality, we have to find ways, new ways, to engage the women and give them an opportunity along with the men. And it shouldn't take 135 years to get to that that place of equality, which is what the World Economic Forum is saying it's going to take. So I agree. I mean, I'm the child of immigrants. I came to the United States. I built a business. I feel like, I believe in the system that Norm was talking about. But I do think that what we have seen is that over the years, the latter years, where the income distribution has gone, it's become greater between the rich and the poor, that we have to think about some way to have a more equitable distribution of wealth. It doesn't mean socialism. It might just mean that we rip up the playbook that we've had and try to think of better ways that government and business can partner together to create opportunities for everybody that creates more
Yeah, I mean,
equality.
Sharon, I'm tired of this kind of, there is not, a moral choice between, or moral equivalency between socialism and capitalism, right? I mean, there are a million kind of models that you can fashion in between. Let's talk about how business leaders should treat the challenge of inequality. What new governance is required to create this equity that we're talking about?
So I think businesses and leaders have a key responsibility to help address, inequality. And there are lots of things that businesses are being looked to now. So lots of stakeholders, so employees. We do a millennial survey every year. Millennials want to work for companies that are purpose-led and values aligned to theirs. Regulators are saying we want to ensure that companies, that their purpose and values are more than just words. Consumers can vote with their feet. And then financial investors in financial institutions are challenging businesses to say, we want to see what your targets are around ESG commitments, and then we want to ensure that you're delivering on them. So businesses are being looked to, and driving equality is not just the right thing to do, it's the right business thing to do, because we can't be successful if we're living and working in communities and societies that are broken. So we have to help address it. So I think businesses have three key things I'd just reference. Firstly, they have to invest in the technology and services that are needed to help address underserved markets, and I think they're investing in new technologies, in new business models, and we're seeing that this is happening, that we are serving more and more of the population as cost to serve comes down. The second area is businesses have to address inequalities within our own place. So I think we've already referenced it, but workplaces have to be truly inclusive so that people are able to achieve their aspirations at the same time whilst truly being themselves. And at Deloitte, we're absolutely committed to empowering all of our people to achieve their potential, regardless of gender, race, disability, sexual orientation, but also socioeconomic background. And we've put in place a Bright Start program, an apprenticeship program, for example, that takes people from school and helps them develop the capabilities. we also, I think business is the third area, is that we should use our capabilities to make a difference and impact in society. And so, at Deloitte, we have hundreds of thousands of people who are very talented and want to give back. So we've set up a social impact initiative called World Class to empower 100,000 people by 2030 by giving them access to education, opportunities, skills development. So I do think businesses have a key role to play. Just on the governance piece, boards are really, really important because boards oversee, they set the tone from the top, but also they can ensure that a company has appropriate purpose that is committed to addressing inequality. And then they oversee and make sure that that their actions are being delivered in line with those, and also that they're reporting on it. And obviously we've all heard about stakeholder capitalism. More and more companies are committing to stakeholder capitalism and setting a real purpose.
So Nabil, taking a few things from what Sharon said. Number one, it's not, for businesses, it's not just about the bottom line, the dollar anymore, or the currency anymore, the returns on your investment, right? Businesses are responsible now to their customer in terms of ESG, in terms of social consciousness. And then it's more about, I think there's more of a recognition is it's not just about productivity, but about your people. And if you're investing in people, then you're going to invest in a company that is going to not only have a better product, more productivity, but make a greater contribution. So talk to us a little bit about, from a business perspective, how do business leaders treat these challenges?
Yeah, so the Alayan Group was the first Saudi company to sign up to the World Economic Forum, the IBC's stakeholder capitalism metrics, which we just did a few months ago. And I think one of the learnings for me personally is, having been in the private sector and then went into the public sector, public sector then private sector, I said, okay, the public sector is quite complex. And I went to the private sector, it's pretty damn complex as well. I mean, you have all the ESG metrics, you have your employees, now you have your shareholders demanding a lot more from you. And just looking at the net income statement is not really what you're being measured against anymore. And that's maybe a new notion of capitalism. I don't think it's socialism. It's not socialism. Everyone still wants to have that currency at the end. But it's just, you have to look at a lot more complexity about and how you're treating your employees, what you're doing in society, what you invest in. And all of that just has made the role of the board, the role of the CEO, the role of the chairman a lot more complex. I've been privileged to be on a number of boards over my career. And in the last 2 to 3 years, ESG has been a topic of every one of them, and in some sectors that you would not have thought so. And that massive shift is actually quite interesting to watch and difficult to manage, if I could say so. I think just on jobs, I mean, it's interesting that we're talking about ESG and we're talking about all the various things that happened post-COVID-19, but we forgot about robotics and AI and what that might do to job degradation. That's still a challenge within
And the whole
all of
idea
us.
of reskilling, right?
Right, that whole idea of reskilling as well. So all of these have made even a purely private sector player, it's just a lot more complex world. You can't just sit back and say, I'm just going to manage my balance sheet and that's okay. So.
And then you have to deal with government regulation.
Correct.
The government plays a big part in I was a mayor before I was a senator, and as a mayor, and I had a city that was in decline when I first got elected, and we turned it around. But the pillars of rebuilding the city were, one, of course, the public sector and things that we had to do. But the other piece, it was a three-legged stool. It was the private sector and the nonprofit, the foundation. The nonprofit was based on money from the private sector. So 2/3 of my growth was based on a robust private sector. I was asked, Mayor, what are you doing for kids today? And my answer was, the best thing I can do for a kid today is make sure mom and dad has an opportunity for a job. Because conversation on the breakfast table is different when mom and dad are going to work rather than they're just getting a handout. And so it is a challenge. And by the way, I'm thrilled. Business really is rallying, and it's wonderful. It's a magnificent thing. But there's a responsibility on government to create an environment which business can operate.
Well, I mean, that's true. And Khalid,
before we leave the business side, I just wanted to say there are practical things too that I think play on this. And that is, if you want more equality in the workforce, there has to be more flexibility. Childcare has to be addressed. There has to be flexible work hours because, especially on the women, they're caregivers as well, more than the men usually. And all these things feed into the equality and the equality of the opportunity. And
well,
I
that's
think
what, in the United States, we're talking about this kind of infrastructure plan.
Right.
And does an infrastructure include these kind of, attention to childcare, attention to those things that help families thrive as they're trying to work? And Khalid, I go back to the United States, I think it's different in Saudi Arabia because the government is so attuned and so, part of its very mission is to take care of its citizens, from cradle to grave, really. But in the United States, I think for COVID, what was really interesting to me is, the government fell short in a lot of ways. And if it wasn't that the private sector kind of came in and really helped out and helped get some of this stuff moving and working together, really, competitors really coming together in a way that we really, I think, Sharon, haven't seen. I think it's a whole new way of a public-private partnership taking place.
It is, but let me comment on the previous question is, in my opinion, it's how do you look at the challenge? If you continue to look at inequality as a challenge, in my opinion, you will still react to solving problem. But I think if you look at it as an opportunity to add more to your business, and I'm looking at it from a business perspective, if you look at it from an opportunity point of view, I think this is the way to tackle it. And I think people will now realize the importance. And I'll go back to my ESG example. When we talk to corporate about ESG standards and ESG reporting, a simple question will be asked is, what is the impact on bottom line? My shareholders want that impact. And all figures, and if we look at it from a capital market perspective, stock exchange perspective, all compliant ESG standards around the world outperform any other companies that don't, and this is by numbers, on stock prices, on their even top line and bottom line. To your other question, I think we have been very lucky in this country that we have been dealing with COVID, in particular, with the support and partnership between government and private sector. But I'll take that back to Vision 2030. I have been in the private sector for over 20 years. I haven't seen the partnership between private sector and between public and private sector compared to what Vision 2030 has brought to us. Usually, in previous years, pre-Vision 2030, you see things cooked on the public sector, for example, with an isolation of the private sector opinion.
Well, it's very much like that in the Western countries.
And this is the problem. We always think about the design, we don't think about the execution side. And today, I would say, it is the only way to survive, it is the only way to go forward, is to partnership in general, whether these are from government to private or from within the private sector itself. And I think from a Tadawul perspective, this is the base we look at in developing the market. We partnership with everybody to make sure that we achieve. If we would attract foreign investors, what is the standards that foreign investors will look at from an access perspective, from an inequality perspective to that end? So, partnership is an important element to deal specifically with the challenges on this area, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me add on that. I mean, we all agree that we need partnership between the public and the private for a simple reason. If you take, for example, Africa, the IMF has estimated that over the next 5 years, we need 285 billion additional finance if we want to recover from COVID. It's impossible for the public sector to finance the whole amount. So we definitely need to be innovative and find ways to make sure that we partner with the private sector. But that being said, we've been saying that for years. You go to all the different forums, people always say we need the private sector to partner with the public sector to move forward. Now it's time to move from words to deeds. We need to make it happen. If you take, for example, Africa, we do have a lot of projects, but we lack capital. When you come to forum like this, people say there's a lot of capital. But we're still waiting for the capital to come. I agree that we need to do reforms. We need to do reforms to improve governance. We need to do reforms to make sure that the projects are ready for the capital to be invested. That's what we try to do in Côte d'Ivoire. In Côte d'Ivoire, for example, we do something simple. We ourselves invest in the studies of some projects. When we really think a project is really important and we think that we can actually mobilize money, we invest our own money in the research. Then we take the product and we try to sell it to investors. But we still need more financing. We put together our new development plan for 2021 to 2025. It's around $110 billion. Out of that plan, we expect a three-quarter of that amount to be financed by the private sector. That's one of the reasons why I'm in Saudi Arabia.
You can see him after the panel. Nabil, but I want to pick up on something important that Abdou said. And I think we see the same thing in the past in Latin America, and we're going to be talking with the CEO of the SoftBank Group, Mario Clare, after this, about this very issue in Latin America. I think there's so much innovation in Africa, right? And there's so much innovation in Latin America and in the Middle East. But I think sometimes people don't really see, they look at the kind of impediments to the market without kind of finding a way to fix the market or fix, some of the problems with government in order to be able to tap into that innovation and put your capital there and help grow. I think part of the reason that Africa is not getting the capital is not because there's not a ton of innovative entrepreneurs that have amazing ideas. And I think this is one of the reasons that COVID, I think Africa did pretty well with COVID and was very resilient because of that innovation.
Yeah, I mean, when capital is chasing opportunities, it looks for stability from governments and looks in consistency of treatment over a period of time. And I think you need to have that in whatever jurisdiction you're working in. In more Western democracies, it takes a long time for legislation to come together. You kind of can see where the right.
They have the stability, but not the innovation.
Correct, correct. And I think we're blessed here, and to bring it back to home, with a lot of innovations going on now, a lot more stability and a lot more clarity and a lot more ease of doing business than there was in the past. And now it's a lot of, frankly, capital chasing ideas, and maybe there's the dearth of ideas, but not a lack of capital within the region. Certainly I can speak about our experience here in the Middle East, or here in Saudi Arabia in particular. I think also we're talking about equality of access and equality of access to jobs. I mean, if we look at here, we have 30 or 40% Saudi ladies now here. That has been a tremendous shift in the last 3 years in terms of the workforce. We have now over 30%, 35% participation in the workforce by women, and that is an enormous shift. So here is the opportunities, I think, for investments, and opportunity for capital is already here. The legislation is mostly there. I agree 100% with Khalid. There's a lot more back and forth between the private sector and the public sector about what kind of changes are needed to enhance investments and therefore job creation. And so I think the willingness is there if the two sides can see eye to eye on things, and you have to kind of look at it together as how do we create this future for all of us to prosper, and we can't live in a moat where everyone else is fine, but I'm okay in my little castle. That's not a sustainable model in any society.
Khalid, let's talk about digital inclusion. I think the new definition of poverty, I know Princess Rima, the Saudi ambassador to the United States, says that the new definition of poverty is not really about, equity or capital. It's about the digital haves and the digital have-nots. And so how does digital inclusion enable more equity and therefore more financial inclusion?
So in my opinion, a lack of a digital inclusion translate to financial exclusion. Because if we look at today, much of the world modern financial system is managed digitally. And the lack of digital capabilities will limit individuals, businesses from accessing broadly and deeply the system overall. And if we look at COVID-19 pandemic in specific, referring to Her Royal Highness, comments, COVID-19 just proved that digital is the new norm. Who was not impacted by digital? Household, businesses, individual, organization, economies, societies, etc. So in their ways to achieve a sort of resilience in recovery out of COVID-19, whether this is in education, healthcare, or businesses. So yet digital inclusion is important, but if I look at it from a digital equity perspective, I think having access to technology is one thing, but it needs to be always complemented with the resources and education needed to access that technology, because without that education and resources or tools to access that technology, you're not taking a full advantage of such technology. And this is what I would refer of more of a digital ecosystem, because you're utilizing fully that platforms or technology. So in conclusion, in my opinion, with the increased digital capabilities today around us, it's amazing, and complementing that with the right tools and education needed to properly access such technology, in my opinion, that will ensure providing us with a full digital ecosystem access, in my opinion. But access alone, in my opinion, it's just one thing that doesn't provide the full digital inclusion.
Well, I mean, and Sharon, Khalid makes a good point, and it is true that COVID showed us, people that didn't have access to broadband or, digital access were left out of healthcare, left out of education for kids that were doing online schooling, ordering, all of these type of things that you couldn't physically go out and do. But he also makes a good point that if you don't know how to harness the technology, maybe you'll be able to, get your tele appointment or whatever, but you really can't kind of tap into this whole new digital ecosystem that's really going to be the way the world runs.
Yeah. So, absolutely agreed, and it was a point I was going to make, that the pandemic obviously accelerated the use of digital technologies, and you sort of hope that that would address inequality, but actually it exacerbated it because wealthier households and large businesses were able to take advantage of it much better. Having said that, digital technologies, it is the future, it is having massive impact, and it is reducing the cost to serve for people, which enables small businesses and rural communities to have access when they didn't have before to all of these technologies. I think fintech, financial services, have been at the spearhead of this, and digital, fintech-based solutions are really making a difference and are driving significant inclusion that wasn't there before, and I think that's absolutely vital. And if you think about the fact that smartphones are replacing bricks and mortar, that apps are replacing, customer service, so financial services have become much cheaper to provide, which does make that greater access. But it is also the point, do people have access to the necessary connectivity that they need? And that's where I think, governments have a key role to play around providing infrastructure. But to your point, there's also education. We need, basic education around digital skills. And also, when new markets are being designed, thinking about how you, I suppose, promote the attractiveness of serving the previously underserved populations and encouraging that to happen.
Marjorie, Sharon brings up fintech, and women are really, if you look at the field, they're really the ones that are driving this field right now, I think. And that, I think, if women are driving, shaping the technology, that's really going to shape the way society is thinking about it.
I really think it's a dual-edged thing. I think women are driving, and I think we are encouraging more women into STEM, and it's an issue not to. But I think the other side of it is that as we switch to a more technological-based society, the jobs that will be lost are also disproportionately women. So this whole idea of government and business working together to retrain people so that they have the skill set to take advantage of the technology is a really fundamental thing that will, I think, make the big difference between whether we have an equitable way of moving forward. That these women who have the opportunity, and what we've seen in the US anyway, we have this Girls That Code, I saw it's on this program too, that taking maybe women who are, or young girls who are less able to find jobs and teach them skills like coding so that they're part of the future and they have a way of lifting themselves out, I think is really a very important thing. And I just was going to mention one last thing. I think as we move to AI, and this is something that maybe people don't think about, but you know, it's important that the algorithms on which this is based also support, they're developed by men and women equally.
That's a great point.
Otherwise, the
Great
algorithms are going to further exacerbate the problem. And since most people in tech right now are men, not in Saudi has an incredible number of women graduating in engineering, putting us to shame for sure. But you know, that's something really people need to pay attention to, or we're just going to move forward in a way that doesn't.
Great point. Norm, talk about the importance of multilateral institutions.
I just want to touch upon first the democratization of technology. I'm the optimist. We've had a democratization of technology. Cell phone use in Africa. Everybody's got a cell phone. Southeast Asia. I mean, that's what you have. The challenge is, though, the challenge that Nabil raised. You can have all this access to technology, but if there's no way to then use it, if people aren't investing in ways that the poor can then make use of telehealth, that the poor can make use of fintech, then it's wasted. And I just get back to the basics again. The basics is creating an environment. Government doesn't have its own money. Government's money comes from the people. They tax us. They tax businesses. And so in order to do that, you have to have people with wealth. And business has to prosper. And if you don't have kind of the basics, the challenge for Africa, and I served on the Africa Committee, I was chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee for a lot of time in Latin America, is the challenge of raising the level of confidence in the system, rule of law, stability, those basic things that investors, money runs scared. And if there is a fear to invest because you don't have transparency, rule of law, kind of the basic structural foundations, then all this wonderful democratization we're having is going to be of no use, because people aren't going to be able to use it because you're not going to have the resources that come from the things that we're talking about. So again, maybe it's that kind of city mayor kind of thing. If it wasn't safe, if the kids weren't educated, if we didn't have basic clean water, and if people didn't believe that my court system would give them a fair shake, my city would have died. Yeah. And I think it's the same with countries today.
Abdu, we've been talking about this for the last 20 minutes. You have all this, particularly in Africa, you have all this innovation, you have all this potential, and then you have all these kind of market impediments. How do you bridge that gap? And how can the international community help?
I think it's all being said. I mean, we don't have the choice. The world doesn't have the choice. We need to find a solution. Because as I said, we're all interconnected. So we can't just say, we stay on our corner of the world and we leave Africa alone. We have to work together. We will do our part as governments. And if you look at the different reports, things are moving in the right direction. Business climate is really improving in Africa globally. So we're doing our part. We need all to sit and find ways to make things better. So that's where the role of the private sector and the roles of multilateral development banks are quite important also, because we need to find ways to mitigate the risk. There is a bad perception of risk. Of course, there's risk. There's risk everywhere. There's no free money in the world. If you want return, you have to gamble. So we need to find ways to mitigate the risk. The risk is too high. I mean, the perception of risk is too high versus the reality. We need peace and security. I agree on that. So we have prerequisites that we need to work on. But things are moving already in the right direction. We just need to find ways together to mitigate the risk, do a bit more of blending finance, do a bit more of guarantees, and find ways to invest. But we need to invest in Africa, in all the low and middle income countries, if we want to reduce inequality.
Take it a little broader, Nabil. We just have about a minute left. and as we close, the idea of risk, which is, you know, when you're an investor, you have a risk of return on your investment. But we're looking at various kind of returns on investment and various types of risk, the global risk to health, peace and security, and then the monetary risk. How do you kind of bring that all together?
You know, that's why it's complex, because you have to bring it all together, and that's why I have a lot of people who are a lot smarter than me doing that. But you have to balance it all, right? You have to look at where you're investing, what sector you're investing, who you're investing with, what kind of partnerships you have. But I kind of just want to echo, I think, Norm's point that without peace, security, the basics of living, access to digitization, all that are just really bits and bytes, and not the bricks and mortar world that we all live in and we prosper in. So that aspect of all societies has to be there. That is the role of the government, that's the role of civil society, that's the role of the private sector as well. Without that basics, then all of this is just nice talk, but it really then at the end doesn't really affect how we live. And to live honorably, we all want to live honorably, we all want to have respectable jobs, we all want to have a prosperous future for our kids and our grandkids, and that only occurs in the real world. It doesn't occur in the digital world.
Can I just one suggestion that if we can end, think globally, think globally, act locally. Okay, there are ranges of organizations. I worked on for 9 years National Endowment for Democracy. We work in countries around the world to promote democracy, promote rule of law. On the ground, the folks in Guatemala, the folks in Madagascar, wherever around the world, you have those folks there. And if businesses who do a wonderful job with philanthropy, we haven't talked about, if they can be supporting some of those local efforts to work on education, to build rule of law, to do those things. I think, I'm not a big globalist. I think there's a lot going on in all these places, and if we can get our resources there, I think we can make a difference.
All right, well, unfortunately, that's all we have time for, but that was like a really, I think, thought-provoking and solutions-driven panel on what we can do to invest in equality, not just for people and communities, but for women and girls and for societies. To my panel, thank you very much.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
No, it's really good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well done.
It was a pleasure.
Nice thing.
We're just raising the chair a little bit. I'm back. Okay, push up a little, push in. Okay, everybody, thanks for staying with us. We talked about more of a global talk about equality and innovation, but now we're going to go a little bit local. And for years, Latin America was a region similar to African startups, ignored by the global venture capitalist community, with totals for the continent's upstart technology companies representing just a fraction of the funds made available to other regions and next generation companies. But as CEO of SoftBank Group International, Marcelo Claure has changed all that. With an initial investment of $5 billion in Latin American startups and recently another $3 billion, SoftBank is transforming the market and is racking up impressive investment totals in recent quarters. Today, Latin America boasts 26 unicorns. Marcelo, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Well, I mean, I think on the minds of many people here are, why Latin America? What's driving all these capital flows?
So, First it was such a great experiment or hypothesis that we had as sitting in Japan and mainly investing in companies in India, companies from China, and companies from the US. We always question ourselves what's happening in Latin America, because when you look at Latin America, it's a large region. It has all the macroeconomic indicators to get a lot of capital. Latin America's GDP is half of China, is 2 times the size of India, and 2 times the size of Southeast Asia. And then income per capita is relatively high. It's the same as China, it's 3x India and 2x Southeast Asia, meaning people are making 3 times the amount in average, 3 times the amount of money that people make in India. So what was wrong? Then we look at the venture capital investment, and Latin America in 2018 was only getting 1.5 billion, and China was getting 100 billion. So we decided to take a trip and get to meet entrepreneurs. And we saw that the quality of entrepreneurs was as good as anybody else, young folks with a lot of ambition. We saw that the potential areas to be disrupted were the same as the rest of the world, but there was a lack of capital. So we launched our 5 billion technology fund, and we found some amazing companies that had all they needed to be great unicorns, but the problem was they were lacking ambition because of lack of capital. We've deployed close to $8 billion in the region. Our returns are in tune of 85%, which makes it the best performing fund within SoftBank, or one of the best performing funds in the world. And we have accelerated a wave of innovation and disruption where venture capital this year is going to be about $25 billion. Wow. So this has never been seen anywhere in the world, where you've had it 15 times X. So it's fascinating. So as SoftBank, we're a little bit not so happy that every single venture capital fund is there. But as a fellow Latin American, I could not be prouder that there's so many great investors fighting to get access to the best Latin American entrepreneurs.
Well, I mean, it's really a revolution that you've started there. And we talk about this once-in-a-generation boom. Some refer to it as the second wave of the digital transformation caused by COVID and everything moving online. But what you're really talking about here are investing in people. You're investing in technology companies that are disrupting the way that people live, the way people work, how they play. It's an investment in people.
At the end, when you're investing in venture capital, first and foremost, you're investing behind an entrepreneur, behind a founder that you believe they have the vision to execute a business plan that anticipates high growth. Secondly, you're anticipating behind an idea or a company that has a tremendous potential to disrupt traditional business models. And the beautiful thing about Latin America, like most emerging economies, a lot of things don't work. So the potential of disruption is far bigger than when things work. I mean, education is poor, so therefore the potential to disrupt education utilizing technology is huge. The potential to disrupt health. I mean, most people, if you ever want to get an appointment to see a specialist, it'll take you, a couple of months. So what do people do? They cheat the system and they go to an emergency room. Well, now with telehealth or with AI doctors that are diagnosing people, it's a lot easier to disrupt. Transportation, logistics, fintechs. I mean, fintech is a joke. People go and they wait a couple of hours to pay a bill outside a branch of a bank. Well, when the pandemic came and people realized that they could open bank accounts in non-traditional banks, in fintechs or in neobanks, and they could transact with the bank utilizing their mobile phone. We have some of these banks that are adding to the tune of 20 million customers a year. And some of these are going to be some of the world's most valuable banks. So it's fascinating to see the level of disruption that is happening in Latin America today.
Yeah, I mean, you said to me that it's a great time to be both an entrepreneur and an investor because you can get capital, but you can also make a lot of money. You've come from the entrepreneurial side. You went to Japan to master the investment side. You've also sat on the operations side. So have you been able to take this wide range of experience as an entrepreneur, as an investor, to relate to the founders, and what are you looking for from the founders and the opportunities that exist?
So I think I've been blessed, right? My first business was Brightstar. We became the world's largest wireless distribution business. It became #1 company in the world. Then I had a chance to go run a big telco called Sprint, which I learned how to be an operator. And then Masa invited me to Japan to learn how to be an investor. So I think that gives myself and my team a pretty broad view anytime that we meet a company, not only in terms of investing behind an entrepreneur, but being able to help them, I would say, in the most difficult part, which is execution, or when a business needs scale. So that has been a blessing, and I think Latin American entrepreneurs recognize that. That's why today we have about an 80% market share of all unicorns. And it's funny, right? You measure investment by the amount of companies that you're in, that you're able to, that you can eventually turn into highly valuable unicorns. And we have about 30% of all the dollars that go into Latin America. We've suddenly become the largest foreign direct investor in Mexico, in Brazil, in Colombia, in Argentina.
Well, yeah, I want to point that out. Like, a lot of people think that you know, a lot of these companies are coming from Brazil, but it's really across the region. It's from Mexico, it's from where you are, Bolivia, it's really from everywhere.
Yeah. So obviously Brazil is one of the largest economies in the world, so therefore a lot of the investment dollars go there. But Mexico right now is experiencing a boom. It's a whole an entrepreneurial community, startup community, and Colombia, you know, thanks to the leadership of his presidency, who's been an endorser of the AI revolution from day one. You know, Colombia has developed a very good entrepreneurial community. And then you have Chile, you have Peru, you know, have Ecuador, so you have all these countries. And all it took was a few entrepreneurs who were wildly successful in order to create a culture of people who wanted to replicate that. I was in Brazil last week, and normally when you went to Brazil, everybody talked about the political issues, the presidents and all that. And I can tell you the younger population, you know, they're not concerned about that. They're concerned about which startup they're going to join and how they're going to, you know, jump into companies that are basically changing the way people live in Brazil.
Let's talk about what are some of the overlooked sectors you think that investors may be missing. Any institutional blind spots?
So everybody jumps to fintech because it's the obvious one. But what we found, you know, due to technology, pretty much every single thing as we know it will be different in the next 5 years. You know, transportation, you're going to have autonomous vehicles basically do most of the transportation. You look at logistics, and then, you know, the way we eat today is completely different. You know, most people now, a vast majority of the meals they consume are being taken utilizing e-commerce or utilizing distribution companies like DoorDash in the United States or like Rappi in Latin America. Most of the education is being transformed due to the pandemic, where people learned that they could potentially get a better education at home utilizing remote learning than basically going to not so good public schools in Latin America. So you look at everything. You look at health, you look at education, you look at transportation, you look at logistics, or you look at entertainment. I mean, the way we get entertained today is not by the way you and I grew up, that we turn on TV and we hope to get our news. Today, people are being entertained by utilizing their mobile phone, by getting TikTok short videos that are relevant to them. So I think absolutely everything is changing. And like I said before, I don't think there has ever been a better time to be an entrepreneur, because pretty much every single vertical segment as we know it today is going to be different in the next 5 years. So it's a boom for entrepreneurship, boom for disruption, and it's also a boom for investing companies, because if you look what changed the last 10 years was only e-commerce. Basically, e-commerce disrupted retail, and Google and Facebook disrupted advertising, but everything else pretty much stayed the same. And the next 5 years, you're going to see every single sector be disrupted, whether it's in Latin America, in China, in India, in the Middle East. So fun and exciting times ahead.
What are the biggest obstacles? I mean, people would think it's politics, but we've talked about how, you know, what you're investing in, there is no, it withstands political instability. So where are the obstacles here?
So you look at Latin America. I mean, Latin America traditionally was a land where people were scared because of geopolitical issues, because of inflation, because of the high interest rates, economic instability. But the beauty of the companies that we invest behind are companies that are transforming, or that transforming industries that have secular trends that are bigger than any political crisis. I mean, the day you took an Uber, you know, you don't want to drive again. It's much more convenient. You don't need to wash your car. You don't need to load gas. You just don't. It doesn't matter if you're in crisis, if there's a geopolitical crisis or not. You're going to call an Uber. Or the day you order your food to show up at home, it's a lot better than cooking. So it doesn't matter whether you're in crisis or not. So we see we're investing behind these secular trends that are bigger than any political instability or economic instability.
I want to, before we leave, I want to talk to you about the Opportunity Fund, which invests in minority entrepreneurs. We've talked about how this is an untapped market in terms of talent, but it's also, you know, it's also a tool of growth for the region as well.
Well, to me, I was a Latin American entrepreneur in the United States, and it was very hard to raise money, right? I didn't go to an Ivy League school, and it was hard, and there was no money allocated for blacks or Hispanics. So when I had a chance, we launched our fund about 2 years ago, a different fund. It's a smaller, it's a $100 million opportunity fund that is just reserved for blacks and Hispanics. And it's been amazing. We found some amazing entrepreneurs that feel very comfortable to go to a place that basically has some funds secured only for them. Now, obviously, we help them in the early phase as their business evolves. Then it's a lot easier for them to raise capital in traditional funds. But when we solved the problem in the U.S. with Black Lives Matter, we sat with Massa and I say, we should put our money where our mouth is. We are an asset manager, and we should basically put our resources to help an underserved community, and the results have been incredible. The returns are as good as any other fund. The quality of entrepreneurs are as good as any other entrepreneurs, and it's just so rewarding to give opportunity to people who in the past, they pretty much had the doors locked because the amount of venture invested into Black and Hispanics business was less than 1% to a population that amounts to 40% of the United States. So I think it's a great combination of, yes, it's good to do something for humanity, but at the same time, if you can make money doing it and help others, I think that's a win-win situation that can scale and be much larger than just traditional philanthropy.
That's right, an opportunity for growth and for social impact. Marcello Clare, CEO of SoftBank Group International, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's welcome Steve Mnuchin, former Treasury Secretary, United States of America.
Well, it's great to be back here with you, and thrilled to be live in person. What a great honor to be with one of my favorite finance ministers to be at this conference.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and it's a pleasure to be here at the FII, and a pleasure to see you in real life, as you said, finally after so many screen meetings, and a sincere pleasure to be in Riyadh, where every time I visit, really feel the buzz and the energy and the positivity, which really validates what we've always known, which is that our most valuable resource in the region is our human capital, and to see all of the great initiatives and projects that are happening and that are driving forward a brighter future for the whole region.
Well, we had the opportunity to work together on so many important issues over the last few years. I would say, obviously, what we've all been through with COVID was quite extraordinary. I must tell you, looking back at this in January of 2020, when I was in Davos, and then fast forwarding to March, when never thought we'd be shutting down both travel as well the entire U.S. economy. We were really fortunate that in the U.S. everybody came together. I was most proud of we passed two bills, 96-0 and 100-0, the CARES Act. I never thought I'd be spending $4 trillion that quickly, but I do think it was really necessary, and we fortunately avoided a global depression, not recession. I think nobody ever anticipated that COVID would last this long. But on the same standpoint, I think we were really pleasantly surprised in how big parts of the economy were able to perform remotely. Obviously, things like travel and tourism and hotels got devastated. But the fact that we were able to sustain so much economics is important. And, obviously, the region is very important, and I'm glad to see the economic rebound in the region as well.
It's certainly a challenge that was greater than anybody anticipated, even at the beginning of COVID. But at the same time, it takes a great crisis to galvanize the thinking, to really spur innovation, and ensure that we are positioning ourselves better for the future. One of the important aspects in Bahrain, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister always made sure that as we were making a decision, looking at a policy, that we were always looking through the tunnel and seeing how it would impact, what would be its impact on the other side. And that became very important to ensure that our decision-making was always in the right frame to position us best coming out of the recovery. And today, as you can see across the region, and in the Gulf in particular, that this crisis was really defined by leadership and defined by how a combined team effort could be put together to overcome the challenges. It has, of course, there's been devastating cost on a personal level, devastating cost on a human level, and also devastating economic cost as a result. But the way in which we looked at the priorities in Bahrain was very clearly defined. Number one, protect society from the health from the health impact of COVID. Number two, protect the economy from the economic impact of COVID. And then number three, where we are now, is to ensure that we're protecting that growth, putting it on a sustainable path, and turbocharging it where we can use policy to turbocharge it.
Well, as you said, look, there's no question that the number one priority was the health priority. In previous economic crisis, it was because of financial issues or financial markets. This was an economic crisis that was caused by nobody's fault, really a health issue. And anybody who ever invested in businesses and ran downsides, nobody ever looked at zero revenues as a downside. So this was really something none of us expected or could have expected. I will say, obviously, the medical breakthroughs were extraordinary. The fact that the world was able to create vaccines as quickly as they could, this is a process that normally would have taken so many years. So the investment, the economic investment in the vaccines, the medical investment, you told me on the way in, I was thrilled to hear you're in the low to mid 90s in terms of vaccinations in Bahrain. That's important. I think we need to continue to focus on areas of the world that don't have this benefit, but clearly we wouldn't be sitting here today if it weren't for the advances in medical science. On the other hand, the economic issues are going to take a long time to recover from. In the US alone, we used to talk in billions, now we're talking in trillions. We took on trillions of dollars of additional debt. The US economy is now rebounding, very strong. My expectation is for the next 18 months, we see a very big economic rebound. But unfortunately, we do see inflation. So for a long time, the Federal Reserve was concerned that we couldn't get inflation to 2%. Now I think we're at something like 5%. I know different people have different opinions. My own opinion is it is concerning and something that is going to continue on, and something that we're all going to have to deal with. So I think we're now going to have to deal with interest rates becoming normalized, intervention becoming less, both on the fiscal and the monetary side. And we're going to see the economic consequences of that, which, again, for some businesses, this is going to be a booming time, and other areas will be more difficult.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you mentioned inflation. Clearly, one of the big risks in the upcoming period, and what we have seen even over the last 1.5 days, very few people are talking about inflation, and there's a very sanguine outlook towards inflation at the moment compared to what's happening at an underlying level. So you look at shipping costs are double what they were last year. You're looking at energy costs in the US are up anywhere from 25 to 50% or more. in Europe, natural gas prices are up sevenfold or more. And inflation cannot be less than the sum of its parts. And that will have its impact. And so when we look towards the future, one of the important aspects in the short term and medium term that has to be taken into consideration is there has been an unprecedented amount of liquidity unleashed at a global level. And as policymakers start mopping up that liquidity, there has to be a very fine balance between ensuring that if you do it too slowly, inflation becomes a real risk based on the numbers that we're seeing. And if you do it too quickly, you know, what's the risk of triggering a default cycle at the corporate or sovereign level? And so there has to be a very fine balance as to how that unprecedented liquidity is pulled back in. And that is one of the big things that we are watching. How does the inflation on its component levels translate into a change in the CPI?
Well, I think you're completely correct. And, you know, think of it, there's so many people in the investment world that have never lived in anything but 0 or 1% interest rates. So, you know, even 3.5% interest rates are still low by a historical, but will create issues. And look, you commented on energy prices. You know, again, on the things that I never thought I'd see in the world, forget zero on oil, but I never thought I'd see negative oil prices. I remember saying to President Trump, we need to fill up the strategic reserve as much as we can. Unfortunately, we had lots of cash, but we didn't have the authority to spend it. But I do think stable energy prices are so important to the region and to the world economy. There's no question that, you know, through COVID, lower energy prices created significant economic issues in the region and in different parts of the world. And now the rebound in the demand has created excessive and inflationary issues. As you comment, just the cost of shipping, and we're beginning to see that in the economy and really so many issues, both in supply chain and in prices. But I do think stable energy prices are so important. I do think, you know, I know there's a big focus on carbon, and that's obviously an issue that we need to deal with over time. My own opinion is I think we'll see some pretty significant advances in technology for carbon recapture and things along the way. But obviously, the fact that there'll be stable production here will be good to the region. Economic stability is important for this area and important for the world.
Absolutely. And one of the things that you know, we have to contend with is as energy prices increase, we should also ensure that we are maintaining momentum around adjusting our fiscal positions and not getting too comfortable in a higher energy price environment. And the reason that that is important is because one of the most important aspects of what we're doing, for example, in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we launched the Fiscal Balance Program in 2018 with the aim of balancing the budget. And so many people would ask me about that and say, this is a revenue-raising program. So, well, yeah, but that's only part of the picture. Then, okay, it's a cost reduction program. Yeah, but that's also only part of the picture. What it really was to ensure that the correlation between economic growth and the fiscal position would switch to a positive one. What was happening in many countries in the region, Bahrain included, was as the non-oil economy was growing, the government would need to provide more services. And that comes at a cost. At the same time, the governments were not doing enough to raise non-oil revenue. There were very few revenue items that were positively correlated to economic growth. So getting to fiscal stability has to do with ensuring that you are creating a positive correlation to the non-oil GDP in the country. As oil prices go up and as oil prices come down, that is great. It can drive capital investment cycles and it can provide long-term infrastructure on which you build. But really the important aspect is to ensure that we are positively correlating to non-oil economic growth in the region.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, and I know we were actually talking about this as we were waiting earlier and had a chance to reconnect. It's so important for Bahrain and all the countries in the region to expand their economy outside of energy. It's really critical. I was with the Crown Prince yesterday, and I must say, I really admire what he's trying to do here, his vision for expanding the Saudi economy. And obviously, it's very important to create more jobs. There's a growing youth here. But I think the direction that this country is going in terms of its investment in the non-oil economy is truly extraordinary. And I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time in the region over the last 5 years and be with all of you and seeing the achievements and the vision, and now watching all of you execute on this. But I think this is so important, as you said, for the transition.
Absolutely, and we can see in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince has outlined a very clear vision, and also alongside that, matched it with robust execution to ensure that the non-oil economy is expanding, and it's the real opportunity today. The real opportunity in our economies is to ensure that we are unleashing further non-oil economic growth. And it's great to see the big strides that have happened. You mentioned energy, Secretary, and one of the important aspects is, if we look at the technology revolution, in reality, the entire technology revolution was only transformational in the way that we generate, transmit, and consume data. That was it. It had incremental changes to other things, but was only transformational in that sense. And as we were assessing and thinking through where is the next big transformational change, our thinking is that the big transformational change will be in the way that we generate, transmit, and consume energy. And that's going to be the big thing that would be very different 20 years from now than it is today. It does take into consideration the climate change emergency that has emerged, and that we have to do things on that matter, and as well that technology in the field is moving so rapidly that it will fundamentally change the way that we do generate, transmit, and consume energy.
Well, you talk about data and transformational technology. So one of the things I'm spending a lot of time on now in my new life, and I miss all of you in the finance minister world, is as we have more and more data and we become more and more reliant, the issue of cybersecurity.
Absolutely.
So this was an area when I was in the government, I was responsible for cyber for all of financial services and spent a lot of time. But now from an investment standpoint, we're very focused in technology to protect against cyber attacks, to focus on data privacy, national security, because as you comment, this impacts everything as we think about our energy infrastructure and everything around the world. Keeping it safe and secure is so critical.
Absolutely, and along with that, you need a lot of human intelligence to go with the artificial intelligence and the data efforts and technology that's there. And therefore, again, in this part of the world, one of the most important aspects is the quality of the human resource that you find in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, that you find in Bahrain, that you find in many countries in the region, has really been driving that. And we have seen global companies, we have seen many local startups really benefit from an ecosystem in which there is a well-educated, youthful labor force that is taking on a large challenge and really seeing the region come out ahead. And we see that in the Gulf, there will be a lot more to do as technology becomes a larger and larger part of the economy.
Well, I know we could sit here all afternoon and continue to talk it up, but I understand we're out of time, and I just want to thank all the people who are involved in putting on this great conference and having us here. It's great to be back at FII, and it's great to see everybody in person. So
Great to see
thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham, anchor and executive producer, Euronews.
Made for short people.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody, and hello to my esteemed guests, highnesses, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham. I'm an international broadcast journalist, and I'll be your moderator for today. I am delighted to have such an esteemed panel to answer all the important questions when it comes to ESG, namely the G, the governance. Because as we've seen, the COVID-19 pandemic has really given birth to so many amazing startups, companies, SMEs, and budding entrepreneurs. But if we're to believe Forbes magazine, most of them will fail. Pretty bleak and depressing in prospect, but what can we do to safeguard their future? What can we do to make them truly sustainable and successful? GGG is the magic letter, we hope, today. So let me introduce to you my esteemed panelists. To my right, I have Her Highness, Princess Nouf bint Mohammed Al Saud. She is the chair of C20 and the CEO of King Khalid Foundation. Please welcome her. Next, I have Rania Nasha. She is the CEO of Samba Financial Group and PIF. Please welcome her. Next, we have the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister of Canada and the founder, chairman and CEO of Harper and Associates. Please welcome him. And completing our fantastic lineup, we have Charles Delara, the advisory partner and chairman of Partners Group. Please welcome him too. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. Let's delve right in. Let's take the macro view, if we may, Your Highness. Governance, it's huge, but so important. What are the key trends that you can identify, especially in your work with the foundation from the past 10 years? What are the milestones?
I think the work at the foundation, and thank you for having me at the FII, especially this year, mirrors really what's happening in society. At the foundation, we have the King Khalid Awards for Sustainability. This started around 2018. The idea of it began because we realized that to move people up the echelons of, or have economic mobility, really the business sector really has to play a big role. And through our work with nonprofits and NGOs, you can't solve the problem. NGOs are never going to raise people out of poverty. They will help. They will give them the tools, but it's really businesses that move people and move economies. And there was really not a lot of thought towards sustainability and the role that governance plays in the S and in the E. And what we've seen as the prize has moved along the years is that more metrics have been produced around the world, more frameworks, and it has gotten a bit more complex each year. And with the maturity, so have the standards become more demanding. So within the awards, depending on the size of the company and depending on how many times they have come back, the scoring system becomes harder for them. Which is very important because it shows how the economy is maturing, how businesses are maturing. And we find also that now businesses themselves find it more and more important to be sustainable, to be responsible, to govern well, not only for economic reasons, but also for the impact they have on society. So there's a bigger awareness, and we're really happy about that, and we hope that it's one of our legacies at the foundation.
It's so important, and it plays perfectly into the theme of FII this year, of course, investing in humanity, the trickle-down effect for society. Rania, let me come to you and give you a correct title, Head of Compliance and Governance at, of course, the Kingdom's Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF. Saudi's Vision 2030 clearly outlines the role of SMEs and the contribution that they want to have to the global economy, to the domestic economy, that of 35%. How do we do that? How do we get them there to that level to make them operational and successful enough? Governance surely has to play a major role.
Yes, as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is striving towards positioning the SME as a sector towards its natural position within the economy like the developed worlds. Therefore, there was a very ambitious goal as part of the Vision 2030 to have the SME contribution to the economy up to 35% from 20%. And this is very ambitious. Because the SMEs are a main contributor to the economy, and a main contributor actually for the job creation, it's really important to embrace those SMEs and have the right rules, regulations, laws, and incentives that are created towards making that sector more sustainable. Because when it comes to small businesses, the rule number one or the main principle is to survive. They don't look really into the governance, and it's not really a priority. And therefore, PIF is playing a role being the government catalyst and a main contributor to delivering on the Vision 2030. It's playing its role to create the awareness. Not only that, when it comes to an idea, PIF as a sponsor of, the ideation, the validation, the scalability, and, throughout the traction, whenever there's an idea that evolves into a company, PIF intervenes at the very beginning step of that idea, and it creates all the governance ecosystem around that by what we have it called the PIF way, which is the booklet that includes all the policies and procedures, the charters, and all the needed governance framework. But this is for PIF, and having PIF as a brand when it's linked to a small business or being an investor on a startup, whether directly or indirectly through its portfolio companies, this will attract actually the subject matter experts as director or informal advisors who can introduce that governance within that system. However, the massive number of startups or small businesses are not having those angel investors or the brands, and therefore awareness is really important, and that's why PIF runs a lot of sessions, which we call it the PIF Partners, when it comes to calling on CEOs, corporate secretaries, board of directors, and try to embed the governance at the very early stages, because this is really important. Throughout the maturity level of the company, the governance should mature as well.
Absolutely, through the lifetime of the company. Prime Minister, let me come to you next. From KSA, let's go to the global view.
Sure.
And certainly in terms of a global focus, it's difficult, isn't it, to define what G is, what good governance is, because there isn't one construct, there isn't one regulatory framework that fits all companies or all countries. So what would you see as the most important attributes over the next 10 years for ESG?
Well, first of all, Rebecca, just through you, thanks to FII for the opportunity to be here, and I also just want to use the opportunity to thank the Kingdom for being such fabulous hosts for me and my delegation. Look, what I would say is this, in my business, we tend to think of, we hear the expression ESG all the time, we tend to think more of GSE, meaning that everything is downstream of governance. You're going to tackle social, you're going to tackle environmental, and the range of issues that those things involve. The real key is to integrate that into a governance framework. And if you don't do that, you're kind of losing the plot in our view right off the bat. And the key, to making that, it's not just the S and the E. It's also the key to synthesizing those things with, the fundamental core role of the company, which is, of course, to provide value for its shareholders and its investors. And so if you really want to be effective at S&E, you've got to have the governance structure that covers that integrates it into a strategic plan, and that is not detracting from the core role of the business, but is merged with it and even additive to it. So, I think when you're going to talk about all these things, it really all comes down to governance. All the rest of it, everything's downstream from governance.
Everything is downstream from governance. Thank you, Prime Minister. Charles, would you agree? Because you've got around $130 billion under asset management in your firm. You're investing in mature companies. How much does their governance, or lack thereof it, determine your investment?
Well, Rebecca, first let me also add how delighted I am to be here with you today and to be one of the many privileged guests of the Kingdom over these last few days for this wonderful FII conference. I would absolutely endorse what the Prime Minister said. The G really is the sine qua non of ESG. Without it, you'll never accomplish the E or the S. You just won't. We have a concept in our firm which we call entrepreneurial governance. And that term is designed not only to capture what we expect of management and the board when it comes to creating value in the business, but also what we expect of management and the board when it comes to meeting ESG objectives. We take a very disciplined approach to it with all of our portfolio companies. We develop KPIs in each of those categories for each of our companies, and we develop metrics to monitor their performance, and we expect them to step up to the plate. Each of our companies, of course, is a different animal, and they all have different ways of trying to strengthen their environmental standards, reducing their impact on the environment. We own, for example, to give you just one small example, an early childhood education company, which is a wonderful platform for providing education for young children. But we discovered, after we purchased it, that it had a very large footprint through the commuting of the parents bringing the children back and forth. And we also discovered that it had high energy use lighting. So we did something rather simple. We transformed all of the lighting in every one of our 600 schools to low energy use. But we also installed a system of buses and carpooling, which radically reduced the carbon footprint of the business as a whole. Each of our businesses, of course, has a different thrust, but you must design a very clear and concrete game plan with each of them in order to ensure that we're all part of the process of improving ESG performance globally.
Thank you. Your Highness, would you agree? I mean, if we're going from larger scale companies to small ones, the SMEs, G is arguably the most important thing. We're pretty much aligned. But how willing are companies to integrate it, especially in the early stages? Is the awareness there? Is implementation as easy as we would like to believe? And what anecdotes or success stories could you share?
Well, it's very funny why G is so complicated. It's basic decency. G is basic decency. So it should be driven in the DNA of young entrepreneurs from their education system. So when you get an economics lesson, to simplify it, investors, public funds, they should be guiding this again, and they should be putting the platforms in that make it easy for governance. They should be, I mean, at the foundation, we're capacity building for big businesses. If we're doing that, governments can do that, and I think we need a bigger role of government within the G to make it easier.
For sure, the pressure is on, Rania. In terms
of they're doing a really good job. So
you're doing a fantastic job. Tell us about some of the success stories.
Actually, some of the success stories, we have Jada, which is one of the portfolio companies. It's the fund of fund, which basically focus towards introducing and developing the VCs and within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yes, it has a small capital of over $1 billion, but actually it's working towards embedding governance within the business models whenever they are looking for, VCs. Or we have also, or actually Jeddah has created a program where they brought in all these, young boys and girls who are entrepreneurs and having their own startups, and they gave them really a good program for the VCs and PE trainings. And the core principle of that program is the importance of governance, because yesterday you've heard, Larry Flink, you have heard Ray Dalio and others. Everyone is transparent about their investment strategies, that when we invest, we want to invest in ESG, because all large investors or sovereign wealth funds, when they invest to create an impact. It's not about being corporate citizen to store the value. It's more of creating impact and growth for a sustainable economy. So this is the core principle, and that's why being transparent about where the money should be, this will be the incentive for those young entrepreneurs towards starting to embed the G or the S or the E as part of their business models.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's all well and good in theory, isn't it? But in practice, it's not just about ticking boxes. There is a very ethical heart to all of this. How do we ensure that this is being done for the right reasons?
Well, it's a great question, Rebecca, and I might quarrel with the premise. You said it's not about ticking boxes. I would say it shouldn't be about ticking boxes. It can become about ticking boxes, particularly as we enter an era where there are increasing compliance regimes among some of these questions, and lawyers of consultants and armies of lawyers and consultants who who engage with the company doing just those kinds of exercises. And by the way, I'm not in saying this, not dismissing those things, particularly where there's regulatory compliance involved. It's very important that the boxes actually be ticked. But what do you have to do to make sure it's about more than that? And I think it's really three things. First of all, it's about an overall strategic plan and integrating these ESG, or I'll call them GSE factors, into the overall integrated strategic plan. So they're not simply standalone matters. Secondly, it's about actually dedicating some meaningful resources to some of these newer corporate objectives. And then the third thing, and I think the most important thing, because let's be frank, a lot of the pressure for these broader objectives have come, from society, to some degree from the political arena. They're part of the phenomenon of the increasing complexity of doing business in our modern society. By the way, everywhere, not just in emerging economies, but in well-developed markets. So because these things are coming from the broader society, the most important reason not to be just about ticking boxes, it has to be about a deeper engagement strategy. I happen to think that in a lot of cases, corporations probably don't even engage sufficiently with their investors and their shareholders, but now, in you're pursuing these integrated models, you've got to have a deeper engagement strategy with non-economic stakeholders and broader community organizations. Independent of the particular ESG strategy of the company, one thing that I emphasize to all of our clients around the world is it is just so important today in the volatile social and political markets we operate in that companies make sure that everyone in their circle, everyone in their network fully understand their value proposition and their worth to them, from the shareholders to the employees, to investors, to suppliers, to the communities and leadership in those communities in which you operate. So I say that's probably the third most important thing, that these strategies not just be part of strategy, resource, but they also involve deep engagement.
Charles, you would seem to agree.
Absolutely. I think that we've all learned, whether we're in the private ownership arena where we focus our efforts, private equity, private infrastructure, et cetera, or whether it's in the public markets, that you have to engage with the full range of stakeholders. One thing that we emphasize with our portfolio companies is the need to engage not just with your shareholders, but with your employees, with your local community, with your suppliers, because all of them can affect how well you're doing on these ESG metrics. And all of them can be part of the solution. And I think that we've learned as we've gone along these last few years how important that is. I mean, we invest in a lot of renewable energy assets, but that doesn't mean that just because they're a great addition to the global effort to reduce our carbon emissions, that they get a pass on monitoring their own ESG standards. And I think it's something that you have to apply with discipline across the range of all industries, because I think we're at a point in the world where all of these areas, I mean, we see this conference is being launched just in the next day or two in Glasgow, and how much attention is being paid to it. I think it has captured the world's attention because it reflects the sense of urgency with which we approach environmental issues. But I think we also need a similar sense of urgency about dealing with social problems in our countries and reinforcing the governance structures can ensure that we meet our objectives, our laudable and lofty and sometimes very difficult to achieve objectives on the environmental and the social front.
Yes, as you say, laudable and lofty. It perfectly describes what we're talking about. And we want companies to be engaged, committed, and disciplined, as we all agree. But given your portfolio, looking at different sectors where you choose to invest, and as I come to you all for the closing remarks, are there some industries that are racing ahead, that are winning this race? Are there laggards that should be doing more? Or is it just a very much a company-specific problem? Is it something that we could look at different sectors to be leading the charge on, or not really?
It's a good question. I think the renewable energy sector is at the leading edge on the environmental front. I think that you find a lot of digital firms which are also in that space. On the other hand, you find a lot of data centers businesses which are not so strong on minimizing their adverse environmental and carbon footprint. So it really does vary from industry to industry, but we found whether we're owning an industrial company, I mean, we own a company in the United States that is responsible for locating underground cables before you put a new cable in. It may seem like a simple business, but it's not. We hold that industrial company to the same high standards that we hold our renewable energy companies. And I think that's one of the keys, is to ensure that you have a very dynamic ESG program, whatever the nature of the business. And it requires a lot of engagement with different layers of management and the employee base as well to get there. We've learned the hard way how important it is to advance that. And we're putting our energy into it every day. We still have a long ways to go, I think, in some of our firms in reducing the carbon footprint, in making sure that we're meeting all the social standards, but we're determined to get there.
Thank you. Prime Minister, cheeky question. Take me inside these high-level meetings that you're having all around the region, from Oman to Saudi to Abu Dhabi to Dubai. Right. What level of conversation is had about governance? Is it something that's floating to the top when you're providing counsel and talking to these business and thought leaders?
Well, governance comes up in many different contexts, in many different environments. I think certainly, to the extent I'm still having many conversations that are political or geopolitical, obviously big questions in the world today about governance, about how we're supposed to manage dynamic political agendas combined with economic needs, combined with the various social pressures that both businesses and governments are under. Interestingly, I'd say, Rebecca, in the business world, I find, I should be careful here, the boards I'm involved in, certainly these are big topics of discussion. But when I'm traveling around this region, North America, Europe, meeting business people, I find that governance questions actually come up a lot more from investors and shareholders and those than the actual business managers. I think very often business managers all the way from top corporations to the startups you talk about probably tend to be more comfortable with their governance than they probably should be. I'm not sure that's the case out in the marketplace, and Charles and I were talking a bit about this earlier, and I think very different we're more involved in the public equity space, where I think there's actually more concern about this. You know, in the private equity space, there's often now such dominant owners, and management is really often very clued into their governance needs and concerns. In public markets, where you have disparate shareholder base, and increasingly many corporations, if not most, public corporations owned by large numbers of shares owned by passive investors, that I think there's often the sense that probably the deeper governance concerns are really not getting addressed or examined. So that's that's why you see the rise of activism, and I think it will be also a trend that will continue, because activism, whether it's strictly about returns or about environmental matters or social matters, is ultimately driven by a sense that the governance of the corporation is not addressing the immediate or wider interests of the shareholder and stakeholder base.
So interesting. Rania, would you agree this would seem to be a trend that could continue? Investors very concerned about ESG, more so perhaps than some of the companies themselves.
Yes, I really 100% agree with what the Prime Minister mentioned, because there's, this great correlation between the performance and the governance and the ESG. And that's why investors, they keep, looking into the governance structures towards invest in. So for, the small businesses, they have to really look ahead into and look deeply, into their governance structure to make sure who are the investors that they want to attract into their businesses.
What's one of the biggest things that surprised you in recent years about governance? Is there anything that we could point to that has been a very welcomed development?
Currently, when it comes to governance, it's really good that with the digitalization, it makes it even easier to attract board members from different parts of the world, where they can attend those meetings, they can attend to the governance matters. So now there's wide range. It was very difficult, and currently it's still difficult to find the right directors who can bring in the independence opinion to the companies. But now with the digitalization, this is really becoming more and more exciting.
Thank you. Your Highness, let me come to you. If you were to give advice to SMEs with regards to governance,
well, I wouldn't give advice to SMEs. I'd like to leave with this. The interest in ESG, or GES, is really important and heartwarming, but we cannot leave governance to the benevolence of shareholders. It has to be a top-down, bottom-up approach. NGOs need to be involved. And why would I say NGOs? Not because I wear the NGO hat, but because in reality, NGOs, people working on the ground, are the ones that have been ringing the bell of all the problems we see today. Businesses have been doing businesses since the 1700s in the same way. Now we just see it more. I think COVID allowed us time to sit back and watch and see the systemic problems that have been created from the system that we're in. And I think now investors, the public in general, are not happy with the results of what we have all collectively done. So the governments need to, or the incentive system should not be we incentivize your disclosure. And I think the CEO of Santander said it yesterday, the incentive systems need to be changed. It might have to be penalization. So if you do not reduce your negative impact, you're penalized. If you do not reach your goal of positive impact, without this change in the incentive system, it's not going to change. We're going to sugarcoat things. We're going to change things. We're not looking down the supply chain. So there's one index, I don't know who signed up to it, the World Workforce Disclosure Initiative. This is brilliant. You're responsible not only for your workforce or your employees, but the whole supply chain. We need to see things more that are like that. Businesses signing up to, of their own accord would be great. but governments need to play an active role also.
Thank you. Very quickly, let me come to you, Charles. You're nodding away, but do you agree that we need to be stricter, we need to incentivize and be a little bit more school mom-like with making these companies compliant? Do we really need to be so heavy-handed?
I think we do. It varies, of course, from firm to firm how heavy-handed you need to be, but you do need to insist with a great deal of systematic discipline that companies develop and implement serious ESG plans across the spectrum. I mean, one area that has gone underattended, I mean, the world is so focused right now on clean air, but I would like to see more focus on clean water. How many firms monitor water usage? Nowhere near as many who monitor their contribution to greenhouse gases. This is an area where we need to give more emphasis. It's just one example, in my view, Rebecca, of where we need more emphasis, where there needs to be more leadership. And we need to all embrace global standards here. This is why we look at the UN, the IFC, and others for developing frameworks and standards here, so we're not searching in the dark. We are moving into new territory, and we know in each of these territories, if we do not handle things professionally and systematically, the world is going to be in trouble, and I think that we need to be held accountable for it. The owners need to be held accountable for it, and there are different ways that society can hold us accountable, not just for creating value, but hold us accountable for achieving our ESG goals.
Thank you. Briefly, Prime Minister, we know the world is in trouble, as bleak as this sounds. I don't want to end on a bleak note. Give me hope. What do you hope for the next 5 years in terms of G and ESG?
Well, first of all, I don't think, you know, notwithstanding all the political turmoil around the world and the difficulty we've been in through COVID and some of the debt and economic overhang that's created, I don't think we should be pessimistic. We are entering an age of where more people have more wealth than ever before and more opportunity for wealth. For young people who are able to get a decent education, they are looking, in my view, at job opportunities that far exceed even the wealthiest individuals when I was their age. And we are having a rapid technological change that, while it is disrupting business models, governance, both politically and economically, a technology change that is going to make improvements in human life that were literally science fiction only a few years ago possible. So I think what we're managing here should not be thinking of managing pessimism or dire. We're just managing speed and complexity. And all of the things we've talked about, whether it's the need to re-examine incentive structures, to align incentive structures with goals, environmental, social, etc. It all, as I say, it all does come down to governance. It all comes down to having rigorous governance and rigorous expectations around governance and measurable expectations that will produce the kind of changes we're looking for.
Thank you. Rania, quick, top tip. What's your takeaway?
Basically, governance should be embedded at the very early stage, especially the principles of transparency, of fairness, of accountability. Once it's there, then governance becomes a natural transition for the business.
Thank you. And Your Highness, what would you like our audience to remember here at FII from our discussion today?
Again, the importance of governance for society, for the environment. I'd also like everyone here to remember, since it's an international community, that societal issues is the one that's always politicized, and it takes over the role of governance, or even sometimes the environment. But it should be looked at in context of how the whole three affects other countries. So I'll say in the Emerald City, so not to name a name. For me, if I live in Wakanda, sorry, movie references, how many scarecrows are on your board? The gender of the scarecrow, how many tin men, how many lions, is not going to affect the quality of the air in Wakanda. Sorry, I like Wakanda. So we need to keep these things. We have to remove the mentality of the savior and imprinting your values or your value scheme on different societies.
And what a perfect note to end on. Thank you so much, Your Highness, Your Excellency as Prime Minister. And thank you to the audience as well. Please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, and esteemed delegates, please join me in welcoming Eleni Giokos, news anchor and media presenter.
A very good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you today for a session that is perhaps one of the most pertinent as we embark on our climate change agenda globally. My name is Eleni Giokos. I am a correspondent and anchor for CNN. Our session this afternoon is ESG 2.0, developing metrics and processes to drive widespread adoption of sustainable business. And we're talking about measurable outcomes. What is the impact? What are we trying to achieve, and how do we measure where our money is being spent? And when we talk about ESG projects, what does that mean down the line for businesses and for governments? There are more than 80 ESG frameworks and reporting standards, all addressing different aspects of sustainability and using different assessment methodologies. And these have been developed across the world, but there's a huge need for standardization. And as COP26 gets underway, that is going to be the big question. We're putting all of these strategies and we're putting targets in place, but how do we achieve those and how do we measure these targets? The private sector is going to be such a fundamental part of that, and we've seen so many different methodologies being adopted. I'm delighted to welcome our panelists today that will hopefully shed some light about what they're doing in their respective fields and, of course, in their businesses, but importantly, to give a sense of what they need to see when we talk about standardization of these methodologies. I'd like to welcome Karim Awad, the Group CEO, Chairman of the Executive Committee and Member of the Board, EFG Hermes. We have Jean-Bernard Lévy, Chairman and CEO Global of the EDF Group. Welcome Rebecca Minguela, Founder and CEO Clarity AI. And a welcome to Ronald O'Hanley, Chairman and CEO State Street Corporation. And Christine Tai, CEO and founding partner of 500 Startups. A welcome to all of you. Great to see you. We have a complex topic. It is multi-layered. It has so many elements. And it's something that you grapple with, perhaps on a daily basis. My first question is, I think to set the scene, what are you doing in your respective companies? What are the dilemmas that you are dealing with, and what frameworks you've chosen to adopt? Karim, let's start with you.
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think, as you said, this is a very complex topic. We are a company that is operating in the region, in most of the countries in the GCC and across North Africa, and we are headquartered in Egypt. So we are actually proud to be one of the first companies to have been a signatory to the UNPRI. This is how we report on our sustainability goals on a yearly basis and our SDGs. But as you said, it has been a complex process. There are no standards. There are a lot of different standards that are sometimes contradictory in nature even. It's very difficult to come up with a score, a quantitative score. It's very qualitative in nature. So what we do in our company is that we try to run businesses taking into consideration all the ESG policies that we have. We invest in renewables. We're a very heavy investor in renewables, not only in the region, but across Europe. We are a big investor in education. We feel that a big portion of our role is to enable financial inclusion through ownership in microfinance entities and consumer financing companies, and hopefully a commercial bank in Egypt soon. So this is part of where we believe that we can play a role in our ESG responsibility.
Absolutely, and I think you hit the nail on the head. It's, what you're looking at is a lot of qualitative data, and how do you quantify your impact? Jean-Bernard, I'd like for you to jump in here. Tell me a little bit about what you do, and as we've already come to know, there's been reporting fatigue when it comes to ESG standards, and there's so many frameworks and overlapping.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm also very pleased to be here, and I can tell you there is no fatigue related to our vision for net zero in 2050, which is our commitment in EDF. Maybe a few words about EDF. We are the former monopoly for electricity in France. We have been competing on all our products and services now for more than 15 years, but we have grown as an energy company, not only in electricity, but also in gas and services and many other things. Together we are present in about 50 countries all around the world with a turnover of roughly 80 billion euros. Our ESG policy, of course, there is this ESG data inflation, and standardization is, I would say, still in motion. It's not really clear. First, what we have is we have a raison d'être. We have a purpose, which we defined together with a lot of our employees in 2019, and which is now embedded in our statutory documents, in our bylaws. And the raison d'être is around the climate mission of EDF and our key objectives regarding carbon neutrality, preserving the planet's resources, well-being and solidarity, and responsible development. So we now have a guide, this is our sort of mission statement, our raison d'être, in order to implement our ESG policy, our ESG policies. Of course, it is a complex matter, so we have selected what we believe are the most useful KPIs in order to manage internally. So we have selected 16 KPIs in order to measure our key commitments. Of course, 16 KPIs is a certain number with which I can be familiar, but of course some of my colleagues will be familiar with much more. But at my level, it is 16 KPIs where we measure our corporate social responsibility program. Now, regarding standards, we work a lot on the TCFD and GHG protocols, and we also try to work as much as possible based on our SBTi commitments, which we believe are becoming a sort of de facto standard.
Rebecca, jump in here for me as well, because you've been focusing on solving this dilemma with technology for many years. So tell me about some of the issues that you've come across and how you plan to help businesses navigate this.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to participate in this panel with such great panelists. So at Clarity AI, what we provide is a tech platform to help investors and companies address those challenges that you are mentioning, the challenge of the data availability, so lack of data, lack of reliability of the data as well, multiple frameworks, as you said, more than 80 frameworks just for ESG, but there are also many others just for climate, like you mentioned on TCFD or temperature alignment. So there are too many frameworks right now. It's important to select one, like they did. It's important to select critical KPIs for your objectives as a company or as an investor. And what we did at Clarity is we have been developing over 5 years a technology platform that is now being used by large asset managers like BlackRock. It's integrated into the existing workflows of investors. So asset servicing platforms, fund distribution platforms like Allfunds or Clearstream. Our clients, looking at the Clarity capabilities today, cover more than 20 trillion of assets under management, $20 trillion of assets under management. So our goal keeps being providing tools to investors to apply whatever framework they want. It's clear that we need the standardization of frameworks. There are several efforts being made led at the moment by Europe with the European taxonomy, the EU taxonomy and the SFDR, on trying to standardize frameworks. But even if there are not frameworks, clear standard frameworks today, that's not an excuse, right? So there are tools, and that's our goal, to provide tools to actually apply whatever framework you decide as a company or as an investor. So there shouldn't be excuses to start walking the talk, right?
Thank you. That's great. Lots to talk about there. Ron, I know that your ESG investments have increased. So I'm sure you've also been dealt with this big issue. How do you measure the impact versus just, talking about disclosure? How are you dealing with these investments and the money that's flowing in?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for being here, and this is a really important topic. At State Street, we think about this really in two different ways. Like everybody else on this panel and many in this room, we have our own companies or entities to think about, and how what are our goals? We also have a 2050 and a 2030 goal. Are we making progress towards that? How are we measuring that progress? How are we disclosing that progress to our investors? So we use frameworks and protocols such as TCFD. But maybe the larger role State Street plays is because of its business. We're an investment manager and we're an investment servicer. So we're exclusively focused on supporting institutional investors achieve better outcomes. And as ESG has become more important to investors, and remember, it's really started out as a part of the risk framework. How do we think about ESG in terms of the risk that we're taking and the rewards that we might get? So we invest that way. When we invest, we steward those portfolio companies. Many of our companies are in index portfolios. So if you think about that, we're going to own those for as long as they're in the index. We are permanent capital for them. So how do we think about engaging and stewarding those assets, and what frameworks do we apply there? And then finally, how do we help investors do all this for themselves? I mean, this is actually maybe the most revolutionary thing to face the investment world since the whole concept of asset allocation. So there's tools, there's methodologies, there's KPIs. The question needs to be answered. One, what are the risks are we taking? And two, are we achieving our desired outcomes? So that's how we think about it from an overall perspective.
Okay, Christine, you work with a lot of startups. So tell me about how you implement frameworks and try and figure out what the best methodologies are. And I'm sure, like we've heard from everyone, it seems that it's multifaceted here. You have to use as many as possible depending on what you want your outcomes to be.
Well, I'll echo what a lot of my fellow panelists have said. Really, thank you, and it's great to be here and talking about something very important, yet also very complex. I think of all of the panelists here, I certainly am coming from the vantage point of very early stage companies, which is not necessarily what we think of when we talk about ESG. There's a lot more focus on the public companies, maybe private equity. But my firm, 500 Global, formerly 500 Startups, we invest early in high growth tech startups. We are typically the first or one of the first institutional investors into these companies. And then we recently are looking to expand our scope into these companies, so we not just write the first check, but all the way potentially up to the last check pre-IPO or pre-exit. So our scope is really, in terms of ESG, it is something that we have found. It is pretty enlightening to hear what a lot of my fellow panelists have said in terms of the challenges with different standards and frameworks. If you think about the early stage, when these are just the founders or the founding team, it's even more of the Wild West in some ways. ESG is not something they think about. Oftentimes it's an afterthought. They're just trying to get their product up and running. They're trying to hit product market fit. So we felt like our opportunity as an investor is to really help bring those standards in terms of the awareness, especially with everything that has happened in 2020, all sorts of climate change issues and social issues, particularly in the US and all around. ESG, whether our founders understand the term ESG, it is something that is very much top of mind. Even in our own survey of our portfolio, like more than 80% want to integrate that, but there is no framework for early stage companies. In fact, even for 500, we have taken standards from existing standards, like many of the ones that have been named, and really used those to guide our own set of, kind of had to adapt that for our firm, for our guidance to our companies, because there is really no standard at the early stages, and that's actually where you can have the most impact. We've seen the downsides of a lot of these tech startups that have gone on and done extremely well, changed technology, been very disruptive, yet there's the downside of what technology can bring when there isn't some sort of framework around it. And so we feel like by trying to institute this or trying to educate our companies when it's still early, they can be better set up for success, hopefully, and not have to have costly changes later on.
I'd love for you to give me a bit of insight. I think that there's this, idea that the new companies, the startups, almost have climate change agendas at the heart of what they do. You hear a lot of new companies that are springing up. They're thinking more ethically. Is that not the case, would you say? Or do you think that they might have a good intention, but they just don't know how to implement some of their business strategies in the best way that will, hit the mark on ESG or SDGs?
Yeah, I mean, I think, especially when you see some of the headlines recently in tech and, big tech companies and the FANG companies, certainly none of them started out with the intent to cause, to cause issues. Yeah. It's more that it's been an afterthought, and they certainly may have chased growth and high valuations and user bases, but not necessarily think about what's the downstream impact on society, on consumers. So in terms of the companies that we work with today, it's definitely more top of mind. I think there's just not a huge incentive for them to do it unless the founders particularly care about it, or there's someone maybe pushing them to do it. And I think one powerful way that can happen is VCs who do invest in these companies potentially require that, or they want to see some sort of mandate. And then if you move downstream, for managers, if their own LPs expect this from their managers, then there is an impact there. But without that, it's there's no standards, there's no regulation around this. So I think capital is obviously very powerful.
I think this is a good moment to actually sort of unpack what ESG is, because we talk about the environmental issues, you mentioned the social issues, and then you've got the governance as well. Rebecca, I know you were telling me backstage, we've got to really look at what that means and what it means for businesses when they're looking at adopting certain frameworks. So give me a sense of how complex this might be when you're adopting a specific framework.
Yeah, I believe one of the main issues around ESG adoption is the confusion, right? Because ESG, as Ron very well said before, it started as a framework to measure risk linked to sustainability metrics. But it has been evolving the last few years with many different initiatives popping up, like TCFD with disclosure around climate, temperature alignment, or the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is 17 goals with 169 targets. So the level of complexity and the aggregation of terms and frameworks under the umbrella of ESG is really confusing for investors and for companies. And as I said, the standardization is good as long as everyone agrees on one framework and just follows that, right? Because now the European taxonomy, or the SFDR, which is the regulation for sustainable investing in Europe, is a new framework. It's not an ESG framework, it's not an UN Sustainable Development Goals framework, not TCFD. It's a new taxonomy and new indicators that investors and corporates have to follow. So instead of maybe developing new frameworks by different institutions, we should just focus on follow one.
Jean-Bernard, I want you to jump in here and, how important are CEOs in being advocates of ESG, and what lessons can we learn from companies that have truly adopted ESG at the heart of what they do?
Well, first, let me make it clear, I don't see how today a company can be run if the board and the CEO do not take care of E and S and G. But I do not believe ESG is a single matter. Yeah. It so happens that there are some interferences between E and S and E and G and S and G and so on, so it's maybe convenient to put them together. Yeah. But in reality, these are quite different matters. Yeah. And one could say they are all risk-related. If you don't perform well with respect to the environment, with respect to your social communities, with respect to the way the governance is implemented, then you get into a risky situation. Most companies will probably have ESG managed by a single committee, but it's not so obvious to me that this should be the case. Maybe for some companies, the environmental matters should be managed more by an audit and risk committee than by a dedicated committee, which will also decide about the company's governance or whatever. In EDF, it so happens it's a single committee. We have a climate champion at the board. Yeah. We have various entities which report to me, which I chair, which I don't chair, which take care of these matters. So I think we need to get organized and try to follow what I was saying about the ESG data inflation, which is some kind of a threat. And may I also add something which I think is of paramount importance. We are focusing here in this room, and generally speaking, we are focusing on environmental risks related to the way we are viewed by investors, such as State Street. But this is only part of the problem. A big problem too, I would not rate them, is how our environmental policies are viewed by our employees or by the talents that we would like to hire. So we need to speak, for instance...
You've been held to account on all levels. People are asking questions.
I receive letters from students or from students' organizations tell me, what is your policy regarding, let's say, climate, as you are a utility, and you may be a huge polluter through carbon, or maybe not. It so happens we are not. So it's easier for me to come here and say we're doing great because of our legacy assets and so on. But of course, we have to report to the employees or the potential employees, and similarly, we have to report to consumers or to consumer groups. So I don't think we should focus only, of course, we have to focus on the way the investor community, whether it's equity or for borrowing or whatever, is looking at us. But we are also responsible in front of our employees and the people who like to hire, the future talents, and we are responsible in front of our clients. More and more, I get letters or I get mails or whatever, or when I talk to people, they say, including customers, they say, we want to listen more about your climate policy, because if we do a business with you, if we sign a contract with you, we need to also explain why it was with you with respect to climate or environmental biodiversity issues. So I think we need to rebalance the fact that, yes, it is very important for investors. Yes, there is more and more money going to ESG in what is collected from savings, but we also have the other two parts of the equation to take care of.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, Ron, I see you want to jump in here.
This is a very important distinction that's being made here, and I would describe it as the distinction between value and values. And from an investor perspective, I think it's actually quite important that we focus on value and not values. As we're thinking about an investment or as we're holding an investment and stewarding it, we've got a set of values, we've got a set of personal and corporate values, but it's not upon us to impose them on our portfolio companies. On the other hand, we do believe that ESG represents an investment risk. Risk has some implications for value. Value is something that can be measured and should be something that there's general agreement on. But I absolutely agree with the point that there's also a role for values here, just not in the investment equation.
Harry, I was looking at an HSBC report that basically said pre-pandemic levels in terms of companies that operate in this region would only take around sort of 20% would take climate change issues into consideration into their business strategies. Now, over 65% of businesses are taking climate change issues into consideration with their business strategies. There's been a fundamental shift that's happening within the Middle Eastern region. Are you seeing that change? Are you seeing that shift? And how has that impacted the way you are looking at your business?
It has not happened definitely to the level that some of my fellow panelists are talking about in Europe and the rest of the world. I mean, the MENA region has its own specificities. At the end of the day, you can actually look at E, S, and G on separate levels here.
Absolutely.
So I can see over the past 20 years a massive change in the way the G has evolved. The amount of governance, the amount of transparencies that companies, especially the publicly listed companies, are showing today is nowhere near where it was 20 years ago. But sometimes also the E and the S, sometimes they do contradict, right? So you can, for example, do a massive shift, and I know that this is not really going with the mainstream of the panel here today, but you can do a massive shift in terms of the environment, for example, and have a massive societal impact in terms of unemployment and unemployment levels in a region where most of the population is extremely young and coming into the employee force.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about developmental issues, and most of the region, some of the countries are still trying to industrialize. And now you're saying, well, these are the frameworks you need to adhere to. It doesn't make sense.
Absolutely. And this is why when we're talking about future standards or one standard for all, it has also to take into consideration that emerging markets, for example, might be a bit different, that their level of development or their level of needs might be very different for the rest of the world. And this is where having a one global standard might be an issue going forward, for sure.
Okay. So, Rebecca, come in here. I mean, the International Financial Reporting Standards Foundation, so IFRS, is they're talking about standardization.
Yeah.
Is that a risk? Is that the right thing to do? Is that what the industry wants? What do business leaders want?
Yeah, I think that going back to the same point, now the IFRS, as you were saying in the US, is trying to set another standard. But again, are they going to be basing their standard in the standard that already set in Europe or not? Because if they are going to now come up with a new standard, so the reality is that they should be coordinating with the standard already set in Europe, so investors don't have, again, two different frameworks that they have to comply with, well, investors and corporates. Then to your point on the MENA region companies, I think it's a great point that they need to be given an opportunity to set their own indicators and demonstrate that they set a commitment and they comply with that commitment. And sometimes they shouldn't be measured in the same way that other companies that might be in regions that are more industrialized, as you were saying. So right now, for example, there are, I believe, 1,700 companies that are listed in the MENA region, if I'm not mistaken, more or less. And in our platform, in our technology platform, we cover about 60% of them, so information around 1,000 companies that we cover. But most of the information that we have in our platform is estimations, because those companies are not disclosing enough information. But many times it's because the level of disclosure that is expected for a company in the US or in Europe is not relevant for the companies in the region, right? So you cannot many times measure them with the same framework. So that's an issue.
And Christine, I'm sure you have this issue as well when you're dealing with startups, right? It's not a blanket approach for all.
Yeah, I mean, especially when these companies are very young, I think that's sometimes some of the aversion to seed stage, early stage venture because it is so high risk. Obviously, when you're investing at that stage and these companies eventually break out and do well, then the upside is massive. But until then, I think one of the things that we definitely have seen over the past 11 years that 500 has been investing in markets around the world is there is no standard in terms of reporting. It's really on us to try to communicate what we look for, but even then, some companies, even very tactically, they will send, monthly reports, quarterly reports, maybe sometimes no reports, and then.
And is it just disclosure that the reports that you're getting, they're just disclosing what they're doing as opposed to talking about impact, for example?
These are typically investor updates. We obviously, as investors, for our funds and our limited partners, we need information in terms of valuations. But in terms of ESG reporting, because again, it is such a new thing for our startups, we are probably one of the first venture firms that has implemented ESG for our funds. The vast majority have not. A lot of the focus, especially in Silicon Valley and in many markets around the world, of the ESG letters, there's probably a lot more focus on S because you don't think right off the bat E is a big factor in technology, right? There's typically no goods being produced, but there are ways that they can indirectly have that influence in terms of, as an example, one of our large companies, Canva, which just raised a pretty significant round. They're now valued at 40 billion. They're still a privately held company. They have already hit their goal of being carbon neutral. Based on a lot of the vendors they work with and the choices that they make, and actually aim to be carbon positive in the next few years. So those are good examples where even the tech companies can set those types of metrics on the E side. But in terms of the active reporting, not just on their company performance, but also ESG, that is something that is going to be, it is definitely early days.
I want to talk about transition to net zero, to carbon neutral, and we've seen so many commitments coming through over the past few weeks in the lead up to COP26, and even the oil-producing countries, specifically Saudi Arabia, has also committed to becoming carbon neutral by 2060. So you're seeing, commitment on the table, but how do we measure this transition and these commitments that have been announced? Because that's going to be the hardest thing, right? Is it about trust? Is it about, using different methodologies? Karim, I see you're
no, I mean,
grinning. What do we do? I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, I think.
I think you have to have a quantitative measure there, right?
Yeah.
It cannot all be qualitative, because sometimes, and I think some of my fellow panelists have raised that, there is a lot of data that is being thrown around that is qualitative in nature and not really, and that investors sometimes feel that they are being, for the lack of a better word, fooled, right? By telling them stuff that might not be concrete or measurable in terms of value. However, also to turn back the focus into the region, you also have to have an incentive for a lot of the companies that are out there in terms of the flows that they're going to see into their companies, right? Because some of them are listed, some of them have reporting, quarterly reportings. As again, one of our panelists said, some companies start out with good intentions, then the pressure of reporting quarter after quarter, profits after profits. So they have to see a financial impact also on their valuations, on how they do things, in order for them to continue driving towards those goals.
All right, thank you, Jean-Bernard. And you mentioned it earlier, power utilities do have a bad reputation, generally speaking, right? In terms of you are an energy producer, you might be a cleaner energy producer versus those that burn fossil fuels and hydrocarbons. But diversifying the energy mix is going to be important. I think people are watching very closely about what that is going to look like in the future. How do you respond to that?
We have a transparent policy that is made of commitments, roadmaps, milestones, reporting. We're happy to be challenged whether these roadmaps and milestones are the right ones or not towards our net zero commitment in 2050. We're not going to say it will all start to happen in 2047. We are doing it day after day. We are reporting it every year. On some metrics more often than once a year. We have decided that because we continue to receive an unbelievable number of questionnaires from all kinds of people who describe themselves as the standardizer or whatever, you know.
What's the toughest question that they ask you?
Oh, you know, I don't know, 50, 100, 300 questions. So we have a team of a few people trying to respond to them, but what we decided 2 years ago is that we open an open source data platform so that everybody can have easy access to more than 500 raw metrics, carbon and so on, waste, water consumption, female workforce, whatever, so that at least those people where maybe we don't have enough resources and time to respond to all these amazing questionnaires from very bright people, at least they can go to our database. And of course, in that database, there is the number, but also the reference, how we calculate it, what is the standard we use to calculate each number. But going back to your question, I think there is no other way than to comply step by step and to demonstrate step by step that we are in the right direction. For instance, when some fossil fuel-based investment come to my desk, and we're not saying we are not investing at all in fossil fuel. We do have a few natural gas investment, but we have an internal policy to accept them only in certain conditions, especially if this gas will be amortized in the short term and when it replaces coal. But we have, even for that, a limited amount of tons of carbon that we can emit year after year.
Yeah.
So when such an investment comes to my desk, I have some people checking that it is consistent with the tons of carbon budget that we have allocated year after year. And if it isn't, we won't do it.
Here's the tough question, right? You've got oil-producing countries saying they want to be carbon neutral, and of course, it's going to be a tough task. And we're talking about the energy mix mostly. That's one of the biggest issues. But then you also have the other issue where you're producing fossil fuels and you're selling them to other countries. How would you, Rebecca, start to measure those outcomes, what the targets are? Do you think that there's going to be regulation regarding this? What does the future hold?
Yeah, there is a regulation already, as I said, in Europe. There are regulation or efforts, regulation efforts to measure this. But of course, the transition, the word says, takes time, right? It's a transition to something else. We cannot, sometimes I talk to clients who want to have zero emissions in their portfolios. And then I say, well, if you only invest in the best performers who have zero emissions today, you're not going to reduce any emissions in the future, right? Because many times what you might want to do is investing in the worst performer, the one who is the highest pollutant, but help those highest pollutants to reduce emissions, transition into something else, a different type of energy, because they are serving a need. They are serving a need of all of us, right? So it's not that fossil fuels are going to disappear like that, because there is a huge need. It's the same with cement companies. Cement is something that is needed. You're not going to stop needing cement, right?
It's a high polluter, absolutely.
So you just need to make sure that you transition in a responsible way and making sure there is a plan. We are lacking a plan. That's many times the problem, that there is not a plan of what are we going to be doing. And just encouraging investors to focus on having zero emissions in their portfolio, moving away from cement, moving away from fossil fuels is not the answer, in my opinion. The answer is helping those companies transition to cleaner energies.
Ron.
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with this problem is that there's a real danger that we're losing sight of the overall objective. It's about decarbonizing the atmosphere. It is a global problem. It's not a problem that sits over State Street or that sits over EDF. And in fact, that the best way to solve it is if you could optimize for what it takes to lower carbon emissions in the atmosphere overall. So we may very well find ourselves in the spot where, in fact, investing in a hydrocarbon generating plant, a gas plant in India, might be a very good thing because, in fact, we're avoiding a lot of investment, or we're taking offline a lot of coal-fired plants. And this is the problem with a lot of we've been here talking about standards and measures. You know, we could very well find ourselves in the spot that every company feels good about what it's doing, and we haven't gotten there. And so I think we have to remember that there's a couple of kinds of standards here. That one is, what is actually contained in what we're doing or in our portfolios if you're an investor? And then two, what are the actual outcomes that we're achieving? And at some point, we need to evolve towards clear, consistent, and comparable standards.
Yeah.
There is a role for government here, but there's also a role for governments to cooperate on this and agree that they're going to impose those standards on us, because honestly, if we find ourselves in the spot that we're taking a few companies, say we're making all public companies look much better than they are, we might not solve the problem.
Christine, we've got about 7 minutes left, so I'd like to get a sense from all of you the next step. But Christine, here's a simple question. How do you build a company, you know, from scratch that has ESG at the very heart of that? Do you think that that is going to be something that will be standardized going forward? Because it might be easier to start and saying, these are the metrics that I have to hit as I start this business, as opposed to trying to retrofit it at a later stage.
I think that's a tough question. I mean, the ideal is that there is some sort of standard such that going forward, you know, maybe in the next few years, it is something that right off the bat, tech companies, startups are thinking about, such that down the road, when it's hard to see, some of these companies will die before they even get that successful, but at least down the line, they won't run into these challenges. But I think it's really about, again, about that incentive. Who's holding them accountable to achieve those standards, and understanding that it is a very iterative process. It's not that we expect these companies to have this all implemented and know what they're doing from the beginning. It's really more that it's top of mind and they're actively working towards it. And again, also it's a long-term game. It's not something that we expect. You can't measure it the same way you might measure a public company. Like it's something that you may not see the results or the impact for many years just because they're small. And I think that the more that it's not just one firm, it's not certainly just 500 global, it's not just any given company, but it's really all of these stakeholders in some ways reinforcing that, such that it does become more of a standard that, you know, when they are starting out, they consider, you know, whatever environmental factors are relevant. Certainly on the social side, governance is quite probably maybe the most lacking when it comes to early stage companies. But I do think that the more that the capital they take, the more that is something that's, I hate to use the word imposed, but more that's held in terms of accountability, then we'll start to see more of, hopefully in the long run, we won't see more incidents like what we see with Facebook or Uber or name your tech company. And we'll start to see, you know, we will hopefully avoid more of those types of situations.
Fantastic. Okay, so last comments from our panelists. The way forward, and whether you're feeling optimistic, to be honest, looking at the urgency and the incredible impact we've seen in the world on the climate issue, it leaves one really worried about the future. But it's, as we said, it's more than that. It's the social issues, the governance issues, the developmental issues we need to take into consideration. It's energy security. It's just, it cuts across so many sectors. So last comments, how do you feel about the future, and do you think that businesses are going to play a vital part in making sure we can achieve some of these enormous goals? Kareem.
I think absolutely we feel optimistic about it, and it's something that will happen because, as we were correctly pointed out, that the younger generations are pushing for it. But it also there has to be an element of patience to it, because some of these goals will not be seen by some of the generations that are even sitting on those panels, right? So, and the investor bases also have to have that level of patience, because if you're looking for immediate return on investments, they're not going to come in conjunction with this.
Fantastic. Jean-Bernard.
Well, I wanted to conclude on something a bit different. First, I would like to say that in our ESG commitments, we need to take care of energy poverty.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry we didn't discuss it, but I think it's a very important part of what we have to do. We need to make sure energy is available and affordable. My second point is I would like to pray that in a few years' time, just as we have basically 2 accounting standards in the world, US GAAP and IFRS, maybe we have no more than 2 and maybe even less than 2 similar non-financial standards. And the third point, and once again, I think it's one of the most important elements of what we are doing, is we work for the future generations, the people that will be there in 2040, 50, 60. So I spend a lot of time watching our rank in France, where we have 80% of the workforce for engineers. And we are a top 3 company all the time with Airbus, Google, and EDF. Airbus, Google, and EDF, or EDF, Google, and Airbus, whichever way. We want to keep that for the future, and I think it's a very important metric. Thank you.
I'm glad you mentioned energy poverty, so I'm going to take you on that, because I know that France is busy with its reindustrialization program, but it wants to do it in a green way. I actually had a similar conversation with former President François Hollande, and I asked him the question on the role of nuclear in our future to solve energy poverty. And when we look at developing countries, you've got, look, coal is still very much a reality. You know, you have to rely on your hydrocarbons if you want to solve that problem, because Africa, for example, still needs to industrialize. Other emerging markets have that same dilemma. What is the energy source of the future, do you think, as we're trying to desperately diversify away from dirty sources?
I think we have 3 pillars.
Yeah.
Efficiency first.
Okay.
And then the right mix between nuclear and renewables.
Yeah, okay. Nuclear still remains the cleanest, actually. So.
But of course, this will depend on each country's policy mix. There is a rule everywhere in the world. Each country decides its own policy mix.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget, the best way to achieve it is by being much more efficient.
Absolutely. Look, I come from South Africa, and we still rely 85% on coal. So I totally understand that dilemma and the developmental issues. Rebecca?
Yeah, I would say actually to that point as well, it's about ruthless prioritization, right? So we need to prioritize what we want to focus on. We cannot have so many objectives that need to be done in such a short period of time. So if it's efficiency, for example, let's focus on maximize efficiency. So let's focus our efforts on the things that are going to get the highest or the better outcomes, right? Because sometimes we start doing other things that might not really bring as much outcome that we want. That's one. And the other one is, of course, adoptions of technology to make it scalable, right? In the measurement, in the adoption, in the implementation, right? So it's only through technology that we are going to achieve the scalability and the speed that we need to do what we need to do in such a
You're right, the speed, right? We've run out of time. Ron?
You've asked if, I think your question was, are we optimistic? And I am optimistic. If you think about the world's investors, all of them are focused on this issue. They're trying to figure out what role they can play, both in the existing capital they have committed, and more importantly, fresh capital, right, which will help on the demand side here. So I am optimistic. I do think the one thing that needs to happen is we have to have a global carbon pricing mechanism, because that will help achieve a lot of the outcomes that Rebecca's talking about. It will put the right incentives in place. But until we get that, we're going to work around the edges, have lots of different standards. So if I could do one thing, it would be that.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Christine?
Yeah, I think it's tough to be in venture capital, particularly in early stage, if you don't have that optimism and you don't think that the impossible can be achieved. So certainly, even though it seems pretty far away or pretty daunting, we definitely believe ESG will increasingly become important at the early stages, hopefully. It's more top of mind for founders. And I think the point that was made about, certainly a lot of this discussion is around value for investors and the company, but it's just more of a demand with this new generation. I learned what is after Gen Z is Generation Alpha, apparently. That's where my kids fall. But increasingly, the younger generations actually care about this from a consumer perspective, where they choose to work. And so I think it's just going to increasingly continue. So certainly optimistic.
Absolutely. Look, there's lots of money chasing ESG. We know that it's a part of the global agenda. So it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, the business leaders, the policymakers, to make good on this. And, you know, us consumers will be writing the letters, checking in if you're meeting those targets. So thank you very much for your honesty and for your insights and for this wonderful conversation. Thank you to my panelists, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to enjoy a 45-minute break for refreshment. We'll reconvene here in the plenary hall at 4:30 p.m. for a special summit, Redesigning Tourism, moderated by Lubna Buza, Editor-in-Chief, Sky News Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Join me in welcoming Lubna Bouza, Editor-in-Chief, Sky News Arabia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all and thank you for being here. I'm delighted to be back in Riyadh for the FII this year and to moderate this special summit on redesigning tourism. We will have 3 panels back-to-back with different topics, different speakers. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists today. His Excellency Zayed bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Al Falasi, the Minister of State for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, United Arab Emirates. And Her Excellency Gloria Guevara, former Minister of Tourism, Mexico. Thank you very much for being here. Your Excellency, let us start with you. Strong travel and tourism industry is key to kick-start the economic recovery. Bahrain announced 2 days ago a new tourism strategy to promote Bahrain's position as a global tourism center, increase the contribution of tourism to the GDP. Run us through the main pillars, strategies, and initiatives and projects to do this.
In 10 minutes?
Take all the time you want.
Okay. First of all, if you allow me, I'd like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the 5th edition of FII. We're certainly fascinated by the progress that's being made, and we're really happy to be seeing faces again and shaking hands and seeing people amongst friends, family, brothers and sisters. So congratulations. Well done. Great job. Great organization. And we wish you all the best. We launched our tourism strategy a couple of days ago, which we termed as Tourism Strategy 2.0. In essence, it is a follow-up on the first tourism strategy we launched back at the end of 2015, which took us to 2019. We were anticipating the second version. COVID kind of dictated the timing. There was no sense of launching a tourism strategy when the whole world was locked down and the hospitality and aviation sector was practically paralyzed. The main features of the strategy are building upon the first version, which we called back then the 4 A's. The 4 A's were awareness, attraction, access, and accommodation. And this is how we built our tourism product and our offering to the world. We managed to succeed in the first strategy to double tourism's contribution to GDP to 7%. So we met that target. In this new tourism strategy, everything kind of heads that way, that by the end of 2026, we want the tourism sector to contribute 11.4%. It will be a big challenge and a milestone to us because this will be the first time that the tourism sector contributes double digits to the GDP of Bahrain. It's quite a detailed strategy. We go into deep dives of each of the 4 A's. But in essence, what we're doing is we're expanding the reach of Bahrain. The first strategy, we looked at 7 key markets, and this one we're looking at 18. We've tied in more Gulf Air, our national carrier, into the tourism initiatives. So they work together in launching new routes or enhancing existing routes in terms of frequency or capacity of aircrafts. That coincides again with the modernization of Gulf Air, which started with the new strategy of Gulf Air in 2018. and they work together to promote Bahrain jointly. So the airline can benefit, the tourism sector can benefit. I think it comes at a timely manner because we're noticing recovery in the tourism sector. Q2, we had good numbers. Q3 is showing positive indicators. And we are about to start having meetings like these in Bahrain. Our first and largest event is Jewelry Arabia, 16th of November. I'm sure you'll be there. I hope so.
I'm sure I will. I'll make sure I will.
So that will be the first public audience. And it marks for us two milestones, actually. One is that we'll have a public event where we have public audience attending. And two, which is a bigger milestone, during COVID, we converted the convention center into a COVID center. So we had testing, we had vaccination center, and now the center is back to being a convention and
So you really
exhibition
believe
center.
that the industry is ready to scale up?
Big time, because we are actually in the midst of constructing a new center, which will be ready by October 2022. And again, parts of the new strategy are built on the MICE sector. We believe that Bahrain can position itself as being a MICE destination. And this is why we chose to build a much larger center, 100,000 square meters of exhibition halls, plus another 25,000 convention center with a 4,000 seated auditorium. We are going after the global MICE market, and that's one part of the strategy we have there.
Good. Let me move to Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed. Speaking of scaling up, today at Expo 2020 Dubai, more than 190 countries are showcasing their cultures and innovations. It was a very brave decision of the government to take, actually, to do that at this very difficult time, I would say. And sure, it took a lot of collaboration between those countries to make it happen. Tell us more about how different was the plan put by the government to do this from any other event that you have done before.
Sure. So first of all, I'd like to thank His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib for the warm hospitality. It's always great to be back in Riyadh. I vividly remember in end of May when Riyadh received the Middle Eastern members of the UNWTO to meet here. And he told me, Ahmed, if we as ministers of tourism cannot come in person and discuss tourism, how do you expect the tourists to come in here? So thank you again. It's good to be here in person. When it comes to Expo, I think this is a great testament of how could a government, first and foremost, put a very strong healthcare foundation. The UAE has invested heavily in ensuring that we have high vaccination rates. Today, 97% of the population have at least received one dose, and 87% are fully vaccinated, so we ensure a very strong base. And then secondly, to be able to make that right balance and thin balance between economic activity and public health. So if you go back a few months back, Tokyo has hosted the Olympics. And unfortunately, no international visitation was allowed. And as soon as the Olympics started, the decision was made to not even have domestic tourists or viewership to attend the stadium. So it was highly cautious, highly controlled event. In Expo, I think with the widespread vaccinations in the country, by offering it as well to delegations in the country, with the scale of Expo and the open air system designed, it actually encourages people to really explore. So I think first and foremost, there's a confidence in the system. And secondly, it's also the collaboration of all of the countries. We have extended support to countries to participate, whether by offering pavilions for those who can't afford it, but also by offering vaccination. So I think it's the location of the UAE, it is the commitment to healthcare, it is also the need to explore. People want to travel. Being in the pandemic for a year and a half, people want to go see the world. And what better place than to go to Expo and explore all the different cultures.
But we still have continuing restrictions, travel restrictions in place. Don't you think that will be a challenge?
Well, I think, look, a lot of countries, especially those that were successful in the first wave and were very much praised, have fallen into this pitfall of trying to perfect it. So some countries, like New Zealand, for example, pursued a COVID-free policy. But until recently, they realized that's almost impossible. It's a moving goalpost. You can't seek perfection if you're moving in an ambiguous atmosphere. So I think we continue to see restrictions being lifted. Some countries have removed quarantine completely. But I think the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well, being open 100% in public places, including the holy sites of Mecca and Medina, including Mosim al-Riyadh or a Riyadh season, sends a message that you can still open up and have economic activity while maintaining public health. And I think more countries who have been very adamant about the public side, the public healthcare side, will soon shift to a more balanced approach.
So the 25 million you hope to attract
Yes.
Over the course of 6 months, still a doable target for you, you think?
Well,
You've already, I think we're already around 1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. This is the number I read a couple of days ago. So
Correct. So we always aim high in the UAE. And I think 1.5 million in the beginning is a good start. About 8 days ago, the airport received 100,000 passengers in one day. Even Emirates Airlines, for example, they recalibrated the forecast. They previously forecasted air travel to go back to 2019 levels by 2023.
Mm-hmm.
The reforecast says it will reach 80% by 2022. So we are optimistic, and there is always welcome to receive tourists, be it leisure or business.
I'm glad that we have a lot of positivity on the panel. But Your Excellency, COVID-19 wiped almost 4 trillion from the global travel and tourism in 2020. Sector's contribution to the world economy almost half after the pandemic. Almost half, dropped almost half. So many countries announced different initiatives. We hear about the initiatives announced by Bahrain, what the UAE is doing. Do you think really that we are on the right track for recovery?
Absolutely. And let me just tell you first, besides being the former Minister of Tourism from Mexico, I am the former WTTC CEO, which represented the global private sector. And I have the honor and pleasure to be a special advisor for His Excellency here. So it's an honor to be here today. And also very thankful to have tourism at the forefront in this very important conference. So thank you, FII and Your Excellency, for this. I totally believe that we are in the right path. And Saudi and the region is a great example. The amazing job, for instance, done here during the pandemic and after for domestic, very impressive, and the recovery has been amazing. And I think that now with the right protocols, I think we're going to be recovering very fast in international. Middle East is ahead of the game, very clear in every single indicator. I think that we're better off than other regions. Of course, Europe is doing very good as well. Asia, behind. His Excellency mentioned the example of New Zealand. I totally agree. Some countries risk adverse, closed borders, not only New Zealand, Australia, many countries, for instance, in Asia, they don't even know how to start the recovery. That's going to be impacting, and they are looking to this region. Mm-hmm. I think we still need to do some coordination, international, but I think we're moving in the right direction. I see that, especially the growth.
There are definitely a lot of challenges. Your Excellency, let me talk about financing. I'd like to talk about that a lot because there's nothing that we can do without the right financing. And the sector, and this is what, like all the reports recently that have been pointing out that we are suffering tight liquidity. Is that so? And if that's the case, what can be done?
I could talk specifically about Bahrain, if I may. Yes, the sector was the hardest hit. In my addition, in my role as Minister of Tourism, I'm also the chairman of our national carrier Gulf Air, so I've seen both sides of it. These are probably the two worst affected sectors, aviation and hospitality. But we realized that at the very start. And in Bahrain, we took the decision not to stop our airline. We're one of the very few airlines in the world that continued flying throughout the pandemic. We chose to keep the airline going. We converted a lot of our operations to cargo and repatriation trips for Bahrain and beyond. And I think that gave us a new experience that we probably wouldn't have ventured into in the first place. It's opened up a new line of thought for us. It's developed the company. It's put us under a stress test, and I think we learned a lot of lessons from it. Thanks to His Excellency, our Minister of Finance, under the guidance of the leadership in Bahrain, His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince, we started a very early economic stimulus package back in March of 2020. And it was 33% of our GDP. It was designed to be front-loaded heavily. So we give a strong boost to the economy in order to preserve jobs, to sustain companies, to stabilize the shock. You have to remember what we know about COVID today is much more than what we knew back in March. A lot of the panic was because of ignorance, because of fear, because of the unknowns. Today, I think the whole world has relaxed more about COVID. COVID has become more of a reality, something we have to adapt with than something we just ran away from. That package continued on a quarterly basis and on a more specific or targeted basis. So instead of being, the first package was more of an umbrella to all the companies, much wider, much bigger amount. We started narrowing it down to the sectors that continued to be affected. For example, in the second wave, we noticed that the supermarkets were not affected. In fact, their business grew because people were buying online, and in some instances, they were buying more than they consumed. So we took a decision to divert the assistance to somebody more needy. And it continued to the last batch, which was the fifth quarter, that was Q1 2021, specifically to the hospitality and aviation industry. Sorry, quarter 2 2021, because they continued to be struggling. That has helped us, and you have to take into consideration that we are not a big country where we could encourage domestic tourism. Saudi has done a fantastic job in encouraging domestic tourism because they have the geography, they have the population, they have the diversity. Bahrain is a much smaller geographically bound country, although there was domestic tourism because people wanted a change of scenery for the lack of anything else. But it couldn't be sustainable enough for the industry to maintain its livelihood. So having started with dealing with the medical problems very early, the medical issues related to COVID, it gave us foresight to look into the economic aspect, which we did. And we are now in phase 3 of our plan, led by His Highness the Crown Prince Prime Minister, is to sustain and grow the economy. I can talk as a Ministry of Tourism. During the pandemic, we had 1 hotel closed, shut down, and 3 new opened, and we have 6 about to open by the end of the year. So in fact, if you look at it in absolute numbers, the number of rooms has grown, the number of offering has grown. Gulf Air added 2 more new routes in the pandemic. We've added Singapore and Tel Aviv, which were not on our network in the past. And we are now going back to open more routes which were planned originally for 2020. So the growth of the airline with the growth of the tourism industry, I think the liquidity is there because the financial system has liquidity. There is no shortage.
So what's the
problem? The confidence maybe is not there. But once they start seeing the flow is there, the government support is there. Like I said, we have hotels opening. These are all private projects, so the investor confidence is there. None of the construction projects stopped during the pandemic. I mean, they stopped because of labor issues and isolation and all that, but not because of funding. And I think we're going to see an accelerated program now to finish what's in the pipeline to catch up on the lost time.
Thank you. Your Excellency, you served on both sides, in private sector as a business leader and in the government, as part of the government in different ministries. When the pandemic hit, were you happy you were a minister? What is the set of challenges that the pandemic brought to your table?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was appointed in July 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. So I don't think it was the best timing for me as a person, but it was the best timing to deal with it. We had to really roll up our sleeves. But what we quickly figured out was that countries globally, naturally, when you're in a pandemic and economic crisis, you use your tools, right? Be it monetary or fiscal, and we did that. But with tourism and also with small and medium enterprises, we found out later that they much prefer the ability to open up their business and have economic activity as opposed to a fiscal stimulus by giving paycheck protection and so forth. That's exactly what we did. So the UAE invested heavily again into healthcare. We were able to keep businesses open while at the same time having a very agile system that meets on a weekly basis, monitors the situation, and then adjusts the COVID restriction requirement. That to us was far more appreciated, and the numbers say it. So if you look at the numbers for for half one of 2021, we had the highest hotel occupancy globally, 62%. And that's because of the confidence of the tourists, the confidence in the system. And I think that to me is the biggest tool, especially when it's a healthcare-related pandemic, is to try as much as you can to give confidence to the investors, to the retail owners, and to the tourists to be able to come to the UAE and to spend a good time there. So that's the biggest learning for us. It's economic activity being open, as opposed to pumping more money into it. And as His Excellency mentioned, liquidity is there. The biggest, I think, issue was how can we open in a very safe manner?
Thank you. Your Excellency, although, having said all that, we still have reports asking for more restrictions, for more quarantine time, different protocol put in place in different countries. And that is somehow could be limiting for any recovery to come. You've mentioned international coordination. Do you think it's the biggest challenge we have now?
It was the biggest challenge during the pandemic. I can tell you that, international coordinations, but there was a positive side as well. Saudi hosted the G20, and under the presidency of Saudi, we made history because for the first time ever, we had the private sector in the same tourism ministers meeting with the leaders. And that was crucial because in that event, a lot of things happened. That conversation helped us to move faster. There was a plan requested by Saudi to recover 100 million jobs, the Alula framework, and several other things. The international coordination is crucial. We need to get it right. That was a great example, leader in the world. We need to continue with that. Saudi has continued with different initiatives to coordinate everyone. That's why we're here. WTTC is here. We have leaders from the public sector, the private sector. That collaboration is fundamental for our sector. It's not only to put tourism in the forefront, that we are here with leaders of the financial sector, with investors, but also really make it a priority as Saudi has done it. And when we are growing, not only in the country, we're growing in the region. The minister said something very important yesterday in his panel. Until tourism grows, the economies will recover. So if tourism recovers, the economies will recover. 10% of the global GDP, that's the contribution in the sector. 1 in 10 jobs. And when you consider all the jobs that were created before pandemic, in the last 5 years, new opportunities in all the sectors around the world, 1 in 4 were from travel and tourism. So if you don't have that coordination, we're not going to recover. There are great examples that we have seen, but we need to continue with that coordination. So that's why I think it's very important to follow this leadership and what Saudi is doing.
Yeah, and building on that point in particular, since you mentioned that 1 of 4 of all jobs created were across the world was accounted for tourism. The sector was definitely hardly hit by COVID. 62 million jobs lost. And every time I speak to anyone, the first thing they tell me, first of all, they don't want to study anything that has anything to do with tourism or hospitality or aviation. And even people within the same industry, people that lost their jobs, they don't want to go back. So how important is this to be a priority on the agendas of the governments so we can bring back the talents that we lost?
As you say, 62 million jobs are livelihoods, not only jobs, right? And when they were lost because of this lack of international coordination and because of the situation that we had, I think it's very important for leaders to understand the priority of the sector. When the leaders understand the priority of the sector and they help us to facilitate, they help us with the right policies, like in this case also, not only in Saudi, but our excellencies here from Bahrain and UAE and the region, I think that's when we drive change. And then when they value the sector. But we need to make sure that we have the right platform. We need to make sure that we work together. We need to make sure that we facilitate that process and that understanding of what the private sector is doing to create good jobs, well-paid jobs, and jobs that will stay there longer, while at the same time are supported with the good policies. Only working together, that's how we drive change. And when you look at all the sectors, yes, the pandemic impacted us all. But it was sad to see that in some countries just decided to close international without a domestic strategy or without the right policies in place. And those people are still suffering. And that's why the platform of the G20 was crucial. And also sharing best practices, which is something that Saudi has been doing. Traveling all over the world, bringing the region together, sharing protocols, sharing knowledge. That is fundamental. We should continue doing that. I think more and more you will see people very excited about when you have a clear vision. That's what I have seen here with the 2030 vision from His Royal Highness. Very important, where do we want to go with the 100 million visitors that we want to have and 1 million jobs. People are very excited, and that is great. And I think this country has everything to become one of the top 5. But as you say, we need to continue with that coordination internationally, because tourism brings, reduces poverty, brings opportunities, and provides a lot of benefits around the world, not only, for instance, in this case, in the region, in our countries, but all over. This field is amazing.
Your Excellency, anything to add?
Sorry?
Anything to add?
Anything to add? I think we believe that the worst is behind us. There are lessons to be learned from COVID, how to work in a team. I think the biggest success we achieved in Bahrain, particularly, and many countries in the region and beyond, is if you look at the successful models, that was a true cooperation between government, private sector, and the citizens and residents of the country. Law was respected, the regulations were respected, we came out of it faster and quicker. Where countries where, regulation was not necessarily put in place in a timely manner, where, the general public did not cooperate, some of them still continue to struggle. So we've learned how to combat it. And I always remember the words of His Highness. He says, we are at war.
Oh my God.
And it was a war against COVID. We did not fight with arms, but we fought with our will and with our perseverance. And I think soon, inshallah, we will celebrate the victory.
Inshallah. Then to wrap up this panel, I'm just going to give you the main messages from our panelists. So global coordination is key going forward. Work together to create jobs and bring back talents. No economic recovery without a proper recovery of the travel and tourism around the world. Keep going. The worst is behind us, and yes, we are on the right track. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's hear a big applause for our panelists.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Un poquito. Julia Tolges. Ay, qué bonito.
It's okay now? Good. Okay, so sorry to keep you waiting. We will be continuing with our summit. For the second panel, we will have one Spanish speaker. So in case you need translation, you will find the devices next to you. You can use them. And I would like to invite on stage then Her Excellency Reis Montoro, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Tourism in Spain, Julia Simpson, President, CEO of the World Travel Tourism Council, Kelly Craighead, CEO of Cruise Lines International Association, and Her Excellency, Her Royal Highness, Princess Haifa Al Saud, Assistant Minister of Executive Affairs and Strategy, Ministry of Tourism, KSA, and Greg Ora, CEO of Cetras. Gosh, we're having a technical problem. I'm so sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. So let's start this panel by asking Her Excellency Reis, the Minister of Tourism in Spain. Minister, tourism is obviously a vital industry for Spain, as it is in many countries, including developing nations. How has Spain adapted during the pandemic? And so you think that the tourism industry needs more multilateral coordination and cooperation to strengthen in the time of crisis?
No, I don't need.
Okay, I think we have a technical problem.
Yes.
I'm so sorry for that. They're trying to fix it backstage. Just bear with us.
Let's see.
So now maybe say something. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me in the headsets?
No.
No, it's the translation.
No, es dones, lo escucho la traducción.
En español, traducción en español.
I don't know.
Maribel.
Yeah. Ella decía cómo vamos a reforzar la economía turística en España. No sé si la había oído.
Perdona, Julia, dime.
Sí. Que ella preguntaba cómo vamos a reforzar la industria turística en España después de la pandemia.
This one is okay. Yes, it's okay? Okay. Okay, I don't know. You start
Is
the
okay now?
question. Okay, perfect.
Okay, good. So, Minister, tourism is obviously a vital industry. Let me make sure you can hear me in Spanish. How do I sound in Spanish? Not yet. Okay. Is it good now? Good? All right. So it's a vital industry for Spain.
Thank you very much. Yes, I understand. Bueno, en primer lugar me gustaría agradecer al ministro de Turismo de Arabia Saudí, a la viceministra, su invitación. Para mí es un placer estar con todos vosotros y una satisfacción poder hablar en este importante foro de inversión de turismo, porque el turismo es una industria y ponemos el foco.
It is a pleasure for us to be in this event. The tourism industry is very important, not just for Spain, but for all of the world. That is one of the, as we heard, it was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we hope that we will be able to overcome this pandemic and we will recover in the next period. And there is another important point that 80% of our people received the vaccination. Regarding our Spanish society, it is very important. We have a system of healthcare, public healthcare, that faces a lot of challenges in order to add value and to add better assurance for the domestic and international visitors and tourism people. And they will be also, we will use the health passport, and we will also have 43 countries that can visit us, and also 28 countries with different systems. And we also have tools that will be utilized in order to be able to facilitate the movement, the continuous movement forward to achieve sustainability during this period and in this critical time, to encourage investment in the field of tourism. As for different touristic products, we will also invest in that sector of tourism in innovative ways, and we will also provide different offers, flexible offers, through which we can attract investors and present tourism services in a better and a faster way and in an easier way in terms with other friend countries. We also have in Spanish tourism, we have two main important factors that we take in our priorities: the people all over the world, and also the institutes that provide education for our staff, and the challenge to transform the current situation and to face the challenges using digital possibilities and capabilities on the levels of individuals and organizations as well, and on the higher level or general level of the organization. We will focus on all of these points to advance toward the future. This is what we can do in the coming period.
When the pandemic hit, we had no references.
ربما لم يكن لدينا تجارب سابقة للتعامل.
When you take a step back now and think of what the kingdom has done so far, how you evaluate it?
I think the pandemic, when it hit everyone, and it hit everyone hard. But the number one lesson the pandemic has taught us is that we should never take this industry for granted. Tourism, everyone realized that they have a stake in it. A stake in tourism today, a stake in tourism in the future. And we can see that in the numbers that we saw. We're talking about $4.5 trillion lost globally from the global economy, which is 50% of what tourism used to contribute before the pandemic, completely lost. 60 million jobs completely lost. Everyone realized just how incremental and how important this sector is to all of us, especially when it's a human-centric industry. Looking back at Saudi Arabia and what Saudi has done over the past 2 years, I think it was very important to realize that we needed to work together. We needed to work cross-sectoral with different industries in order to have a proper recovery, but also with the private sector. We needed to enhance this collaboration, to sit down on a table together, listen, and understand what the issues are, agree on what the issues are, and set a way forward.
How can we strengthen the sector as we rebuild?
Absolutely, I think that's a very important point. You know, tourism, we have realized, is a very vulnerable sector. And with everything that I just told you, you know, I used to be an investment banker. And during the financial crisis back in 2008, we said banking is too big to fail. Sure. Today, I'm telling the world tourism is way too big to fail. And on that point, we need to make tourism the center stage, as we have made it the center stage of the FII here today. By making it the center stage, I want to focus on 3 key things that we need to do moving forward. 1, enhanced coordination and collaboration. Saudi has done so through its G20 presidency last year, where we brought private sector to the table and engage. However, we need still more permanent solutions for this continuous collaboration. 2, we must reach a consensus. We must agree on what are the issues. This is why we have launched the principles of redesigning the future of tourism, where we have spoken to hundreds of governments and private sector around the world to understand what these issues are. And then finally, we must agree on a clear roadmap and a way forward for this. One that provides opportunities, as again, we need to look at the human element. Saudi has introduced a global training academy in order to support, but there are much more opportunities with job creation. Second, sustainability. Clearly, the sector is not that resilient. We need to focus on the environmental, social, and economic elements of it. We saw His Royal Highness announce the Tourism Global Sustainability Center 2 days ago, which we are very happy to collaborate globally with multiple stakeholders. And finally, none of this will come to life without resources being attached to it. Today, we have worked with the World Bank on the Tourism Community Initiative, where Saudi has put $100 million forward. And we look forward to further and further. But I really want to elaborate on this multilateral collaboration coming to life through this panel. This panel is a beautiful showcase for that collaboration. Yes, Saudi has set forth with the initiative to lead and redesign tourism, but again, we are humbled to be joined by such strong partners, such as this esteemed panel here today, which we are very appreciative of.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Let me move to Julia. Julia, as Her Royal Highness mentioned, redesigning tourism. Do you think that based on all those procedures, standards, protocols, updated and adjusted operations that we have now and that we created to navigate through this very difficult time and this pandemic, the face of tourism, do you think has changed forever? And that's why we're calling to redesign the future of tourism?
Well, first of all, can I thank you on behalf of the 200 CEOs in the private sector of travel and tourism for inviting us here today. Thank you, Your Excellencies, and also La Ministra. It's a great honor to be here. And I think actually the answer to this question, the first step is what you've achieved here today, because you've put tourism center stage with this amazing conference. And as the Princess, Her Excellency explained, it does represent 10% of our global GDP. So there are investors in the hall in FII who are looking where to invest. And the other major point that was also so made yesterday by His Excellency is this is about human beings, human capital. 80% of our industry are small and medium businesses. Lots of these are family-run businesses that put bread on the table of people. These are real jobs. And today, we're looking at new figures that show that hopefully by the end of the cooperation of international authorities in terms of harmonizing travel and not putting up more barriers, we hope to be able to see the recovery of 6.6 million jobs in the region, in this region, which is absolutely wonderful. But I do applaud your efforts today and what you are doing. To answer the very specifics, I think it's completely normal when you have a big health crisis, countries look inward. They look inward, they come up with their own solutions. They're frightened. People were actually frightened. And so what's come out is this hodgepodge of different systems. Great credit to the Europeans and La Ministra with developing the EU travel pass. Great credit to Saudi Arabia that has some very, very simple systems in place. You've been able to open your home again to travelers. So we're looking for some kind of harmonization, but I'm going to be a realist. Richard Quest asked very hard questions. Well, how's that ever going to happen? Governments never collaborate. But I would say that there are already digital solutions and platforms. There are portals that where you could upload your different QR code from wherever you're traveling. And I think it's an opportunity that we leapfrog a couple of generations of innovation and technology so that we can have contactless travel. But with contactless travel means fewer people. But we need people in our industry because they are what people come to visit. So although we talk about technology, human capital is so critical in our sector. So yeah, I think we're going to do it. I think there are a lot of opportunities and the world is opening up. So we see lots of good data coming forward.
Thank you, Julia. Greg, what do you think?
I think I agree with everything said except for Princess Haifa including me in a beautiful panel. Other than that,
How lucky you are
I don't
today.
think that's ever been said before of me. So, you know, we've spent a lot of time in the region and in Saudi in the last little while. I can't think of any place more fitting to have this meeting because I can't think of any more people.
I'm so sorry for
They're
that.
after me on the beautiful panel.
Okay, yeah.
I can't think of any place more fitting to have this panel because I can't think of any set of people more committed to growing their tourism business than the Saudis. Both Princess Haifa, the minister, Fahad at STA has been absolutely supportive of everything we've tried to do. The local investment community, the same. I think you're going to find that there'll be projects that have nearer term goals and there are projects that have longer term goals. I think supporting those projects is going to be important, both to create some early wins here in Saudi so people can be convinced that progress is being made in the tourism. People are visited. I saw the minister published his tourism goals for next year, and I think it's 50 million visitors here in Saudi. We're here to help you as much as we can get those people here. And I think you're going to find that whether it's government cooperation that you're talking about, what people really want is certainty, right? So I think however much friction there is to get someplace, people want to know what they have to do to go and what they have to do to come back. And if we lower the standard of commitment from governments, just to give the travel industry that, do I need to get PCR tested? Spain has an excellent system for their PLF system where you can go online and you have an app for your PLF. I think certainty is the first thing that the governments can help us with because we can get people to travel if they don't have reservations about doing so.
Yeah, let me discuss this more with you because I think unified international traveling standard is what everyone is calling for. Mm-hmm. But is it even doable?
No. And the reason is it's the U.S.'s fault. So America can't, so America's 30 or 40% of the gross travelers worldwide, and the U.S. can't get, forget the unified standard, they can't get an American standard. So they don't have a national database to register people. So, and some states don't have any database at all to speak of. So how, for instance, if Saudi wants to plug into the database, are they going to do that if there isn't one? Europe has an excellent system for their green passes that works in, I apologize for not knowing exactly how many European countries there are, but however many there are, it works across Europe and it works really well. And so I think you're going to find that isn't going to be a near-term solution. You know, I still travel, if you remember this, with my yellow vaccine card, which is a card that you got when I first started traveling about 35 years ago, which kind of umbrellas out all the vaccines that you have. That card was an international standard in its day, and that card's been done away with. Just automating that card would work. Then I could tell who had a flu shot, who had a yellow fever shot, who had a COVID shot, right? It shouldn't just apply to COVID, it should apply to everything. And so I don't see them doing that, mostly because America's holding them back, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Kelly, let's first of all, hear from you. What do you think of what we have discussed so far? Before I move to cruises, because I would like to know where we stand in that sector.
Wonderful. Well, again, I offer my thanks and my gratitude and appreciation for the work that's taking place here. I mean, there's such an unbelievable opportunity to build on the lessons that have been learned by others and to really put forward a best-in-class product that will enlarge the map, increase the people-to-people connectivity that is so important and makes travel so powerful. And there are a lot of challenges, and I do agree that there are some that can be addressed in the near term, and there are some that will take a little bit longer. We sometimes fall in that category. But I think to Julia's point, the ability for us to work together in public-private partnerships to solve problems that can be solved when there's input from the private sector and it leverages the expertise of operations to pull the levers of government so that you're actually leveraging off one another is a way to accelerate some of these challenges. And, I think I strongly agree with our hosts that the tourism is undeniable. It is too big to fail. I think that is the most perfect headline to come from today's session because it does affect everyone. And so to be taken seriously, to be viewed in some of the ministries like the economic and the finance ministries is an important way to situate governments so that when there is an outlet for the private sector to contribute, we can go faster when there is that kind of dialogue that happens between the two.
So tell me, where do we stand with the cruises? Are you being able to get people back on the ships yet, or do you have bookings?
Which leads me to, I too have to offer our thanks to the Europeans. It was through the EU Healthy Gateways project that cruising was able to start resuming operations in the summer of 2020 because there was dialogue between the public and the private sector. And cruises were able to start operating in Asia and in Europe using some of the most stringent protocols, which was pre-vaccine, with guests enjoying their time with a lower incidence rate on cruise ships than you could experience on land, and then came vaccines. And it really was that dialogue between the public and the private sector that started it, and the US is one of the last to the table, but I'm pleased to say that cruising has resumed in the largest market, North America, as of the end of this June, and we should be back to 80%, but there still are some markets that are closed. And at the same time, there are these exciting opportunities like we see in this region where the cruise industry likes to think that they're leaders in responsible tourism. And so the opportunity to work together in partnership to really protect sensitive marine lands and coastal communities, and to be able to deliver a wide range of products so that there really is an opportunity for international guests, for domestic guests, is what's exciting about the future of cruise and the future of cruise in this region.
Tell me, how is the procedure you have in place now, the protocol that you follow? It's not easy. It's a completely different word we're talking about here.
Right. Well, so the cruise industry, compared to some of my counterparts here, is relatively small. And so we do have the ability for many of the cruise operators to be requiring their guests and their crew to be vaccinated. And so in many instances, you'll see 100% vaccination, which limits the guests, because clearly children are not in a position, which is a challenge for an industry for us to have vaccination as a requirement. But you'll see cruising now, the majority of these ships have all of their crew vaccinated, the guests majority vaccinated, and a significant amount of testing. So testing before you arrive, testing while you're on the ship, and testing really has been central to our protocols since the earliest days. In fact, we were the first industry to require 100% testing of passengers and crew before they boarded. And given how dynamic the virus is, these protocols are continually evolving and adapting. And the benefit of a cruise ship is many of them have state-of-the-art medical facilities. So some of the lessons that we've learned, and I think we'll get to it, is just how important it is to communicate with local authorities at all levels, but to be able to have plans in place to deal with the unexpected. So it's a combination of what happens before you leave home, what happens while you're on the ship, and then what is your coordination, what is your strategy when you have to leave the ship.
So can we book?
So you can book, you can cruise.
Is it safe to go?
It is.
I've been wanting to do that for so many years and I never had the chance to, and look at this now.
Right, well, I'll tell you, with our members that are in the audience, they will tell you it's probably one of the safest ways to travel now.
Really?
With the most stringent protocols that you'll find of
I hear
in
that
the industry.
from also airline CEOs. They all say the same thing.
Except for I don't think that any airline has a 100% vaccination requirement, do they?
United does.
For their staff?
Yeah, for their staff.
Not
I don't
both.
think for their travelers, no.
Let's
come cruise.
Well,
I can
I
testify
promise.
to that safety.
Yeah.
I went cruising post-pandemic. I can testify to the safety.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
See? Brave of you. You let me know how it goes. Okay, let's move back to Your Excellency. Spain is very important in the world ecosystem of tourism. What tangible actions are being taken by your government to ensure that tourism's contribution in Spain to the global recovery of the sector is maximized?
Bueno, como bien dices, España es uno de los líderes en el ámbito turístico.
Spain
También sabemos que tenemos
is known as one of the advanced countries in the field of tourism, but we should work further in order to improve the services that we provide through our stakeholders, because tourism is a primary industry for our country and is something that we are working on developing in Spain.
Porque tienen la visión
through the works of the Ministry of Tourism and through such events like this we are participating in now, we are trying to showcase the participation or the contribution of the private sector to the works and efforts of the public sector, and through panels like this panel, we show that we cannot work separately, we cannot work in isolation, we need to work together, to coordinate together, and I like to advise that we need to have some kind of governance in order to be able to take decisions,
motivos por los que la industria
a unified decision and standardized decisions, because we, according to our experience in the field of tourism industry in Spain, we progressed a lot because we faced a lot of difficult times before, and we were able to overcome these difficulties by such measures. And I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for allowing us the opportunity and for working and planning for tourism in the world in general, and we need to be to prove that we can work in a better way on the international level. And indeed, the COVID-19 negatively impacted the private sector, and many companies could afford the shock. So we need more cooperation between the governments and the businesses on different levels, because people are missing travel because of the COVID-19. And we need to work all as one hand in order to be able to improve our services and to improve our industry in order to be able to achieve the progress that we all want to achieve. We need integration and cooperation between the public and private sectors. We need to focus on the points or rooms of improvement. We need to work on them to positively bridge the gaps that are currently available. We need also to change the principles, some of the old principles, and to start hiring
y por lo tanto este panel
our
representa
human capabilities to retrieve our talents back. So I'd say that this panel is very important to set the general rules for tourism in the future. We are trying our best to start specific programs
y el liderazgo de mi amigo
through which we will be able to develop
ministro y
the
todo su equipo
tourism sector. And His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, I agree with what he said, that we can work together, and it is the best way to move forward.
tienen la iniciativa para sumar
In order to take the initiative, the private sector will take the initiative, the public sector will provide the policies that will enable the work in order to push tourism forward and to provide some kind of a recipe, this recipe for work, the recipe in order to treat our current situation, to learn and to move forward for the future.
You've mentioned that you worked as an investment banker. And it's very important as part of any recovery for any sector is investment. How can we encourage investment here? What should be done not only by the government, but also the private sector and companies, and even we can talk about capital markets as well.
I think investment is critical, especially as we are now putting this pandemic behind us and moving forward. We should see opportunity in everything. As Julia mentioned, SMEs represent 80% of our industry globally. So we shouldn't, in looking at investments, we shouldn't neglect those who need support the most. So speaking from government perspective, we need to ensure that there are the right policies, regulations in place, but also the right investment opportunities are highlighted in order to encourage these small and medium enterprises and business and direct them into the right spaces. Investment doesn't just come from private sector as well. It should come from clear guidance from government. It should come from multilateral cooperation. Yesterday, there was a conversation about usually investors in tourism. What is tourism? Tourism is bringing people from outside to come and visit a country, get introduced to a new culture, have a new experience. It's bridging the gap between cultures, and today the same can be said for investment. So today investors want to expand their horizons into experiences, so not necessarily being destination driven, but also being across the entire value chain of an entire experience. So we don't just need to look at how we facilitate for them in a specific country, but we need to look at how we work together and how we use international organizations and hear from them on whatever the issues that are faced with private sector in order to see how we can best support them. Today, we cannot deny that a pandemic has taken place and has left the sector not the same way it was, and we need to work quickly to support private sector in that recovery, but definitely to look at innovation today and how that can take part in really leapfrogging where we could be and what we could do and where we could go, and walk that journey with private sector and not just point the finger and say, this is needed and watch them go and do, but actually take that journey with
100%.
them.
Julia, what do you think?
Well, I completely agree. And I think the Princess is spot on. You know, I think there's a lot of opportunities for investors. I mean, Greg may have a view on that. I think there's also a lot of opportunities for investors around the green agenda. And it's certainly something as we emerge from this pandemic, I think the travel and tourism sector is going to be showing leadership in this field. So, you know, I do completely agree. The one point I would add is we've been working very closely with COVAX. I'm sure lots of us have, because there is some people are saying it could take up to 5 years to vaccinate the whole world. And if we're going to truly have a global opportunity for travel, we need to be able to speed that up. So the private sector is certainly rolling up its sleeves with governments to try and ensure that we have some kind of vaccine equity. And also the point Kelly made about children. Although we do encourage people to be double vaxxed. There will always be some people in our community, for whatever reason, cannot be fully vaccinated, and we need to have quite simple protocols in place to be able to embrace them. And so if you are doing a cruise, as you're saying, or you're going to a destination and you've got, you know, a grandparent, parents, children, in that mix somewhere, there's always going to be somebody that has some issues around vaccination. So we need to get the testing much slicker. And I would also slightly controversially say that some of the businesses around PCR testing, I'm calling it the Wild West. We've seen some extraordinary price gouging going on. You know, they've seen the opportunity. But, you know, if you've got a family of 4 that want to go on holiday and that some places that are requiring PCR testing, you know, you could be adding $800 or more to that family holiday. It's not feasible. So that is another area where I think the private sector needs to work in collaboration with the Princess, with governments, with this government, to ensure there are some kind of controls. So here I am speaking from the private sector, looking, asking for regulation. But I do think in that area there needs to be a little bit of control.
Yes.
And it's also, as Greg said, about keeping it simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I like the mix we have here and all those views we're hearing. Greg, let me talk to you about investment in the tourism space now. How many calls do you get a day?
I'd say at the beginning of the pandemic, we were getting 3 to 5 a week. That probably hit a peak of about 10 a day for from different people, CEOs of businesses that needed working capital. You know, this probably isn't the time for it, but each one of these businesses needs help in a different way. There are a lot of successful businesses that have big summer seasons in Spain and Greece and Italy who didn't have as big a summer season as they had planned to this summer or last summer, and now they don't have the working capital to make it through the winter. Business is fine. They just don't have enough cash because their working capital is pretty seasonal and it swings. So now they don't have enough money to make deposits. It's a pretty easy problem to fix. You know, a lot of people are demanding different things from us in the next little while. We got a great idea from the minister and Fahad and Princess Haifa when we were here in I can't remember, it was this summer or last summer, it all blends together. But they had talked about the electrification of Saudi Arabia and how the vision for that electrification was important to the future of their country. We actually took that idea. We had a lot of talks with the people here, but we took that idea and ended up spending, you might have seen this in the paper, $4.2 billion to buy 100,000 Teslas because now we have the cars. Like Princess Haifa can want to electrify Riyadh or Jeddah all she wants, but if she can't buy the 10,000 electric cars because there's no supply, then there won't be any supply. You know, we're getting ready for these electric cars being driven autonomously, right? So having experience managing the electric cars in a fleet and doing all those things matter. So I think you're going to see different themes. I think Saudi Arabia, we visited this place called, I'll probably slaughter the pronunciation, so if I do, Princess Haifa, please help me out. Suda, and it is absolutely fantastic, right? It's in the hills. It would be hard pressed to think you might not be in the south of France when you're there. We visited Alula, which I would tell you, if it's not the top, it's probably in the top 3 tourist destinations that I've ever been to. Wow. And very few people know about it. And so we've been working with, for instance, the tourism ministry. I think the minister's tired of me talking about Alula, by the way. But so for instance, Dubai will get 20 to 25 million visitors over the next little while. We think every one of those should visit Alula, right, while they're here, as a first experience into Saudi Arabia, at least for the intrepid traveler. I don't think you can, don't worry, Princess Haifa, we're not sending 25 million people to Alula anytime soon. So that would overwhelm the hotel capacity you have.
We're welcoming everyone. We'll find solutions.
You'll have to put up a giant tent city in Alula.
We're problem solvers. We'll do it the Bedouin way. We'll have tents.
There you go. So I think there's going to be a lot of really good opportunities to invest here. I think wellness as a theme is going to play really well. I think ESG as a theme, and we were talking about this before when we were sitting in the green room. I think it's also important to remind everybody in the room, as investors and as operators and as government agencies, don't hold out these travel companies to be perfect on ESG. Just ask them to be better every year. So if you were at one level in 2019, you should be better in 2020, you should be better in 2021, because if perfect is the ideal, people will just give up on that goal, right? You know, we're not going to convert all the airlines in the world to hydrogen and not burn any carbon next year, right? Maybe in a long time from now, you'll have electric aircraft and you'll have hydrogen-powered aircraft. But in the short term, we just need to have them use more green fuel, right? Maybe fly shorter distances in some cases. Be able to have people purchase carbon offset credits when they fly. There's all kinds of things that we can do to make things friendly. Sorry, I took up a lot of time there. I apologize that
No,
I
we've
rambled.
enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Your Royal Highness, any closing remarks from your side?
I think, again, tourism is all about people. And in Saudi Arabia, we invite you all to come and visit the Saudi people. I want to really thank this amazing panel because they have showcased the theme of this, which is redesigning the future of tourism by being here, showcasing private sector, government sitting together, having the conversation together, focusing on the key element, which is humanity, the theme of the FII. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I would ask our audience to remain seated because we will be doing the next session in less than 5 minutes. Thank you for our distinguished panelists. Excuse. How are you? Look now, sitting here. Hello, hi. So sorry. So our next session, we will focus on investing in tomorrow, meeting the needs of the future. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists. Barry Sterlitz.
Excellent.
I hope I pronounced it right, co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Starwood Capital Group. Rich Agrawal, CEO of Oyo, you're the founder as well, right? Of Oyo Rooms. Sebastian Bazen, CEO of Accor, and Fahad Hamdadin, the CEO of STA. They've tested me big time with the names today. Thank you, gentlemen, for making the time, and thank you very much for joining us. Fahad, let me start with you.
Okay.
You've attended the first two panels. We've discussed so many things with the government side, with the private sector, even from regulators. What do you think, where do we stand now in terms of tourism, aviation, hospitality? Are we really on the way to recover? Or this is really just being very optimistic?
Although we're not very good on gender mix here
I
versus
know.
the previous panel, but we're definitely having the right people to vet what the previous panels were saying. I think the time is to stop talking and start walking.
Yes.
Nature has given us 18 months to think and talk. Now it's time for us to walk. And the gentlemen behind, I mean, on my right and left, are the ones to attest to whether governments are walking the talk or not. My job is to meet businesses and ensure the destination is growing with those that are ready and have, you know, the right commitments to generate the growth that we all look for. And the growth we look for is a growth that is, driven by all the principles and the lessons we've learned. In the first panel, actually, I was listening. It closed by saying, the worst has passed. I would say, the worst, it has not if we go back to where we were. So there are things we need to change, and we need to change in delivery. So that's probably what I would say.
What delivery we should change? What should be done differently in your view?
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure.
It's a pretty open question.
Yeah.
You know, the pandemic changed everyone's behavior, both in their lives. And
is there any way to go back, you think, or what we have now is here to stay?
You've changed, the consumers learned a lot of new habits. My mother can buy on Amazon. She's 87. She didn't know how to turn on her computer, right? She can book a room on her phone in a hotel. And I think the whole world learned to use mobile devices.
Yep.
We learned how to serve food without a waiter. You click on a menu. Some of this is actually a better service proposition. It's better for the consumer, and we'll keep going with this. It's actually better business, too. It's lower cost for us, and there's less mistakes. The order is correct because you ordered it and goes straight to the kitchen. So I don't think we'll go back to, when we shouldn't go back to the prehistoric, pre-pandemic service methods. On the other hand, it opened up a whole new category of ways to connect to the customer, and technology is racing ahead and allowing us to personalize the experiences in a way we never could before. And people are there to catch. Usually technology is so far ahead of the customer that they're slow to adopt. And certainly people of my generation, well, I can use my iPhone, but my mother couldn't. So, you know, everyone has learned how to participate now in the digital world. And our job is to create content and experiences for them that they can't replicate on their phone or in what will come in augmented reality and virtual reality. And I tend to think people like people. And I think because the world has lost community, really, especially with the demise of organized religion in the Western world, you know, the community is going to come in what we create for them in their destinations. And so I think it's raised the bar, and if you succeed, you're going to do much better than everyone else. So it will be fascinating to see what happens over the coming decade.
Looking forward, honestly. Let me, Sebastian, ask you here, how the approach of hospitality CEOs and CEOs of this industry in general should approach the changes that have been made to the industry so they can build the industry of the future, of tomorrow?
If I knew I'd be a king, no, seriously, you know what I was thinking, Barry, because I've been trying to follow his path for the last 20 years.
20?
Yeah, no, clearly, no. And on what he created with Starwood Hotels and all the lifestyle, he created it. And now I was looking at you, Barry. I don't know how you do this. I'm trying to do the same. Gosh, it hurts. No, it doesn't hurt you.
He works out.
No, seriously.
You need to hit the gym more often.
Well, the world, it's 2 or 3 things. Number one, don't ever think the hospitality industry is dying. It's exactly the opposite. It's a fascinating, great growth industry at scale with a lot of money behind it, a lot of demand, and a supply which is today, and has been for the last 40 years, half the level of demand. So it's very rare to have a $1 trillion industry, 70 trillion, where you know demand exceeds supply by twice. And that will be the case for the next 40 years. The one thing that I guess you have to agree and admit, that the clients of tomorrow are likely to be different in terms of what they expect from you, in terms of mixed, in terms of destinations, in terms of wherewithal, in terms of emitting market, vastly different. So we as hospitality CEOs, one, we have to have a proper diagnostic. How are they different? Can I cope with those differences? Can I respond to what they want? And at the same time, can I still differentiate myself? So I like the days of today because those who are going to be thinking rightly will make a difference. So anybody who has been borrowing and inventing and duplicating a brand, as we have done, Marriott, Hilton, Accor, I can blame myself. Those commodity product brands are not going to be dying, but they no longer be growing in developed countries. In emerging countries, they will. because there's a lack of infrastructure. So sub-Saharan Africa and many other continents like we've done in South America, don't you worry, you're going to have a lot of Novotel and a lot of Hilton. But on the Western world, and in this country particularly, the clients of tomorrow is going to be highly demanding. They're going to want better fulfillment. They want isolated places. They want to be recognized. They want to discover somebody else's culture. They want to liaise with human interaction. They want to discover architecture, food. So you're going to have to embrace them. You're going to have to basically stay with them for probably a longer stay, as opposed to 5 days, probably 7 days, because they're going to travel less, but they're going to stay more. So it's going to be a fascinating time where finally, what I was looking forward, human capital will make the difference. Forget technology. We all talk about technology. I love it. Fine, don't be against it. But when you are in a hotel business, what matters the most is that person in front of you smiling to you and bringing you something that you were looking forward to get. And when they're going to come back home, they're going to be talking about the smile, the language they have learned, the food they've experienced, and they will never talk whether they've been going through booking, and even what was the price of the hotel room. So the days of tomorrow is the days for professionals, not for amateurs.
So you really agree with Her Royal Highness Princess Haifa saying tourism is too big to fail?
She is so right. But it is a very intensive business, because we all know when you work in a hotel, there's two things we have learned through the pandemic. Number one, and you're right, we had time to think. And I spent a lot of time alone in my office to think. And it was tough. But what I've learned is the tens of thousands of people of our court that I did not know, whether they were in Chile or in Sri Lanka or in Sao Paulo, God knows, they have been creative, audacious, accessible, generous, kind. Give them the keys, for God's sake. They know better. They understand the local community. Don't ever continue to decide anything centric. Give it to them. They actually deserve it.
Thank you. Ritish, I hope I'm pronouncing your name
perfect.
right. It's perfect, good. So you came up with this crazy idea. You started this company. Did the pandemic work in your favor?
Well, to begin with, 3 of my co-panelists have explained about how travel is, to Princess, Her Highness Princess Haifa's words, too big to fail. I believe that a lot of times, often I get this question of saying that, will travel exist at all in the future? And I think I want to reiterate what my fellow co-panelists have mentioned, which is, I think travel is here to stay. And the easiest way to look at it is this conference happening in a period where pandemic is not gone fully, has 5,000 plus people coming here from all different parts of the world. And I can tell you this, that every year there will be more people going forward. So it's pretty straightforward to imagine that travel is here to stay. But that said, I think I agree with Sebastian in his perspective of saying that while travel will not just be similar to what it was earlier, it may actually grow every year in times to come. It will not be exactly the same as it was in the past. It will structurally change.
How do you picture it now?
I think it's very hard to crystal ball gaze today because the world's changing so rapidly, right? But there are a few things that we see in our company, and I can use those as context, and I'm sure Sebastian and others are also seeing similar things. One of the things that we see is people appreciate domestic markets a lot more than international. So for the first time, and even here in the kingdom, I see people talking about Taif a lot more, even for people who were in Jeddah for the first time than ever earlier. And similarly, in different parts of the world, we see domestic being a big source of demand. For example, our holiday home demand, we used to always see Germans come into Denmark, and Danes used to travel to other parts of Europe. Last year, we saw almost 90% of the bookings being Danes traveling in Denmark itself. The second thing I see is flexibility, similar to what Sebastian was saying, that I think on one side, people need an isolated experience, which is vacation homes, and hotels with villas will see substantial amount of demand. But combined with that, people want flexibility because plans are changing all the time, especially in this new world, restrictions may come in at all times. So I see that people are booking a lot more last minute. Last fiscal, we got almost 70% of our customers booked us on the same day of check-in, even in holiday destinations. So people really are moving to on-demand in the world of travel like never before. I think another thing that I also see, which is a fascinating trend, is this ramp of holiday homes. I see that, of course, hotels continue to be, and we have a very large business where we enable hotel reservations. But at the same time, we're seeing holiday homes becoming a very popular alternative for customers because of isolation, as Sebastian was explaining earlier. I think I can go on, but there's just one last thing I'd share, is that organized ecosystem is rapidly taking share from unorganized ecosystem in different ways, right? I think, for example, in the Western world, as Sebastian mentioned, consumers are becoming more demanding and they want unique experiences like never before, and lifestyle, as we were talking earlier. I see that growing substantially in times to come. I see in the underpenetrated markets, unbranded ecosystems becoming branded. But essentially, I feel that consumers will care more about service. Consumers will care more about that smile at the lobby. And for that, if they need to pay a little bit extra, I think that consumers will be okay to do that in time.
Can I
Please.
say something? I'm going to say that the first two are transient. People stayed in their countries because they had to. They were afraid to leave their country. I think international travel will explode. Just as we all had, our resorts in the United States went crazy during the pandemic. People had money, and my home is now Miami, Florida, and our hotels, every hotel was completely full at twice the rates they were in 2019 because people wanted to get away. And I believe as international flights will open, people will travel again because people love traveling. And and the rise of the Chinese, the rise of India, the growth of this industry is going to be astronomical. And it won't go away with technology. Technology will just enable it. But people like travel. And they like seeing other cultures. And everybody wants to go to Paris. And everybody wants to come see Rome and the Colosseum. So I think the first two were really a function of the holiday home, the isolation. I don't believe that's long term either. I do think the authenticity of the experience, I started this brand called One Hotels, and we do luxury green. And I wasn't sure when I opened next to the Edition and the Faena and the Ritz-Carlton, and that we could, with a central office of 15 people, that we could book our hotel. We rose to #1 on TripAdvisor out of 220 hotels in Miami, and the highest market share, 170% of fair market, against chains, because we had an authentic experience that people could research online, and they made their own decisions. And I think, sadly, for the bulk of the old companies in the industry, they're dinosaurs. There's no emotive content to a Marriott. And I used to run Starwood Hotels. I owned Sheraton, I owned Westin, I created St. Regis as a brand, I started W Hotels. They're in trouble. The new competition is guys that have authenticity, and it's end to end. It's when you check in or you get your reservation to when you go home. And we're not just about a stay. We're about what do we stand for, and then we can price against it. So, I love competing against my old company. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked that all the ones that have been built are the #1 hotels in their market against established players. I'm shocked, but there's enough consumers that care, and then it's not price sensitive either. Right now, the world is awash in cash, and the consumer in the United States is sitting on $2 trillion. So you're getting rates that I can't believe. This doesn't look like a pandemic in the sense of pricing power. You can, if you have a hotel, our hotel in New York City, there's nobody in the office. The one Central Park is running 80% occupancy. Brooklyn's at 85. It's all domestic travel, and and the Four Seasons down the road is closed. So it's an interesting time. It's fascinating for entrepreneurs and for people who are creative. It's never been a better time. It's not a cookie cutter time going forward. I don't think so. You can have a cookie cutter of a great experience, by the way, and he's doing that with his lifestyle brands. I was telling him I was pissed off at him, so he's going to make it harder for me.
I'm not dying now.
No, you're my friend.
Slow death.
You're my friend. You're my friend. But he's bought a lot of lifestyle brands because I think he saw the future, and he decided that was where his growth was not commodity product. And it used to be just a safe, clean room. Hospitality is not hotels anymore. We have Airbnb, we have Oyo and all of their vacation home rentals. We have to think about, we have to produce an experience, because in New York City, there's more Airbnb rooms now than hotel rooms. So you're competing against that too. So why would you stay in my big hotel? Only if I offer you something unique you can't get in that house, which is frankly a better value than my hotel room. So I got to have a gym, I got to have a spa, I have to wellness, my food has to be good. I have to order a complete provide a package that lures you and makes you come to me all the time when you come to the city. So it's a really interesting time. I kind of think it's fun.
It is, absolutely. Fahd, but you like the point of the 85% occupancy rate now is fascinating, right? It's crazy. Fahd, back to the government. How can governments leverage those key changes to create new destinations, as we mentioned, and fuel development for economic growth?
So let me anchor on what Barry said. So those that are skeptics about travel coming back or not, he's saying it's only growing. If I can quote Expedia latest report saying that the generation Y versus baby boomers in terms of growth of travel has doubled, and you see the trend, the delta is only increasing. So people are simply going to travel more, and this is going to come back. He also
and we will have the different trends, as he mentioned.
Yeah,
it's going to be seasonal.
Yeah, but then travel has witnessed. Again, I'm new to this. Thanks to these, I'm only humbled to be between the two gentlemen here. But what we've studied when we looked at our destination, Saudi, we looked at where trends are going. But it started 3 decades ago. People were choosing where to travel based on nature. And then it moved to culture. So if you take France, nearly 40% of travelers to France used to go to the south of France. And now Paris alone captures 90% of travelers to France. To Paris. Now, it's simply culture. Culture as in shows, F&B, food and shows and entertainment, museums, and so on. The latest has a shift from culture to lifestyle. And lifestyle is a subset of culture that is basically defined by the like-minded and the like-hearted people. So those passionate travelers are seeking the cool brands, the authentic brands, and those brands that can actually give them the human connection and the ability to achieve their goals. Whether they are foodies, yogis, whatever they are, environmentalists, they identify themselves by the like-minded and the like-hearted. And no matter where I am from, being Saudi or not, if I am a K-pop fan, I'm going to look for the K-pop fan in Paris or in Dubai or any other city. Exactly. So how can we understand these passionate, lifestyle-driven travelers and make sure we're authentic? As far as Saudi is concerned, authenticity is the #1 base we start with. In order not to become a dinosaur that can't come back, as Barry said, we're starting young and we're trying to stay nimble to make sure that we learn from the world, and we have a greenfield advantage. So whether it's Diriyah, the 300 years old center capital and the birthplace of the Saudi monarchy in Riyadh, where they're building the largest mud city. We are starting to build the largest mud city in the world. So rather than trying to cut through technology, no. Let technology serve developing the most authentic. And the same thing with Al-Ula, and same thing with authenticity across the board. But if I am to say, and going back to Sebastian's point, what do people remember when they come back from destinations? We've studied this scientifically. The #1 thing people remember from destinations they go to are the human connections they had. And those journeys that give them moments of wonder, where they are emotionally intrigued and intellectually stimulating, where they look back and say, now I see life in a new light, whether I'm a passionate or environmentalist, whatever I am. So I think we need to stay authentic, and we need to put our human capital to the forefront and make sure that technology is enabling that rather than stripping that away. And finally, I would say, we've heard sustainability. It's nice talk, but it's really got to be the walk. We're trying to do our part in our projects and setting global coalition to make sure that we're at the center of the thinking, and we're trying to disseminate that into practice.
I will come back to the sustainability.
Can I jump on?
Point? Yes, please.
No, Farouk, it's a great luxury for Saudi Arabia to start from a greenfield vision. I'm saying it not because I'm in Saudi here, but I've been here for the last 5 years every time. You have something which is extraordinary in this country. You have a vast territory with wonders of the world that people don't know of now. You have a vision, a plan, financial resources, and a lot of good professionals, whether they are Saudi or non-Saudi, they know how to execute. And then you have people like us come in because they want to play part of the adventure. If I had to do it again with Accor, I wish I would have the luxury of not carrying on. Accor is a fascinating company, but I'm moving slow because I have to respect 50 years of history and 300,000 people. But when you talk about, I just want to say very quickly, because we just have to accept the world of tomorrow. I know we all talk about lifestyle because lifestyle is quirky, sexy, funky, and it amuses everybody. But this is not a gimmick. Lifestyles, there's two recipes to meet your customer's demand and your owner's expectation. One, the personnel working in a lifestyle environment, they resemble the guest. Many of them have no hospitality experience. They could have tattoos, they could be having a beard, they don't know really how to handle themselves, but they're kind, they're nice, and they want to help, and they are present. And it has a lot to do with those present. And the second thing, which we need to talk about, because that's a recipe of tomorrow, and you're going to get it happen in Saudi, a lifestyle hotel has nothing to do with the design, the colors, the space, nothing. It's 50% of the revenues of that site comes from the local community. And those person coming will never even see the rooms because they don't need a bed or a shower because they live next door. But they're coming because it is a social club, social hub, because they want to meet the travelers, because they want to meet around themselves, and because you basically provide something that they're looking forward to get. If you can basically coincide and put together the travelers, and the travelers will come because it is a trendy place, because it basically appeals to the local community. So we have to reverse entirely our thinking. For 50 years, we only thought about that person coming from far. All of a sudden, we have to reshift 360 degrees, thinking, let me do it for local community, which is what you talked about, Fad. I've been saying for Accor, developing land which is underdeveloped against the local community, Accor will never, ever do this again. We should not. So start from the local, do exactly what they want to get from you. Don't you worry, the travelers will come because that place is the place to be. But not easy to do at scale.
Very, very hard to do at scale. It's very hard to do at scale. So when I entered the hotel industry, I tried to separate our brands by design. So Westin had a look, Sheraton had a look, St. Regis had a look, W was the flagship of innovation for us. It was our laboratory. And I got to sit in there because I didn't have all these owners doing their own thing, which in a lot of times in the hotel companies, there's a third-party fleet. It's not owned by you. They're just the manager. So you have to convince the owner, to actually spend money on something, and they're like, I don't want to do that, or I'll be the last guy to do that. You show it works in the rest of the fleet. So the consumer doesn't get a consistent experience. Now with technology, you have a new way to compete. You can compete on an affinity group. So I want a quiet hotel. I want to go on vacation, I want a quiet hotel. I have a quiet hotel, I don't want a discotheque. I want a discotheque. I want to rage. I want to have a fun time. Those are totally different markets. And the fleet of hotels and experiences will start to segment two affinity groups and break apart. It will fractionalize. Because we've done to the hotel industry what Chrysler did to the car industry. It was the K car. They tried to do everything for everyone. So I'll have the restaurant, in traditional hotels, the restaurant serves fish and meat and chicken. And maybe there's a Thai dish and a chicken. Nobody eats like that. When you say to your loved one, where are we going to go tonight? You say, do you want French? Do you want Italian? Do you want Thai? You want Chinese? But hotels were like, the restaurants, they have a little bit of everything. And so what happened is you go to the hotel, you eat there maybe one night, and then you go out to a local restaurant because you don't, so you bring in third-party guys who are really good at restaurants, and you let them run the restaurant. It becomes a local hangout, and that's how and then you open your spa, because your spa now can serve the community, not just, the hotels. And then you get the better therapists because they're serving more people, and they're busier. So the technology is going to change so much because you can talk to these people, and you know who they are. And they become loyal. When I bought ITT, which owned the St. Regis in New York, there was one. We did a study of the customer base. So you were advertising all over planet Earth. 1,000 people were 70% of the revenue of the hotel. I was wasting money all over the planet to advertise the St. Regis when I should be talking to my small group, which I can do with technology. And I never could do this before. So the world is like, we're in the infancy of this, but it's going to be fun and exciting, and it'll be a better travel experience, I think, at the end.
Thank you very much. Sebastian, back to you. Which sector in Accor's portfolio will come out stronger, you think? You've mentioned lifestyle hotels, which
no,
is...
But I talk too much about lifestyle, seriously. And I love it because I'm passionate, because I thought that's a place to be 5 years ago, and I happen to be maybe right today.
Look at his wrist. He's a lifestyle guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you have 2 watches. What do you do with
it's not
2
a watch, it's a whoop. An aura, a whoop, and a watch.
No, it depends so much on geography. An Ibis hotel, and we have 3,000 Ibis, which is affordable, select service, we call it economy. They cater so well to the emerging markets because they are extremely needed to develop small, medium-sized enterprises. So it depends where you are. The only thing that you have to agree is make it clear in your mind that running a Raffles hotel, which we have, has nothing to do with running a Hoxton and very little to do with running an Ibis. So the difficulty for me is making sure that, I guess, the decision for one brand is made by a brand owner and not by too many chefs in the same kitchen. That's my biggest dilemma. It's just, which is why I said the pandemic have taught me I should actually get myself away from a lot of decisions. One, they don't need me. 2, I'm going to be probably more times wrong than the guy who is less credentials than me. It just feels better, the local community and what's needed. So, no, all segments are good. Can you do it under the same hat? That's probably a larger question.
What would you say the most important lesson that you've learned from the pandemic?
Humbleness. I thought I knew everything. No, that's not true. I never thought I knew everything. Yeah, it's just accept that you don't know much, that you have, however, to reconvert your people, that I had to lay off 280,000 people in 1 week, which was unfair, very tough. Many of them could not get paid the week after, and I made that decision. No, humbleness and probably, and Barry and I, we came from the same private equity world. I'm so happy I left the private equity world. I mean, it's, I changed side. When you really, the level of my decisions today has impact on 300,000 people, I'd better reflect 10 times before making a decision. Before, my decision in private equity or investment banking only had the financial consequences. That is fine. Mm-hmm. The impact is far less cumbersome.
Barry, what's the main takeaway?
From the pandemic?
Oh, yeah, of course.
That zero revenues were not on the pro forma, and that we lost a lot of money even being closed because we had to pay real estate taxes. And we did try to pay health care for our workers for almost 18 months. And I think the resiliency of the people, I was impressed. Mm-hmm. You know, our people, they understood what was happening. And we, as a corporate, we didn't fire many people, but we took a pay cut. And I felt terrible about it, actually, of course. And then as the business is bouncing back, we'll make up for it. But it's such an important industry. It's such a great place to be. Mm. Teaching people understanding by understanding different cultures, it's just the best business, And also, we take people from the street and employ them. We can teach them skills easily. In the States, Marriott made a career out of welfare to work. They took people off the welfare programs and put them to work, maybe as a housekeeper, maybe as a dishwasher, and they move up. And there aren't many industries that can catch this many people. And because in the world of technology, we're going the other way. They don't employ that many people. So the growth of this industry is critical. And here in Saudi, with young population, there's a unique opportunity. And put them in the fun jobs, the forward-facing jobs, people-facing jobs, because technology, like Ratish's, he showed me his technology this morning, and my jaw was on the ground. So, and I'm a little investor in him, so I was really happy. But he's going to take away a lot of the things that our guys waste time doing.
Talking about resiliency, That guy is very,
That's
he
resilient.
went up, down, now back up. Yeah.
That's all great entrepreneurs have that skill set, because the road is never straight up. But he bounced back, and he's stronger for it. So I think, I think it's really interesting. I think the travel, I have huge faith in the travel industry. I love travel. I was going crazy, so I could I went to Tulum a couple times because it was far, they were open, but, and then as soon as I could go to Europe, I went to Europe. I love people, that's why I went into the business. And I had 120,000 people, I didn't have 300,000 people, so I know exactly, though, what he's talking about. And it's like you're helping people on such a grand scale, but the impact of those people having satisfied and guests on the millions of people that he helps. And our job is to make their travel a little bit more fun and exciting and match, actually, but exceed their expectations. So it's great. I mean, it's a great challenge, and it changes every day.
True.
Every day there's a new situation, right?
True.
A new problem. And it's really, our job is to help our teams, give them the tools to delight the guests, and a lot of stuff that was hard to do is going to be easy to do. Like, I was actually checked into, I forgot, a hotel, and I'd been there 6 times, and they said, welcome to the whatever, and I said, I've been here 6 times. And they should know that, so they'll know that in the future.
Ritesh, let's hear from you.
Well, I think it's hard to, add on top of all the great things that we've heard so far.
What can I still add?
I'm helping your IPO. I'm not restricted.
I don't even know what to ask anymore.
But, I think I'll tell you this, that, humility, absolutely, right? I think it just tells you that, we used to make business plans and aspirations about the future, about what the company will look like, and then something completely out of our control comes in, and like Barry was saying, takes your revenue to, dramatically a different place. You'd have never imagined that. So I think humility is one. I think personally for me and our company, I think perseverance was probably one of the most important traits that I think we re-remembered. Because when we started our company, we had a lot of perseverance, because every day you have to come back and justify your existence. But of course, I think we've tried to persevere and see through the crisis. I'd probably say the third thing, and something that is, in my view, prevalent for the future of our company, is the power of technology and products, right? I think fundamentally, it's easy for all of us in the industry to say that, well, it's the humans that matters and the technology is not that important. But reality of life is, in our discussion today, we spend 50% of the time talking about technology. And before going to a destination, if your booking doesn't go through, you never show up at the destination. So you better get the technology right. So I think that's an area that we've spent a lot of time building. So for example, pre-pandemic, we used to reach out to our owners by means of physical salespeople. Now, majority of our owners come to us through online self-serve, whereas they go online, buy our software and start using it. We see consumer demand on mobile being probably higher than ever before. I think we have now 100 million downloads on our app as the third most download travel app. So I think technology, humility, and perseverance, those are the 3 learnings I'd take away. And of course, I hope I can continue learning from people like Barry, Steve, and others who do a fantastic job in what they do.
Good luck, Ritesh. Thank you very much. So here are some of the main messages that we've heard from our panelists today to wrap up this panel. So human capital is the most...
Can I add, from a destination lens, what are the 2 lessons that I would like to add?
Yeah, please, go.
And it's very difficult to still add, by the way.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, tourism is not about visitors.
Yes.
It's also about residents. And that's the social sustainability we need to talk about. It starts with the people of the place first. The second is the pandemic and any other crisis tells us that domestic tourism is not a tier 2 tourism.
No.
It is the most resilient and the most that will save you at times of crisis. So make sure you develop that tourism as in domestic and regional. So that's what I would say.
Thank you. I'm just going to add them. I'm going to add them to the messages. So, human capital is the most important element in tourism. Domestic tourism is not tier 2. The sector is evolving, and it will be very interesting to see what will happen. Stay authentic, stay humble. The first and the last thing that you will remember is the smile on your host's face. And once again, tourism is too big to fail. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for our beautiful panelists today for sharing their views.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
and experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Good fun. Thank you.
I am being told that I need to remind you about being here tomorrow at 9 for the third day of the FII. Stay safe.